Chapter 51 Turn the World Upside Down. Go down and take a look. On the other side. Ryomen Sukuna on the peak. Looking at the newspaper in his hand. That pirate supernova Hisoka with a weird smile. Did he actually set his sights on that place? The corner of Ryomen Sukuna's mouth curled up into an evil smile. It's really interesting. He threw the newspaper away. The world was in chaos. Turn the world upside down. Then, come to me. Looking at the navy fleet approaching the island in the distance. Ryomen Sukuna's smile became even stronger. The leisure time is over. The guy who sent the ship is here. Ryomen Sukuna leaned against a rock seat with his fingers on his cheek and waited quietly. See which navy will be brought interesting by him. On the coast. Akainu jumped down from the deck of the warship. The strong wind blew, making his cloak rustle. He looked at the peak hundreds of meters high, where a figure was sitting on a stone chair. Looking down at this side from a high place. What an arrogant guy. Let me use magma to knock down your arrogance. Akainu thought to himself. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, it has been completely confirmed that Ryomen Sukuna is on this island. Should we notify the headquarters first? Next to Akainu, a navy looked at the figure on the peak with a telescope. Then he asked Akainu cautiously. Hearing his words, Akainu frowned. He turned around and stared at the navy. Gonoha, don't do unnecessary things. Everything will be settled after taking down Ryomen Sukuna. Gonoha is the current adjutant on Akainu's warship. He is also a commodore of the Navy headquarters. Gonoha looked at Akainu's awe-inspiring expression at this time. He was also a little scared. But he still spoke. But the order from the Navy headquarters is to stay put after finding him. Not to go up and fight directly. And the great pirate Ryomen Sukuna is extremely powerful, even the warring state's admiral couldn't take him down. Bang! When Gonoha wanted to convince Akainu with reason. A magma fist hit him in front of him. It almost hit him. Gonoha's speech was also suppressed, and he felt sweat all over his body. Not only cold sweat, but also hot sweat caused by the hot magma in front of him. I don't want to repeat my words a second time. You just need to follow the order. Do you understand? Looking at the staring eyes of the commander in front of him, Gonoha lowered his head. Understood, understood. Akainu glanced at Gonoha for the last time. Then he headed towards the mountain without looking back. He only left the last sentence. You wait here and wait for the final result. Looking at Akainu who was gradually going away. Gonoha opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. He understood why Vice Admiral Sakazuki was unwilling to notify the headquarters. It was nothing more than not wanting the other side to order to stop. But that was the king of terror of the great pirates, Ryomen Sukuna. A monster that could compete with Admiral Sengoku. Is Vice Admiral Sakazuki really okay? Gonoha thought with some worry. In the end, he could only pray that things would go well. But he was determined to notify the headquarters immediately if Vice Admiral Sakazuki fell into a disadvantage. Maybe the support is too late, but at least Vice Admiral Sakazuki can calm down. It should not be a problem to escape like this. On the peak. As time goes by. Akainu slowly came here. Day. 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 Footsteps sounded. Ryomen Sukuna sat on the stone seat, listening to the footsteps behind him without paying any attention. Are you here? Navy, do you want to perform some entertainment show for me? Looking at Ryomen Sukuna who was still sitting on the stone seat and didn't even stand up, he lied. Akainu laughed instead of getting angry. After he came over, he still dared to turn his back to him. Is this looking down on him? Tick. 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 The temperature of the air began to rise rapidly. The atmosphere around Akainu seemed to be deformed by the high temperature. It looked like it was twisted. And the magma dripped from Akainu's right hand to the ground. It burned a small hole in the ground. Acrid black smoke began to emerge. It drifted toward the sky. If you look down on me like this, then go to hell and repent. Ryomen Sukuna. Big fire burst. As Akainu erupted. Akainu's arm turned into a huge lava fist made of lava. It simulated the explosive power of a volcano and fired directly at Ryomen Sukuna. Feeling the huge heat rising from behind. Ryomen Sukuna smiled slightly and fell off the mountain like a flying bird. Directly avoided the huge lava fist behind. And the lava fist also turned the stone seat directly into lava slag. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing Ryomen Sukuna falling off the mountain and trying to escape, Akainu's huge lava fist exploded all of a sudden. It turned directly into countless volcanic bombs and fell in the direction of Ryomen Sukuna. It was like a rain of fire from a volcanic eruption. Looking at the volcanic bombs that followed closely above, Ryomen Sukuna couldn't help but curl his lips. Vice Admiral Akainu, the monster of the navy. Then play with me. He grabbed the cliff next to him, and the downward force began to buffer. But the volcanic bomb above was also approaching. The Sun of Wind was launched. Ryomen Sukuna began to move like the wind. He walked backwards on the cliff with his feet as if walking on flat ground. At the same time, he dodged the oncoming volcanic bombs swiftly. He ran quickly towards Akainu on the mountain peak. After the volcanic bomb erupted, Akainu also came to the edge of the cliff and looked down. He immediately caught the figure of Ryomen Sukuna walking backwards. This speed. Looking at the speed displayed by Ryomen Sukuna, Akainu was also surprised. This speed has completely surpassed him. But it is only speed. Akainu is the ability user of magma fruit. His magma has the characteristics of burning high temperature, and the black smoke released when the magma is released in large quantities will interfere with the enemy to a certain extent. These are the basic characteristics of magma fruit ability. And Akainu can also explode an attack by simulating a volcano. This attack is accompanied by super high power and super high speed. Although Ryomen Sukuna in front of him is fast, he can't avoid his attack at a short distance. Be prepared to die. Akainu was ready to spit fire again. However, this time he was in a hurry, and Ryomen Sukuna was already one step ahead of him and came behind him. Go down and turn around. Ryomen Sukuna kicked Akainu. Akainu had to interrupt his move after losing the initiative. Raised his hand and used the armed color domineering to block the kick. However, this kick had a spinning force, and at the same time, it was accelerated. Akainu was knocked back and fell towards the cliff. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 52 There is a limit to underestimating people, the field of movement. After falling off the cliff, Akainu originally wanted to use the moon step to get to the top of the mountain again. However, he sensed the strong threat from above. He gave up. A stream of people fell from the sky towards Akainu. Akainu also turned to continue his moves. Big fire spout. A huge lava fist gushed from bottom to top towards Ryomen Sukuna. Ryomen Sukuna kicked with a huge amount of Conqueror's haki and charged at the huge lava fist. Boom! 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 The impact of both sides was deadlocked for a moment. A huge shock wave spread to the surroundings, and a strong wind blew. A large piece of stone collapsed directly on one side of the cliff of the mountain. Then under the gravity and interaction force, Akainu shot down the cliff at a faster speed. And his huge lava fist also collapsed. It was as if lava rained from the sky. Ryomen Sukuna slowly fell in the air with the rising force and the technique of taijutsu paper painting. It's really spectacular. This firework is really good. Looking at the scene below that seemed like a rain of fire, Ryomen Sukuna couldn't help but grin. And when he slowly fell, boom! A deafening sound came from the bottom of the mountain. After a while, Akainu stood up from the ground. This kind of impact was naturally no threat to him who was a natural type. But Akainu was a little solemn at this time. He looked at the two Sukuna slowly falling from the sky. In the previous confrontation, he was passive. From here, Akainu could feel the opponent's control of the details of the battle. And the powerful combat power. Speed, strength, and the very difficult domineering color domineering entanglement. At this time, he had begun to be completely serious. No matter what, he would never lose this battle. On the coast. On the warship. Ganaha was standing at the highest point of the warship and using a telescope to look at the battle in the distance. After seeing Vice Admiral Sakazuki kicked off the bottom of the mountain, his heart couldn't help but rise. It's worthy of being a pirate who can fight against Admiral Sengoku. It's really terrifying. At this time, he couldn't help struggling in his heart. Should he report to the Navy headquarters now? After thinking about it, I will definitely take another look. Although I am a little afraid of Vice Admiral Sakazuki's style. But his strength is also exposed. His monster-like strength is definitely not exaggerated. Countless pirates have been defeated by Vice Admiral Sakazuki. So while Ganaha is afraid of Akainu, he also admires his strength. Hell dog! At this time, Akainu quickly stretched out his lava-like arm to attack the falling Ryomen Sukuna. And Ryomen Sukuna also dodged in time with the help of the Son of Wind. Looking at the Akainu in front of him, Ryomen Sukuna stretched out his hand and grabbed Akainu's head directly. There should be a limit to underestimating people. Akainu was also furious when he saw Ryomen Sukuna's actions. He also used the other hand to use the Hell Dog. Bang! Ryomen Sukuna's palm directly collided with Akainu's Hell Dog. The ground was directly hit by a shock wave. Even though Ryomen Sukuna's arm was equipped with armament haki, it was still softening under the high temperature, making the blood in his hand evaporate. It's amazing. This temperature can boil water quickly, right? Hearing the man in front of him say something with an evil smile, angry words, Akainu began to calm down instead. He wanted to defeat this guy who looked down on people with the most powerful attitude. The magma began to flow around. The air began to heat up continuously. It looked as if it was twisting and deforming. The whole place began to be filled with magma, leaving Ryomen Sukuna with nowhere to stand. He jumped up and jumped onto a boulder, looking at the surrounding ground flashing with fiery red light. The forest also began to burn, and thick smoke began to rise. Looking at the surrounding scene, Ryomen Sukuna praised. The natural system is amazing, what a good magma sea. Come on. I can't wait. One day later, on the warship on the coast, Ganaha looked at the area in the center of the island where magma was constantly bubbling and couldn't help sweating. Those two people are really monsters. The two men have been fighting for a day and a night. Due to the lava of Vice Admiral Sakaski, the center of the mountain on the island is covered with lava for more than 1,000 meters. The entire mountain seems to have been washed by lava and has been broken into pieces. It looks like a volcano has just erupted. It is very spectacular. During this period, Vice Admiral Sakaski and the King of Fear Ryomen Sukuna were in a stalemate. Several pirate ships have approached the periphery of the island. Many of them are pirates from the New World who are gathering intelligence nearby. At this time, the news that the King of Fear Ryomen Sukuna and the Navy monster Vice Admiral Akainu were fighting on this island was also spread with the Den Den Mushi. Naturally, Ganaha also reported the news here to the Navy headquarters. Sure enough, he was scolded. Although Marshal Kong ordered him to ask Vice Admiral Sakaski to stop fighting and retreat. But the problem is that Ganaha can't get close to the battlefield at all. There is no place to step on the lava all over the ground. And the forest inside is also burning. Thick smoke is everywhere. After a day and a night, almost 3/4 of the forest was burned. In a little while, the vegetation here will be burned out. Some animals in the forest were also affected and died heroically. On the battlefield under the island mountain, Ryomen Sukuna looked at the panting Akainu in front of him, feeling some of the negative emotions around him and replenishing his physical strength. He couldn't help but smile. Then, take my move next. Domain expansion. Demon suppressing chef. As Ryomen Sukuna opened the domain, the surrounding scene also changed. Akainu frowned at the strange scene around him. Immediately began to retreat outside. According to the intelligence, Ryomen Sukuna's ability has the power to harm the natural system. And the activation speed is extremely fast, and it is difficult to dodge. So Akainu didn't want to fight him head on here. Looking at Akainu trying to run out of the domain, Ryomen Sukuna also smiled strangely, and then ran after Akainu. The domain moved with Ryomen Sukuna as the center. Can this space move? Akainu was a little surprised at this time. There is no such information at all. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 53 You will regret it. Ryomen Sukuna. When Akainu was surprised, the slash of Ryomen Sukuna's domain also came. Akainu's observation color sensed the danger. However, he couldn't avoid it, the speed was too fast. Tick. 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 A scar appeared on Akainu's chest. Blood began to flow and drip onto the ground. Then the burned red ground evaporated directly. Akainu's face was a little black, and the injury on his body was a little serious. And when offsetting that strange attack, the armament haki on his body was also consuming drastically. At the same time, maintaining the natural defense mechanism also expended more physical strength. The most important thing is that there is no way to avoid that kind of attack. Now his physical strength has been consumed by more than half in the previous battle. If he stays in here all the time, It won't be long before he will be defeated. Why can this space move? This guy didn't show it before, which means that this guy was hiding his ability before. Akainu thought so, but he misunderstood. Before, Ryomen Sukuna really couldn't move the domain. At the beginning, he didn't understand the demon subduing cook well. With understanding, he gradually began to be able to perform ordinary slashes without opening the domain. And during the time he stayed on this island, he didn't just sit there in a daze. He also understood and controlled the demon subduing cook better. It can move with him. This ability that comes from exchange and is done in one step can reach this level in a short time. It's already very good. The ability needs to be explored to control more applications. This is also what Moore hopes his clones can do. If they only focus on fighting frequently, but in the end they can't even understand their own strength clearly. That would be a pity. Navy, are you going to give up? Akainu looked at the other party and started to taunt him, not wanting to be outdone. Humph. Ryomen Sukuna, do you think you've won? I want to see how long you can hold on. He didn't believe that Ryomen Sukuna's ability was not consumed much. The surrounding area is mostly magma now. How long can this guy use his armament haki? Now his haki should have reached the bottom or should have reached the bottom long ago. There is also the thick smoke and high temperature environment emitted by the surrounding magma. The thick smoke makes normal people feel uncomfortable and suffocated after just a short breath here, and the high temperature will evaporate the moisture in the body even with haki. Ryomen Sukuna stayed beside him for so long. Akainu didn't believe that he was really fine. Since his domain needs to cover him to work, then you need to be close to him. If you can't run away, then let's see who falls first. Big fire. Endless magma seems to be gushing. Ryomen Sukuna, the slashing ability is too terrible. Akainu can't guarantee how long he can hold on. So he has to overload his ability. Use endless magma in a short time to distract the opponent's attention. Achieve an attack and defense exchange. This superscale explosion is extremely depleting of physical strength. But for now, he can only do this. After a while, following the final explosion, the deafening sound of fighting returned to calm. Battle center. Akainu fell on a red rock. There were many torn wounds on his whole body. Blood also flowed out of the wounds. But it quickly coagulated under the high temperature around. In front of him, it was the figure of Ryomen Sukuna. At this time, Ryomen Sukuna looked at the man lying on the ground and smiled evilly. Ha ha ha. Navy. You have successfully pleased me. Hearing the standing figure say so, Akainu, whose consciousness was a little blurred, began to condense his will. Then, as a reward, I will give you this life. What a joke. Feeling the figure moving farther and farther away, he struggled to stand up. However, his injuries were too serious and he failed to get up after a long time. The humiliation of being spared by the pirates filled Akainu's heart. At this moment, Akainu's anger seemed to have reached its peak. You will regret it. Ryomen Sukuna. One day, he will bury him with his own magma. Let him regret what he did today. Such thoughts lingered in his mind. Finally, Akainu's consciousness fell into the final darkness. On the other side, looking at the deafening sound of the island, the sound of fighting began to stop. It was as if the endless magma stopped erupting. Ganaha's heart was lifted. Is the fight over? Who won? At this time, he kept looking through the telescope. But the black smoke from the magma and the forest ruins blocked a lot of sight. As he continued to explore, finally, he saw a figure walking towards this side. That is the King of Terror, Ryomen Sukuna. So, did Vice Admiral Sakaski lose? How could he lose? Looking at the figure, Ganaha was desperate. But after being depressed for a while, he tried to cheer himself up again. It is not the time for him to be depressed. The most important thing now is to confirm the status of Vice Admiral Sakaski. Although with the cruelty of the King of Fear Ryomen Sukuna, Vice Admiral Sakaski is very likely to have died in the line of duty. But what if? Looking at Ryomen Sukuna approaching step by step, Ganaha also made up his mind. He began to call the Den Mushi of the Navy headquarters to report the battle situation here. Then he began to wait for Ryomen Sukuna to arrive. Now their ships are too close. Ryomen Sukuna is also very close. If he wants to run at this time, he may be caught up. In the Navy's intelligence, it has been confirmed that Ryomen Sukuna can use Moon Step. Being caught up would be counterproductive. After all, the biggest possibility of Ryomen Sukuna is heading for their warship. Thinking about the rumors about Ryomen Sukuna, Ganaha couldn't help but get nervous. While Ganaha was nervous, other pirate ships that were far away on the sea to investigate the news also found Ryomen Sukuna. Did the King of Terror Ryomen Sukuna win? He is really a monster. He actually defeated the monster of the navy this time. The captain of a pirate ship said. I just don't know if that monster navy is dead. If he is not dead, this is a good opportunity. P.S. The new book is launched. Please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 54 The water is too deep here, sacrifice and survival. Navy Akainu is very active in the New World. But he killed a lot of pirates. For this navy that kills more than arrests. Many pirates in the New World are very afraid. But his strength is very strong, or like a monster. Like a natural moving volcano, a natural disaster walking in the New World. Many pirates are afraid of Akainu. But now this monster Vice Admiral Akainu has been defeated. If he is not dead, then now is undoubtedly his weakest time. If he can be killed here, the navy will undoubtedly cut off one of its arms. In the eyes of many pirates, the three monster vice admirals of the navy are almost designated as the next generation of admirals. If there is a chance to weaken them, they will naturally not be polite. Captain Fury, let's not do this. It's better to leave this matter to other pirates. A tall but thin pirate next to Captain Fury said. Phil, do you have any opinion? If we can kill the monster vice admiral of the navy, Akainu, our pirate group will be famous all over the world. Hearing his captain's words, Phil couldn't help but complain. It will be famous all over the world, but we have no one above us. If we kill a heavyweight figure in the navy, our pirate group will be very sad. Unlike other pirate groups that have people above them to investigate intelligence. The pirate group that Phil belongs to is an independent pirate group. This time they came here just to join in the fun. The bounty for the captain of their pirate group is also 280 million Baileys, and Phil himself, the deputy, also has 180 million Baileys. But with this kind of strength without a backer. If you dare to do something like killing Akainu, it is easy to dig your own grave. Ha ha ha. Phil, you may be right, but now that Navy Akainu doesn't know the situation yet. Isn't it too early for us to discuss it here? Didn't you say it first? Looking at his captain's careless look, Phil couldn't help but sigh. He was afraid that his captain didn't know the importance of the matter, so he quickly dispelled his idea. The water here is too deep, and it's not something that small shrimps like them can swim in. The coast. Ganaha looked at Ryomen Sukuna who walked to the front of the warship. He also summoned up the courage to speak. Ryomen Sukuna, the King of Terror, what have you done to our Vice Admiral Sakaski? Looking at the navy in front of him, Ryomen Sukuna raised the corner of his mouth. But he did not answer. Instead, he jumped onto the warship. It was as if he had returned to his own ship. I have requisitioned this ship. Those who want to live should obey. Those who want to die can just stand up. The Shura-like aura enveloped the ship. All the navy on this warship felt a little breathless. Obviously, they were on guard by all the navy on the warship. But no one dared to act rashly. They who had been following Akainu understood too well the horror of such a strong man's power. Especially since the other party had defeated their Vice Admiral Sakaski. Even if they all went together, it would be useless. It was just a worthless death. But as the navy led by Vice Admiral Sakaski, they were naturally not the kind of people who would surrender directly after being frightened by Ryomen Sukuna. Even some navy men who were afraid of death. When the generals above did not speak, they did not dare to speak easily. The atmosphere was a little silent and depressing at this time. So, do you all want to die? Looking at Ryomen Sukuna about to raise his hand, Ganaha hurriedly stood up. Please wait a moment, can you please tell us about Vice Admiral Sakaski's situation first? Seeing Brigadier General Ganaha humbly to a pirate. Some more paranoid navy men were a little angry. But they held back under Ganaha's angry glare. Now Ganaha needs to confirm the situation of Vice Admiral Sakaski. If Vice Admiral Sakaski is not dead yet, then these fleets of several navy warships are very important. They will serve as a weapon to protect Vice Admiral Sakaski's safety. Now the pirates who are ready to move around the island are the targets they need to guard against. They must not fight to the death with the terrifying pirates in front of them without knowing the reason. If Vice Admiral Sakaski died, Then there is nothing to say. They can only fight to the death, and the others can escape if they can. Maybe some navy can surrender, but in the team under Akainu, there are obviously more navy who hate pirates. Under the influence of Akainu, most people will not surrender just like that. Ryomen Sukuna looked at Konoha standing in front of him. He also grinned and put down his hand. Interesting, that navy is not dead yet. After hearing Ryomen Sukuna's reply, Konoha was ecstatic. Time passed slowly. The final result was that he gave the warship and the necessary personnel on it to Ryomen Sukuna. Looking at the warship going away, Konoha couldn't help but take a deep breath. The navy obeys the pirates. If Vice Admiral Sakazuki knew about this, they would be melted. But now is the time to make a choice. Sacrifice for justice, or live for the power to uphold justice. Is the current decision right or wrong? He is not very clear. Konoha can only say sorry to the navy on the warship. Attention, all navy, wait for the magma to cool down and quickly rescue Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Don't let those pirates get close to Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Yes. On the warship that is gradually moving away. He jumped onto the sail like no one else and looked down at the endless sea in the distance. His physical strength was also recovering continuously. This was due to the continuous negative emotions on the ship. The combat power and tactics of that navy were indeed desirable. It also consumed a lot of Ryomen Sukuna. At the same time, there were also many injuries. In the situation where the surroundings seemed to be in a magma world, Ryomen Sukuna's armed color domineering had long been used up. It was just that he converted physical strength into domineering while fighting. He was able to do this operation with his extreme balance. It was just that the physical strength consumption was very serious. Recovering injuries, converting domineering, and using physical strength consumed a lot. But the negative emotions nearby also supported it continuously. Although the amount was small, it was still very good for restoring physical strength. Next time, what kind of interesting opponent will there be? Ryomen Sukuna leaned against the sail with a slight smile on his face, thinking leisurely. P.S. The new book is launched. Please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 55 The Bounty of Ryomen Sukuna, Jealousy Makes People Unrecognizable. The next day, there is new shocking news flying around the world with the news bird. The great pirate king of fear Ryomen Sukuna vs the navy monster Vice Admiral Akainu, the winner is decided. Ryomen Sukuna and Akainu fought for a day and a night in the new world. How could the World Economic News Agency let go of such news? Perhaps there are some places where the reporters of the World Economic News Agency can't take care of it. After all, the world is so big that it is impossible to guarantee that every major event is just right. But the key is that the World Economic News Agency is willing to spend money. Or Morgan's is willing to spend money. As long as it is enough explosive news, only certain photos and a certain degree of authenticity are needed. Then you can get a lot of money. Few people can resist this temptation. Especially when there are many people and eyes on the pirate side. So it's natural. The news of the duel between Ryomen Sukuna and Akainu also spread to all parts of the world with the newspapers of the World Economic News Agency. People didn't expect that. They were just happy about the Navy arresting 2 big pirates 2 days ago. 2 days later, new news came. The Navy Akainu was defeated, and after the defeat, the enemy swaggered and stole a warship. The scene of the battle between the two sides was also printed in the newspaper. The battlefield like a lava volcano. It made people have a closer understanding of this Navy monster Vice Admiral Akainu. Is this kind of Navy like a natural disaster really still human? At the same time, they are more afraid of Ryomen Sukuna, the king of fear who can defeat Vice Admiral Akainu. New World, Wanguo Cake Island. In a pink castle. Charlotte Linlin looked at the bounty order in her hand and laughed. Mama, isn't this man good? Did the bounty increase to 2.8 billion after defeating that lava boy Akainu? She slapped the newspaper on the table. Her face began to darken. She knew that Akainu was defeated yesterday. After all, the pirate ship that went to investigate included the pirate group that joined her. After Sukuna left the two sides, a new battle even broke out there. A navy duel between multiple pirate groups and the guarding Akainu. In the end, it was Akainu who woke up to end this farce. Of course, none of this matters. For Charlotte Linlin, this man's route is obviously heading towards her territory. She doesn't think this guy is here to travel. The ant swallowed the dancing cake on the table in one bite. The cake made a weird scream and then stopped abruptly. The man who can defeat Akainu, even she has to pay attention to. If the previous duel with Admiral Sengoku had various lucky reasons such as Sengoku's possible letting him down, then Akainu's defeat now is the real result of Sukuna's battle. How strong is Akainu? Many pirates in the New World know a little bit. After all, this navy comes to the New World from time to time. Come if you want. She is not a vegetarian. When she loses, it's just right to subdue him. Big Mom put aside her distractions and began to concentrate on eating cake. Katakuri in the corner looked at the bounty order with some worry. He made up his mind to let the weak brothers and sisters hide first when the man came. That guy's ability is too dangerous. It's really easy to cause heavy casualties. As for his mother, he is not worried. Mom's steel balloon is not blown up. It's not so easy to hurt his mother. Calamity. Amazon Lily. Moer looked at Ryomen Sukuna and nodded at the new bounty order. Ryomen Sukuna's action this time should earn him a lot of reputation points. However, he didn't pay much attention to Ryomen Sukuna. It will take a long time for Ryomen Sukuna to go to Cake Island. Speaking of which, he also had the talent of Big Mom's steel balloon before. It must be said that this talent is really powerful. Moer picked up the coffee on the table in front of him and drank it a mouthful. Then he focused on Hisoka's panel. The last incident about Hisoka's arrest had almost fermented. Although he was arrested. But due to the gap, there was still a lot of reputation points. After all, the arrest of people who dared to rob Tianshangjian was also a hot topic. So Hisoka's reputation value has risen to 360,000. He directly spent 100,000 reputation points to raise Hisoka's hunter from B level to A level. Hiso used the flexible love as a medium to use the hunter's explosion effect. The power is really good. Although Moria's current armed color is relatively weak, only B level. But his current physique is still in the range of A. It can be considered good to blow up Moria with these two combinations at once. Although explosion is not the main feature of the hunter, it will be more powerful if it is raised to A level. It is still a good choice to use it to sneak up on people. Looking at the remaining reputation points, Mole raised his strength, physique, and agility from B and to A. It cost 150,000. Then it cost 100,000 to upgrade Spirita to A+. That's about it. After all, Hisoka's plan needs some strength. If you can improve your strength, do it. After dealing with Hisoka's attributes, Mare stood up, left the room and went outside. Brother. Perona, who was being teased by Hancock and the others, saw Mare coming out. She ran over immediately. She opened her arms to Mare. And Mare smiled and picked her up. Although it was only 2 days here. But Perona felt happier. No longer a gloomy environment, no longer a cold zombie. And there was this person who treated her gently in front of her. Little Perona quickly became addicted to it. Because she was in an unfamiliar environment. Mare was the most familiar to her. Under such circumstances, Perona soon became very close to Mare. As long as Mare was there, she would stick to him. Watching little Perona being picked up by Brother Mel. This made Hancock beside her feel inexplicably emotional. Is this jealousy? Hancock thought to herself. Usually, Mel would tell them about the outside world in his spare time, and sometimes tell them some fairy tales. So Hancock's understanding of some emotions is also clearer. Like this situation. In Hancock's mind, she is a bit like the queen in Snow White told by Brother Mel. Thinking like this, Hancock was a little distressed. Jealousy makes people unrecognizable, this is what Mel said before. Hancock has always kept it in mind. She doesn't want to be jealous, otherwise it would be bad if she becomes unlovable and is disliked by Brother Mel. But she can't help it. It's really annoying. P.S. The new book is launched, and I sincerely ask everyone to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 56. This uncle, you have a serious tone. 2 days later. The transport warship escorting Hisoka and Gecko Maria arrived at Impel City smoothly by riding the sea current to Impel. Imper, the world's first prison. It is located in the Com Belt in the first half of the Grand Line, and the security is extremely strict. There are a large number of large sea kings on the seabed outside the prison. Therefore, Impel is known as the Iron Wall. Today, Vegapunk has not invented a method that allows Navy warships to cross the Com Belt. Not even the Navy has it, let alone other pirates. Under this circumstance, it is not an exaggeration to call Impel an iron wall with its extremely powerful military equipment. It is safer to enter only through the sea current. And now, Imperial City has welcomed new prisoners. Vice Admiral Kuzan, welcome to Impel City Impel. At this time, at the port of Impel City, Magellan, the current Deputy Director of Impel City, came to greet Aokiji. La. If I can, I don't want to come to this place. Deputy Director Magellan. In fact, Aokiji really doesn't want to come here. The atmosphere in Impel Down is not good. If the criminals transported this time were not too important, Aokiji would not have come with him. Former Shishibukai Gecko Mariah is fine. But the pirate Hisoka who attacked Tenjokin. If he ran away during the transportation process, it would be a big blow to the face of the world government. So, Aokiji had to come with him. Lieutenant General Kuzan is transporting very important criminals. Former Shishibukai Gecko Mariah. Magellan continued to say curiously. And the pirate apple hunter Hisoka who dared to hijack Tenjokin. With these two characters, it's no wonder that Lieutenant General Kuzan led the team here. Speaking of this, Magellan's face straightened. Don't worry. Lieutenant General Kuzan, leave it to us next. Aokiji looked at Magellan and gave him a casual instruction. Deputy Director Magellan. Hisoka's abilities are very dangerous. You must be careful. Magellan nodded after hearing what Aokiji said. No problem, I'll make sure everything is safe, and this is a strong city. It's almost impossible to get away from here. Seeing his solemn promise, Aokiji couldn't help but complain in his heart. Golden Lion didn't leave for long. But Aokiji wasn't really worried. After all, Golden Lion had to cut off his legs to escape. Given the dangerousness of Hisoka's ability, Aokiji gave Hisoka special treatment. In addition to handcuffs and leg cuffs, he also had one on his neck. Under this circumstance, it was almost impossible for Hisoka to escape. After Aokiji and Magellan chatted for a few words. Clang! 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 The sound of chains colliding began to be heard. Magellan was also attracted by the sound and stopped talking to Aokiji. Looking towards the location of the sound. Seeing a man with teardrop and star-shaped makeup on his face and hair standing up wantonly, he was charming and sexy. He walked out of the Navy prison ship with a calm face. Seeing this man, Magellan couldn't help but be amazed. If he was not mistaken, the handcuffs and the one on his neck were all made of sea stone. And according to the intelligence, Hisoka is a capable person. He can still walk powerfully with these sea stone restraints. It's really not simple. Magellan began to pay attention to this Hisoka. Is this the Impel Down? The scenery here looks pretty good. Hearing his words, Aokiji next to him was speechless. How can it be good with such monotonous colors here? And you are here to be in prison, not to go on vacation. Apple Hunter Hisoka, you have good courage, but once you come here, you can only sink into despair. Looking at the big guy in front of him, Zasuo showed a slightly perverted smile. Uncle, can you please stop talking? You have a very bad temper. Hearing Hisoka's words, Magellan's whole demeanor seemed to turn grey. He's only in his 20s. Is he already an uncle in the eyes of the other party? And that's not breath but poison gas. It's poison gas. At this time, Magellan's heart couldn't help but roar. Looking at Magellan standing there in a daze, Aokiji couldn't help but shake his head. Would Deputy Director Magellan also care about such an age issue? Clang! 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 The sound rang again. This time a big man walked out, Gecko Mariah. Seeing Gecko Mariah, Magellan came back to his senses. He coughed lightly, and then said, Lieutenant General Kuzan. You've worked hard. Leave it to me next. You can go back. Hearing Magellan's words, Aokiji nodded. Magellan in front of him did have a breath, but it was poison gas. Although Aokiji didn't care about this amount of poison gas, but it was uncomfortable to stay with him for a long time. So he began to evacuate after completing the mission. At the last moment of boarding the warship and leaving, he looked deeply at Hisoka. And Hisoka also noticed it and waved at him. Those who don't know can still think how good their relationship is. Looking at the Hisoka with a strange smile, Aokiji couldn't help thinking in his heart. What a strange man. As Aokiji left, Magellan looked at the departing warship, and then set his sights on the two pirates in front of him. Former 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria, Apple Hunter Hisoka, welcome to Hell. I am Magellan, the deputy director here. Next, complete the baptism first. Then you will spend the rest of your life here in darkness. Seeing Magellan speaking seriously in front of him, Hisoka couldn't help but smile. Ah! It sounds really scary. What a lawless guy, does he really think this is a resort? The pirate in front of him seemed to have no negative emotions at all. It's incredible. Magellan was a little surprised. There are many big pirates with courage who come here. But it's rare to see such a posture as if they are going to travel. After all, the bigger the pirate, the more they know the reputation of Impel Down. This is the world's #1 prison. Looking at the other big pirate Gecko Moria's somewhat lost expression, Magellan smiled with satisfaction. This is the expression a normal prisoner should have. Then, follow me. Criminals. P.S. The new book is launched. Please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 57 Sweet Fruit, Escape from Prison. Clang. 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 Siso and Moria quickly followed Magellan and his men wearing gas masks into the gate. Then they passed through an iron fence. Soon, they completed the so-called baptism. Put on the prisoner's clothes. Clang. 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 Uncle. Won't you take us on a tour? A voice broke the silent atmosphere. Listen, Magellan was a little upset when hearing Hisoka's words. I'm not an uncle. Call me Magellan, and this is not a tourist attraction, this is the world's largest prison. No? What a pity. Seeing Hisoka ignoring his reply and talking to himself, Magellan was also a little speechless. As they moved forward, they were about to reach the elevator. A man in black clothes, a cape and a knife on his waist leaned against the corner. Magellan, are they the new prisoners? They look pretty good. The man said. I really want to try the feeling after being cut. Looking at the man in front of him, Magellan frowned. And the jailers next to Magellan also became nervous. That was the deputy warden of the big prison, cruel and bloodthirsty. Fortunately, there was also the director to suppress him, otherwise there would be no problem. Shiryu, you are so calm. They are all important prisoners. The director attaches great importance to them. I am very calm. Shiryu took a deep breath and put his hand on the knife handle at his waist. Finally, under Magellan's solemn gaze, step by step into the shadow. Looking at the man who left, Hisoka licked his lips. What a good seedling. Maybe it will bear sweet fruit in the future. Magellan heard Hisoka's muttering. He shook his head. What fruit? He can't even protect himself. Still thinking about weird things, he continued to move forward. Take Hisoka and Moria. Entered the elevator. And the jailers followed closely. Dong. As the iron bars of the elevator door closed, the elevator began to descend downwards. I don't know how long it took. Crack. The iron bars of the elevator door began to rise. They came to the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, Infinite Hell. Impel from top to bottom. Starting from the 1st floor underground, each floor is given a title of Hell. Red Lotus Hell, Beast Hell, Hunger Hell, Burning Hell, Extreme Cold Hell, Infinite Hell. The allocation of prisoners to the floors is usually determined by the size of their bounties. Starting from the Extreme Cold Hell, pirates with bounties of over 100 million are basically imprisoned. And those who go into the Infinite Hell are all extraordinary people, either death row prisoners or life imprisonment. Former Shishibukai Gecko Moria and Apple Hunter Hisoka. The final destination of the two of them is the Infinite Hell located on the 6th floor underground. Gecko Moria is needless to say, being able to become a Shishibukai is naturally qualified to enter the Infinite Hell. And Hisoka is the one who attacked Tenjoken and actually defeated Moria. If it weren't for his ability being judged as very dangerous by Aokiji. In fact, the world government is more inclined to execute him directly. Bang! 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 As the two and some jailers followed Magellan out of the elevator, an extremely depressing atmosphere enveloped them, and a strange silence came upon them. But with the appearance of Magellan, the originally silent atmosphere was instantly broken. Voices began to be heard from the cells in the corridor. Ha ha ha! Magellan is coming. Is there a newcomer? Newcomer? Who are the people who came this time? That guy must be Gecko Moria. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea when I came in. Is he here now? So funny. Hero. The 7 warlords of the sea, the running dogs of the world government? Has he been abandoned? How pathetic. Ha ha ha. I heard the constant discussion in the cell. Magellan turned a deaf ear to all of it. Just walked in silence. The jailers followed closely behind. Moria and Hisoka followed silently. Among them, Hisoka looked at the surrounding scene and the pirates in the cage with interest. Mariah was a little angry when he heard others discussing him. He just sighed at the end. What else can he say here? I wonder how Perona is doing? How boring. Magellan, you are like a piece of wood. Can't you even speak? Hearing this, Magellan finally reacted. Shut up. Do you want to taste my venom? Hearing his words, some prisoners' discussions gradually became quieter. After all, Magellan's poison is no joke. If you encounter it, you are asking for trouble. No one likes the feeling of constant struggle. Hey! What did that guy do? How much is the bounty? A criminal in a cell next to the passage asked a jailer following Magellan. He was obviously referring to Hisoka, who was less conspicuous than Gecko Moria. The jailer who was asked was a little nervous and answered obediently. The pirates imprisoned on this floor were like monsters to them. They didn't dare to neglect him at all. This is the pirate supernova apple hunter Hisoka, with a bounty of 300 million berries. He was arrested by Vice Admiral Aokiji for hijacking Tenjo gold. The jailer briefly told Hisoka's information. Robbed Tenjo gold? Ha ha ha. Now the young man is really brave. He dared to pay attention to Tian Shangjin. Not bad, not bad. Hearing the words of the jailer, the pirate in the prison couldn't help laughing. Many other people also heard the introduction of the jailer. They couldn't help but look at Hisoka. Compared to the tall Moria next to him, Hisoka's figure did seem a little inconspicuous. But after some people looked at Hisoka carefully, they found that this guy seemed to be here for a trip. A strange smile on his face. I'm afraid he doesn't understand his future life. Aokiji? I must kill that guy when I get out. It's because of him that I was locked up. Ha ha ha. Don't say you have no future. Even if you really get out, you will be sent back to the fate of meeting him. Asshole. Do you think I'm afraid of him? I'm the great pirate Milo. A great pirate locked up in the Impel Down? That's really funny. You made me laugh. Are you looking for death? As the topic shifted, some people gradually turned into cursing. Looking at the lively scene around him, Hisoka's smile became more intense. Day. 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 The footsteps kept passing through the long corridor. Finally, Magellan took Hisoka and Moria to 2 empty cells separated by a cell. One was large and the other was small. Squeak. Squeak. As the jailer took out the key and opened the cell door, the heavy cell door moved. Clang. 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 Soon, Hisoka and Moria walked into the 2 cells. Squeak. Squeak. As the cell door closed, Magellan looked at the 2 people inside and said, "Sink here forever. From now on, this will be your hell of despair." Hearing Magellan's words, Moria's expression was completely unresponsive. And Hisoka pulled the handcuffs on his hands and waved at Magellan. "Uncle, you are annoying. Looking forward to our next meeting." Looking at Magellan, who broke through 1.3 defense again outside the cell, Hisoka couldn't help but smile and licked the corner of his mouth. Poison fruit? What a terrible ability. But you have to hit the target. Day. 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 As Magellan's footsteps faded away, the prison began to slowly fall into silence. Hisoka looked at Moria's gloomy expression next to him and began to speak. "Moonlight Moria, what a depressed wool. You are really degenerate now. You fell to the ground just because you failed once. Are you a little cowardly?" Hearing Hisoka's words, Moria seemed to have returned to his previous state. "Hehe, Apple Hunter Hisoka, you really dare to say it. What qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson now?" "Ah. Yes. Then I will be qualified when I get out, is that what you mean?" "What? Prison break? Moonlight Moria. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it." Chapter 58. True pirates are not afraid of death, the biggest prison break in history. Hearing Hisoka's words, Moria couldn't believe his ears. He said in a low voice. Prison break? Where do you think this is? I have never heard of anyone who can successfully escape from prison except the Golden Lion. Moria's reaction was not surprising. Ever since the Golden Lion escaped from prison, the sea stone in the prison against the ability users has become more and more strict. Let's not talk about other things. Just take the fact that Hisoka's hands, feet, and neck are covered with sea stone. In this case, Moria didn't believe this guy's words of escaping from prison. But he still had a glimmer of hope. After the battle with Hisoka, he knew the weirdness of this guy. Seeing Moria questioning but still couldn't help looking at himself. Hisoka smiled strangely. With his ability, this push city is like a back garden to him. This kind of restraint using handcuffs is too simple for him. He can easily detour the structure inside the lock and open these chains with the telekinesis he understands through the flexible love. But he won't be so blatant at the moment. Based on the premise that the ability users will be restrained by sea stone, he will not challenge the common sense in the eyes of others. Instead, he will make some illusions to confuse the enemy. You will know when the time comes. Looking at Hisoka's mysterious look, Moria began to become curious, but he did not ask more questions. Instead, he waited for the ending. Is it just nonsense or is he really confident? He still had a little hope in his heart. Time passed slowly. In this dark and infinite hell, time is the least valuable thing. The dead silence and oppressive atmosphere are corroding the soul. No one bothered to chat. Squeaky. I don't know how long it took. A voice came slowly. I saw a team of jailers pushing a cart. They were here to deliver food. They threw some food into each cell they passed. The amount was not much, just enough to survive. Some of them held multiple prisoners. The prison cells where the prisoners are not completely restricted. People inside will fight because of this. It sounds quite lively. This may be one of the few entertainment programs in this infinite hell. The jailers pulling the carts are also trembling as they watch the lively infinite hell. After all, the prisoners here are all famous pirates, and there are also vicious criminals deliberately buried by the world government. There are also many monsters in it who can use the domineering color. It is definitely not comparable to the previous layers of hell. They dare not be presumptuous here. And the pirates here did not deliberately embarrass these jailers. After all, they came here to deliver food. The passage is also full of den mushi. Every time food is delivered to the prisoners here, the monitoring room will keep a close eye. If the jailers are too embarrassed, the next time, the food will not be distributed. A kind of tacit rule has been formed in this dark hell. Squeaky. The cart was pushed in front of Hisoka's cell. The jailer walked forward and threw some food inside. Looking at the slightly fishy cooked meat. These are the meat of sea kings around the city of Push. It is very convenient to use local materials. At this time, Hisoka couldn't help laughing. The food here is really bad. But the calories of these sea king meats are very high. It can still ensure survival. Hisoka looked at the jailers going away, his eyes flickered slightly. Squeak. As the jailers went away, Moria also picked up the meat and ate it. The taste was not very good, a little fishy. Time passed slowly. The jailers also began to leave. A few days later. Squeak. When the jailer pushed the cart in to deliver food again. Looking at the cart stopped in front of his cell. At this time, Moria couldn't believe his eyes. You are Hisoka. That's right. You got it right. How is it possible? Looking at the guy who handed him food through the gap between the cages. Moria felt as if his eyes were broken. Looking at Hisoka in his old clothes. Then he looked at Hisoka in the cage next to him who looked silent. How could there be two identical people? Moria lowered his voice and said. At the same time, he stared at the other jailers who seemed to be blind. What's going on? Why did you run outside? Who is in the cell next to you? Listening to Moria bombarding with questions. Hisoka raised his mouth as if he was squinting. He did not answer Moria's question directly. Instead, he asked back. Moonlight Moria. So are you going to come out? Looking at Hisoka staring at his eyes. Moria couldn't help but say. Nonsense. Who wants to stay here if they can go out? But looking at the sneer on Hisoka's mouth, Moria couldn't help but frown. Moria. What qualifications do you have to go out now? Decadence and depression have permeated your will. Is it really worthwhile for you to enter the sea? Hearing this from Hisoka in front of him, Moria was silent for a moment, then laughed angrily. He. So, Hisoka, are you here to laugh at me now? He stood up from the ground and glared at Hisoka in front of the cell. Real pirates are not afraid of death. If you want to humiliate me by relying on the blockade here, you are still 10,000 years too early. Hearing this from Moria in front of him, Hisoka licked his lips. Ah! A guy who only speaks nice words all day long. If this place can't make you retreat, then tell me, what have you been doing all these years? Moonlight Moria, are you unable to face your own heart? Are you afraid of yourself who has nothing? His words seemed to be engraved into Moria's heart with ripples. It made him recall the unforgettable scene again. Now he has nothing. Let's make a deal. Looking at the corner of the man's mouth in front of him, Moria began to come back to his senses with a dazed look. What? I will let you out, and in exchange, you will take the head of Kaido, the beast. This will be your lifelong goal. You don't need to tell me this. I will do the same. Moria's expression began to shine again. Ding dong. 2 keys were thrown into the cage. Looking at the keys that appeared in front of him, Moria was a little stunned. Let him out so easily? Ah! I don't have the extra time to waste with you. If you can't do it. Hiso's eyes narrowed slightly. Go to hell. Let me take your life. I don't know why you do this. But don't underestimate me. Hisoka. As Moria reached out and picked up the key, the largest jailbreak in the history of Impel City began to break out. P.S. The new book is launched. I beg you to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 59 Monsters of Infinite Hell, War. Clang. Clang. As Moria was freed from his restraints, he opened the cell door and walked out. He looked around, and there was already such movement here. The people in other cells and the jailer in front of him seemed to turn a blind eye. Is this Hisoka's illusion ability? It's terrible. Looking at Moria's surprised look, Hisoka seemed to know what he was thinking. He smiled slightly and said, if it's just me, of course it's okay, but if you are included, those monsters can sense it. Hearing Hisoka's words, Moria's face changed. Then, get ready. What? If you want to successfully escape from prison, just follow behind. If you run around, you can be easily caught. Looking at Hisoka walking towards somewhere in the infinite hell, Moria also said dissatisfiedly. Hey, who do you think I am? But he still followed Hisoka obediently. As they moved forward, they soon came to a dark cell. Has it started? Hisoka. A voice came from the shadows. Yes. Everything went well. Hisoka took the key and opened the cell inside, letting the people inside out. A man with a thin and tall figure and a head of black and grey hair braided into 2 braids hanging on his shoulders appeared. Moria felt a great sense of oppression when looking at the man in front of him. Are you the lonely red Baroric Clydefield? It is said that you are a legendary pirate who is on par with Roger and Whitebeard alone. Looking at the man in front of him, Moria felt a little pressure. When he was young, he also paid attention to the news about this legendary pirate. Even now, he still has some impression. This great pirate is a great pirate of the same era as Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard. At the same time, he is a loner, but his fighting power is extremely strong. After all, he is a legendary pirate who is on par with Roger and Whitebeard. No matter how you think about it, he can't be weak. Is it really okay to release such a powerful pirate, Hisoka? Redfield looked at the tall Moria next to him, shook his head and didn't answer. He turned to Hisoka and said, I didn't expect that I could get freedom. According to the agreement, I will participate in this war. Hearing the reply from the person in front of him, Hiso's smile became more intense. Only Moria next to him was a little confused. War? What war? Isn't it about escaping prison? Hiso ignored Moria's question. Instead, he wandered around the cells. Real monsters were released one by one. They not only have pirates from the era of Whitebeard, but also pirates from more distant times. Now they are not completely corrupt. Lone Red Redfield, Devil's Heir Barrett, Scythe of Despair Gabajuo, King of Potpala, and Bad News Phil Osman. They are either Admiral or close to Admiral. There is no doubt that they are the pirates standing at the top of this infinite hell, and they are also real monsters. Among them, King of Potpala and Bad News Philosmon are pirates from a more distant era. They are over 70 years old. But their strong strength allows them to maintain a good condition. It's just that if Hisoka doesn't come this time, in a few years, they may decline in strength or even die. After all, the environment of Impel Down is not to be underestimated, and this place is not for people to retire. As Hisoka began to release such a powerful force, soon, he thought a special pirate. World Destroyer Waldo. This guy didn't communicate with Hisoka because he was frozen. After waking up, he was a little crazy. After all, although he was frozen in suspended animation for nearly 10 years. But his senses were still in the anger of being betrayed. Fortunately, Hisoka reasoned with him. Finally, they reached a harmonious coexistence, of course, limited to this cooperation. Waldo had no choice, the guy behind Hisoka. Only Moria he was sure to beat, the others were monsters. He didn't want to be beaten up. And from the result, he was indeed saved by Hisoka once, so it didn't matter to him to cooperate once. It's just that he no longer trusts his partners easily, and he will definitely run away if he has the opportunity to fly solo. These Hisoka may or may not know, but he doesn't care. In fact, none of these people want to be Hisoka's partners, they just complete an agreement in exchange for freedom. This kind of pure transaction is not annoying to them. And Hisoka doesn't want any partners. His purpose is also very pure, that is. As the team gathers, the pirates in the prison of infinite hell have begun to realize that something is wrong. At this point in time, it is unstoppable. Hisoka did not deliberately maintain the illusion. So the pirates soon discovered the clues. And Hisoka simply stopped disguising himself. The pirates who were able to get in and the pirates who were farther away but had observation haki suddenly discovered Hisoka and his group outside the cell. How is it possible? How did these guys suddenly run out? What ability is this? Is it the ability activated by the guy named Hisoka? That guy is called Hisoka, right? He can actually gather these monsters. So amazing. Ha ha ha. Is he going to break out of prison? I know these guys, they are all monsters. Did they all run out? Horror. Now that guy Nobigas will definitely not be able to control it. Let us out quickly. Then we can have a big fight. Hearing what those guys said, the leading Hisoka smiled and said as he looked at the criminals with burning eyes. I can let you out. But you'd better not run around. Otherwise, you'll die easily. Ha ha ha. As long as you can let me out, everything is fine. With these monsters, jailbreak doesn't require hands. Yes, yes. The success rate of jailbreak will increase greatly if we follow you. We are not stupid. That's right, whoever dares to object will have his head blown up. After hearing Hisoka's words, the whole infinite hell gradually began to boil from Hisoka's area. Some clever pirates followed Hisoka's words. Prevent some guys with low IQ from suddenly influencing his decision. As for what happens after he says it out, that depends on their own abilities. However, now the top combat power of infinite hell has basically reached a consensus with Hisoka, and they can't make any waves. Then let's get started. P.S. The new book is launched. I sincerely ask everyone to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 60 Magellan fell, we must not repeat the same mistake. With Hisoka's order, the jailers who were pushing the carts began to distribute keys. Their faces looked normal, but if you really look closely, you will find that they are a little strange. The reason is simple, they were hypnotized by Hisoka. His magician ability has the function of hypnosis. Now with his spiritual attributes becoming more powerful, he can easily hypnotize many people. Even special creatures such as Den Den Mushi are within his hypnosis range. Clang! 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 As the chains and handcuffs were removed one by one, the pirates of infinite hell gathered behind Hisoka and his friends. On the other side, the monitoring room of Impel Down. The guards looked at the Den Den Mushi and began to display the picture of the infinite hell criminals escaping, with a calm expression. One of them dialed a Den Den Mushi. Hello. This is Magellan. What's up? Deputy Director, something bad has happened. A pirate has escaped from infinite hell for some reason. The guard, who had originally looked calm, suddenly shouted, showing his extraordinary ability to change his expression. Magellan, who was on the other end of the Den Den Mushi, was shocked when he heard the guard's words. What happened? Who escaped from prison? It's the apple hunter Hisoka. He is releasing the criminals from infinite hell. Hearing this, Magellan suddenly felt that something was wrong. He didn't expect that the apple hunter Hisoka, who had just been thrown into infinite hell, would escape from prison. Thinking back to the guy's attitude as if he was here for a trip. So did he have a plan in advance? How did that guy do it? I see. Have you notified the director? Yes, he is on his way. Is that so? Okay. I'll go down and help suppress it right away. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Magellan's face darkened. That guy Hisoka. Thinking of the guy's smile before, Magellan felt uncomfortable. No matter what conspiracy you have, I will crush it with my own hands. Clang. Magellan exerted force. Finally done. The Den Mushi next to him with a gas mask couldn't stand it. After a while, Magellan came out of the toilet and went straight to the elevator. As the elevator went down, soon after, Magellan finally arrived at the infinite hell. Squeak. Squeak. As the iron fence was pulled open, the dead silence and oppressive atmosphere also came towards him. Magellan walked out. As he walked along, his heart was lifted. Because in the cells of the infinite hell, almost all the prisoners were missing. What's going on? Suddenly, his face changed. I saw Hisoka walking out from a corner. Behind him gathered the criminals of the infinite hell. How is it possible? How did this guy do it? Looking at those lawless criminals led by Hisoka, Magellan also felt incredible. And where is the director? Didn't he say he had arrived? Was he knocked down? Looking at the passages around without any traces. Impossible. In other words, he came first? Why didn't the director take the elevator down? No. Or why wasn't the elevator destroyed? And the alarm didn't sound. What are the guys in the monitoring room doing? Magellan thought a lot. But he couldn't retreat now. He wanted to use his poison to bury all the criminals in front of him. Impossible. Uncle. Your ability is too dangerous. Can you please take a nap? What a joke. I'll bury you with my venom what? Before Magellan could finish his words, his body was madly feeling dangerous. He only saw Hisoka making a mouth shape in front of him. Bang. 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 The explosions continued, and the black smoke engulfed Magellan. After a while, Magellan fell to the ground with smoke. So strong. What's wrong with this guy? At this time, most of the criminals in the infinite hell behind him looked at Hisoka with uncertain faces. Just by moving his lips, Magellan in front of him was defeated. Anyway, Magellan is the deputy director of the big prison. He still has strength, and his fruit ability is terrible. Just if you are infected with his poison, you will die after suffering a long time of torture. It can be said that fighting him is very troublesome. Even with armament haki, the poison will penetrate into the body, making it very difficult to deal with. However, now it was easily solved by the man named Hisoka in front of them. They couldn't help but think of the deeds they heard about Hisoka when he came in. They couldn't help but sigh that the man who dared to hijack Ten Changjin was indeed a ruthless person. If it was because of the monsters behind Hisoka that they followed him temporarily before, then they have more recognition of his strength. The monsters behind Hisoka are also curious about Hisoka's ability. The situation just now. Red Earl, Scythe of Despair, and Bad News can see it more clearly because their observation haki is very high. You can see a special force being wrapped by Hisoka on Magellan. Then the other party will explode suddenly. Some other people can also see that Hisoka has moved. Because Hisoka's magician ability is not all aimed at them, after all, there is no need. So there are also many powerful observation haki guys who can see him move over, touch Magellan and return. It's really insidious. Mariah, who was in the back, shuddered at the sight of Magellan's miserable state. He looked at Hisoka's back and couldn't help but sigh at the insidiousness of Hisoka's ability. This move was basically a move to deal with him. But now he still didn't understand it again. It's just that he made up his mind to work hard to improve his armament haki and observation haki after he went out. He had to withstand his explosion and see his actions. Otherwise, this guy would come to trouble him in the future. He had to fall again. Never repeat the same mistake. Moria thought silently in his heart. Looking at the fallen Magellan, Hisoka was silent for a while. His attack just now seemed to be understated, but in fact it was the result of his full strength. When Magellan came, he was already weaving his new clothes. After all, it takes time to mark new clothes. In addition, it consumes a lot of physical strength. The dense marks are exchanged for a huge amount of consumption. But it's worth it. Magellan is very dangerous, and his venom is very rogue. If he is allowed to do it, a lot of people here will fall. These guys are all military forces for Hisoka now. How can they be wasted here? He took a last look at Magellan and licked his lips, hoping that he could give him a little surprise next time. Then he went straight to the elevator. Others followed closely. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 61 Director Nobigas, King of Pots Paula. Soon, Hisoka and others took the elevator to the 4th underground floor in batches. And some jailers on each floor also started to move. When Hisoka and others all came to this floor, Director Nobigas of the big prison located somewhere on this floor finally noticed something was wrong. Today is his day for inspection. But he found that some jailers were not in a good condition. Some jailers were actually taking keys to release criminals. Did these guys get their heads lifted by a donkey? After finding that many of the jailers looked a little strange, Nobigas finally woke up after beating them up. The information given to Nobigas was that they had been feeling confused these days. Nobigas already felt something was wrong. He immediately went to the elevator and prepared to go to the monitoring room to see what was going on. Did you guys escape from prison? At this time, Nobigas bumped into Hisoka and his group. Looking at the large group of prisoners led by Hisoka, Nobigas's face suddenly darkened. He was shocked in his heart. These guys were all criminals from the infinite hell, and now they all ran out at once. And they were led by one guy. He was not mistaken about the man, the new apple hunter Hisoka. The man who dared to hijack Tian Shangjin. He was also deeply impressed by this. Thinking about the information about him, there is another title, Phantom, and it is rumored that his ability is illusion. Considering the abnormal behavior of the jailer before, does this mean that this big change was led by this guy in front of him? Looking at the criminals behind Hisoka, the lonely red field devil's heir Barrett, Scythe of Despair Gabezo. Nobigas felt more and more disappointed as he watched. He gritted his teeth, this was bad. So many monsters escaping together was the worst incident in the history of Impel Down. Even if these guys were not at their peak physical strength now. But he could not stop them all by himself. Hey! Isn't this our director Nobigas? Ha ha ha! Didn't expect it. Didn't you see that our director Nobigas was in trouble? How about lying down on the spot? Horororo, I didn't expect that Nobigas would have this day. There are so many of us, what can you do to stop us? Just get out of the way. We can't let this guy go, he used to pretend to be stupid in front of us. Now you are alone, and you will fall into our hands. Your deputy director Magellan is in trouble. You have to accompany him. Looking at Nobigas who dared not act rashly, some criminals behind Hisoka began to talk trash to Nobigas. Now almost all the criminals of the infinite hell gathered behind Hisoka. They now feel fearless. Seeing Nobigas before was like seeing a mouse seeing a cat. Seeing Nobigas now is like seeing a tiger in the zoo. No matter how powerful he is, he will be defeated today. You guys! Drops of transparent liquid began to drip from Nobigas. Directly corroded the stones on the ground and made holes. Now Nobigas is very angry. Because he heard some criminals in front of him say the unfortunate news of Magellan. With these vicious criminals, Magellan might have died. At this time, he couldn't help but feel deeply sorry. That was the talent who was going to succeed him as the director and was the focus of attention. Looking at the scene in front of him, some criminals couldn't help but shrink their heads. Nobigas, the superhuman sour fruit ability user, has the ability to corrode everything. This guy in front of him is very dangerous. All of you guys stay here, don't even think about escaping from Push City. Acid wave. Nobigas showed his power directly, and a huge acid wave like a sea current rolled over all the criminals in front of him. A layer of acid was directly cut off when it was washed to the ground. Looking at the terrifying acid wave in front of him, some pirates changed their faces. And some were calm. At the last moment, a bald and kind old man took action. He was Paula, the king of pots. He raised his hand. A huge translucent white pot appeared in the air. It directly rolled up the sea current in front of him. All the acid flow went directly into the giant pot. Block, block. It's worthy of being the king of pots, it's so powerful. At this time, some criminals felt that they had survived a disaster. If it weren't for the king of pots taking action, these criminals really couldn't run away from these acid flows. If they were drenched, even with armed color domineering, it would be uncomfortable. Although these acid streams are not as invincible as Magellan's venom, but the weakening of armament haki is also very strong. King of Pots. Looking at the King of Pots in front of him, Nobigas's face sank. Paula, King of Pots, the user of the superhuman pot fruit. To a certain extent, this guy in front of him does have some control over him. Old guy who has already entered half of the grave. Wouldn't it be better to end here quietly? It's not your era outside anymore. Hearing what Nobigas said, Paula couldn't help but laugh. He. Nobigas, are you talking about yourself? You are not young now. As for the outside world, he. People are old. Always a little nostalgic. I don't believe you. Hearing the guy in front of him who seemed to be very kind, Nobigas couldn't help but sneer. This guy was very cold-blooded before entering the city. Has his temper changed after being locked up for so many years? Anyway, Nobigas didn't believe it. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to escape from prison, then come and pass me. Nobigas didn't believe that these guys would let him go, so he started to go all out. Acid sea eruption. After a while, Nobigas fell down. His ability is indeed very powerful, and he has even awakened. But in addition to his ability, basic attributes and domineering are a bit worse. He also encountered a somewhat restrained King of Pots. With the assistance of the King of Pots, the Bad News Philosmon and some pirates took action. Under the joint efforts, Nobigas was quickly solved. Then prepare for the next step. Looking at Nobigas lying on the ground, Hisoka smiled strangely. P.S. The new book is launched, and I implore everyone to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 62 Hisoka's Declaration of War, Kong's Horror. Time passes. Soon, the criminals of the Infinite Hell came to the kitchen and granary on the 4th floor of the basement. There, the chef began to cook food like a machine. At the same time, some dry food reserves were taken out. Although some criminals were puzzled, but the big guys behind Hisoka no one questioned it. It was even harder for them to say anything. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with having enough energy, and the director and deputy director of the prison were both defeated. Even the warden was said to have been dealt with by Hisoka in advance. So, there was nothing to be afraid of. The criminals in the Infinite Hell began to feast in the kitchen. It had been too long since they had such a good meal, and now they had to eat back their previous portions and replenish their body strength. Looking at these guys eating with oil dripping from their mouths and looking happy, Hisoka couldn't help but show a weird smile on his face. Eat. Eat as much as you can. If you don't eat, you won't have much life left to enjoy. He took a last look and then walked out of the huge kitchen. And the monsters such as the lone red Redfield and the King of the Pot looked at each other. They also joined the 27 feast and ate the feast in silence. They knew better what they were going to face next. Therefore, it is of utmost importance to restore physical strength to its peak as soon as possible. Day. Hiso walked towards the director's office, and his footsteps clicked on the ground. Soon, he arrived at the director's office. But when he entered, a figure leaned against the corner of the wall. Seeing that figure, Hisoka showed a perverted smile. Did you notice it? You made too much noise, it was hard for me not to notice it. The figure showed his face, it was none other than the deputy warden of the Impel Down. As the deputy warden, his duties originally included guarding the prisoners. And because of his bloodlust, Zilliu paid even more attention to the prisoners. So, do you want to stop it? Looking at Zilliu who licked his lips in front of him, Zilliu showed a bloodthirsty expression. I won't do anything without confidence. Zilliu had already seen Nobigas fall, and at the same time, the warden and Magellan could not be contacted. There is no doubt that this group of prisoners is unstoppable. If he tries to stop them, it will be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Oh? What are you going to do next? Tell me your plan. Hisoka. Hearing his words, Hisoka raised his lips. After a while, Shiryu took a deep breath and looked at the man in front of him. What a lawless guy. I will participate in this war. It's rare to encounter such an interesting thing. Hee. You will become a wandering pirate. Is it really okay? Of course it's okay. I feel very uncomfortable being suppressed here all the time. Shiryu is now under the pressure of the director and the warden. His desire to kill cannot be effectively released. Now that he is young, he immediately decides to join in when he hears such an interesting thing. It doesn't matter even if he becomes a pirate. Ah! That's great. Young people should go out more. Otherwise, their potential will be wasted. Seeing Hisoka staring at him, even Shiryu felt a little uneasy. Humph! You don't look much older than me. Listening to Shiryu's words, Hisoka shook his head and smiled mysteriously. Squeak! He walked forward and a door was opened by him. Then he walked into the director's office. And Shiryu followed him in. Soon, he found a Den Mushi inside. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. Office of Admiral Sora. Blue. 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 A Den Mushi began to sound its voice. Sora sat in the office, looking at the Den Mushi with some confusion. That was the Den Mushi from Impel Down. Why would it call at this time? Sora suppressed his doubts and reached out to pick up the Den Mushi. Looking at the strange appearance imitated by the Den Mushi, Sora felt a little uneasy. Hello? Hello? Is that Marshal Sora? Yes. What's wrong? Is there any problem in Impel Down? Usually, this Den Mushi is used by the director of Impel Down and his assistants. Now Sora thought it was a new assistant. He. Marshal Sora. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Hisoka. Hisoka? Hisoka. Suddenly hearing the name Hisoka, Sora felt familiar. But when he came to his senses, he remembered who it was. Isn't that Hisoka, the pirate supernova apple hunter who was sent to Impel Down a few days ago? What on earth is going on? Sora clenched the corner of the desk in the office in front of him with his other hand. Bang! The unconscious force broke the corner of the desk in an instant. However, Sora didn't care about such a trivial matter at this time. His face was uncertain, and his mind was full of thoughts. How did the Den Mushi from Impel Down to the Navy headquarters fall into Hisoka's hands? What on earth is that guy Nobigas doing? Ah! Marshal Kong! Please don't be so loud. My eardrums are about to break. Listening to the other party's slow and leisurely teasing, Kong felt his anger and blood pressure rising. He asked in a deep voice. Hisoka, how did this Den Mushi get into your hands? And Nobigas 237 WHAT are they doing? What are you doing now? Marshal Kong. Let's go one by one, okay? You asked so many questions at once that I don't know which one to answer. Looking at the Den Mushi in front of him, which vividly expressed Hisoka's expression, Kong felt that his killing intent was somewhat uncontrollable. Then, let's answer the dynamics of the senior staff here first. The director, deputy director, warden, and deputy warden have all been dealt with now. In other words, I have already conquered more than half of the Impel Down. Hearing Hisoka's words, Kong felt his anger rising. What on earth is this guy talking about? How could those guys in Nobigas be defeated? The Impel Down, which is known as a copper wall and iron wall, was conquered. What a joke! Even if the Golden Lion escaped from prison, they couldn't be defeated. Just a Hisoka. Finally, this is the purpose of my call, Marshal Kong. Hearing what Hisoka said, Sora immediately focused. On behalf of all the criminals in Impel Down, I formally declare war on your navy. Hearing this, Sora felt his head buzzing and was horrified. P.S. The new book is launched. I beg you to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 63 Looking forward to your arrival, Impel Down falls. Den Mushi ignored Sora's shock and continued. I hope you can send enough people over. Otherwise, it won't be enough for the monsters in Infinite Hell to fight. Of course, you don't have to send people over. But... At this time, Den Mushi paused for a moment before continuing. If nothing else, at least all the criminals in Infinite Hell are about to run away. Hearing Hisoka's words, Sora's pupils shrank slightly. Marshal Sora, I look forward to your arrival. By the way, there are only a few hours. If I miss it, it will be such a pity. He. The Den Mushi laughed. Before Sora could ask any more questions, the Den Mushi call ended. Damn it! Sora looked at the den mushi that closed its eyes, and slammed his right hand heavily on the table. The entire table cracked directly. After a while, he forced himself to calm down, then took out a few den mushi and dialed. After a while, his face became even gloomier. Some of these den mushi belonged to other prison inmates in Impel Down. Some of them belonged to the navy guarding Impel Down. It was impossible for him to believe Hisoka's one-sided words after listening to them. And now, after dialing these den mushi, he had to admit it. It was very likely that Impel Down had indeed fallen. Most of the reaction to these den mushi after dialing were exactly the same. It was Hisoka's tone. It was just that the faces simulated by the den mushi were all the appearance of the original holders. That is to say, Hisoka, does this guy have the ability to control people? And such a large-scale control. This is different from the illusion of his original intelligence. Sora only thought about it for a moment. Then he sounded the alarm for an emergency meeting. The situation is urgent. He must treat it with caution. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates has increased sharply. Now, after a few years, plus the previous criminals, the number of criminals in Impel Down has exceeded 100,000. Those are guys with the lowest bounty hovering around 10 million. This is an extremely huge force. There are about 20 warships stationed around Impel Down. If these warships are controlled by Hisoka, then most of these criminals may escape. The consequences are unimaginable. I dare not imagine them. Especially those monsters in infinite hell. With a heavy heart, Sora quickly rushed to the meeting room. In the meeting room of the Navy headquarters, sitting in the first seat, Sora looked at the Navy generals who rushed over quickly from the surroundings. Get straight to the point. Everyone, Impel Down has fallen. Hearing Kong's words, everyone's pupils shrank and their expressions were horrified. Marshal Kong, are you going to tell us a joke today? What a joke! How could Impel Down fall? I have never heard of such a situation since the Impel Down was built. Marshal Kong, please explain it more clearly. It was fine a few days ago. How could it fall just like that? Aren't Nobigas and his men guarding there? Are they all just eating for free? With Kong's first words, the whole conference room was like a boiling pot. They started talking. Looking at the generals in the conference room, they were horrified. After Kong waited for them to calm down, he raised his hand to signal for silence. Everyone stared at Kong, waiting for him to tell the details. Kong took a deep breath and began to tell the whole story. As Kong finished speaking, the whole conference room fell into silence. Even the most carefree Garp had a serious look on his face. Aokiji beside him was even a little dazed. Because he was the one who sent Hisoka to Impel Down. Thinking about Hisoka's weird smile before. So, was he arrested on purpose? The purpose was to Impel Down? When Aokiji was distracted, Kong spoke again. Everyone, the current situation is urgent. Impel Down is likely to fall. We must treat it as the worst. He looked at the surrounding naval generals. In order to prevent the situation from spreading, I will now send most of the combat power of the Navy headquarters to provide emergency support. All these villains must be sniped in Impel Down, and they must not be allowed to escape. Kong stood up, his tone excited. This will be a war. Our Navy will face more than 100,000 prisoners in Impel Down. So please take it seriously. After a while, the people in the conference room began to hurry out of the conference room. They began to return to their respective areas to urgently mobilize the naval fleet. And Aokiji walked in a daze. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. Ha ha ha. Kyuzan, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so lost? Aokiji couldn't help but envy Garp for his heartless look after he left the meeting room. Mr. Garp is so optimistic even in this situation. But facing Garp's question, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and remain silent. Garp looked at Aokiji and his face began to straighten. Don't blame yourself. No one expected the situation to develop to this point. If you really want to make up for it, then go all out. Hearing Garp's comfort, Aokiji was silent for a while and then cheered up. Mr. Garp, you are right. This time, I must stop that guy Hisoka. Watching Aokiji cheer up again, Garp also laughed loudly, and then walked forward with arrogant steps. And Aokiji followed closely. Although Garp, who was facing Aokiji, still had a smile on his face. But his heart was very solemn. What's the matter with Hisoka? He went to impel down to release all the prisoners. Instead of running away, he declared war on the Navy headquarters. This behavior is simply crazy. What is his purpose? Is he trying to subdue the criminals in Impel Down? Or does he want to severely damage the power of the Navy? What is the real situation, he doesn't know. But things have come to this point. No matter what that guy thinks, he must crush his conspiracy with his iron fist. P.S. The new book is launched. I implore everyone to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 64 Top War. I feel cold in my heart. Day. 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 The hurried footsteps kept ringing. As the Navy headquarters sounded the emergency call alarm, the Navy in various relevant areas went to the designated location to gather. Under the gathering of the generals leading the team, the large fleet of more than 20 naval warships of the Navy headquarters set off in a mighty manner. This incident happened suddenly. Fortunately, Kong still summoned a lot of combat power, because many combat power did not go out this time. According to the previous potential convention, the Navy headquarters needs the Navy Marshal and at least one Navy Admiral to guard the Navy headquarters. Avoid being suddenly invaded and defeated by the pirates. In addition to the Navy, there are many residents here. It is also the face of the Navy, and it is impossible to neglect it. And when something happens to the Celestial Dragons, the Admiral is also needed to be dispatched, etc. But Kong broke that convention at this time, except for himself guarding the Navy headquarters. All the high-level combat power was sent out. Currently, the highest level combat power directly dispatched by Kong is the Navy Hero Garp, Navy Admiral Sengoku, and Navy Admiral Zephyr. Headed by them. Below them are Navy Vice Admiral Kizaru Borsellino, Navy Vice Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan and Staff Officer Crane. Then there are also 6 Vice Admirals who stayed in the Navy headquarters and did not go out to execute. The 687 people on the warship were so dense that it was overloaded. These were the elites of the Navy headquarters. A total of more than 30,000 Navy officers. But Kong was still a little worried. The Navy is not like a pirate group. If the pirates died, they might just be recruited. But qualified Navy officers were trained step by step. Especially, the Navy officers mobilized this time were the elites of the Navy headquarters. The resources spent on their training were very huge. In short, these Navy officers were the foundation for the Navy headquarters to rule the first half of the Grand Line. And now the opponent might be more than 100,000 criminals in Impel Down, or a hasty battle. The battlefield was still a place like Impel Down. Under multiple factors, the battle situation might be extremely tragic. Just thinking about the follow-up situation made Kong feel extremely sad. If it was a tragic victory, it would not be a victory for the Navy, but a huge defeat. Ah! I hope everything goes well. He looked at the Den Mushi in front of him. Just now when the Navy headquarters mobilized the fleet, he had already called the 5 elders of the world government. Originally, he hoped that Marijoa could send strong men or even troops to assist. But the reply from the 5 elders made him feel disappointed. It was simply unbelievable that Impel Down had been lost. But the next thing was a barrage of curses. They doubted the Navy's ability. They also refused to send troops. They would not move the guards of the Holy Land Marijoa. Now that the Navy has sent troops to Impel Down with great fanfare, it must have been discovered by spies from many other forces. If even the Holy Land has sent guards, how will other forces, kingdoms, and even civilians view the world government? The Navy has no one? And even needs support from the world government? If this kind of wrong information is passed on, it will have a big impact on the prestige of the world government. At the same time, it will trigger various potential factors of subsequent chaos. There are also various other factors. For example, the purpose of the Navy's existence is to protect the Holy Land, not the Holy Land to protect the Navy. In short, the conclusion is that the world government will not send troops. Impel Down needs the Navy to suppress it on its own. Of course, the 5 elders will not let this situation develop after all, and will still send some CP0 to intervene. If they lose on the battlefield, they will provide support. CP0? Are those guys really reliable? Kong sighed in his heart and thought leisurely. In the distance of the Navy headquarters, some secret ships discovered the Navy's abnormality through telescopes. These ships are personnel sent by some major forces or underground intelligence organizations to monitor the Navy's movements. They use the Sabayati archipelago as their base. Countless days and nights alternate. They will even achieve intelligence docking. Intelligence sales will also be carried out to the outside world. This situation is inevitable for a behemoth like the Navy. Even if one group is eliminated, there will be another group, and this situation will be accepted. At this time, these intelligence personnel have discovered the Navy's abnormality. More than 20 large naval warships set off from the Navy headquarters. With such a big movement, they immediately became concerned. Is this going to be a war? What is going on? As these spies pass on information to various forces, these news are also sold to some powerful forces in the underground world. Soon, many major forces knew about the actions of the Navy. After all, sometimes the movements of the Navy are related to their own life and death, so they have to pay attention to it. But this time they were still scared. There are more than 20 large warships. How many people are on board? You should know that many of the Navy who can stay in the Navy headquarters are elite. They are not just trash. With so many elite Navy, a top-level war can be started. After realizing the seriousness of the situation, some forces began to use spies hidden in the Navy headquarters to collect intelligence. Soon, they learned that there was a change in the city of Push, and the Navy needed to suppress it. However, getting this kind of intelligence is already the limit, and those who really know the information are above the position of Vice Admiral. But even so, this situation has greatly exceeded the expectations of many forces. How serious is the problem of the city of Push? You can guess a little from sending such a large fleet. Could it be that someone escaped from prison, and the warden there couldn't control it and provided support? If you think more boldly, is it possible that the warden over there has been defeated and the prisoners are fleeing frantically? So many fleets are needed to pursue and suppress them. The cold sea breeze began to blow. The naval fleet heading to the city of Pushing was sailing on the current, and there was silence on the warships. The wind blew the corners of the Navy's clothes, not only cooling their bodies, but also chilling their hearts. As the Navy who were going to support and were likely to be involved in the war, the top leaders must reveal some information to them to prepare them mentally. Otherwise, if they were not prepared at all, it would be difficult to ensure that there would be no problems when they suddenly went to the battlefield. At the same time, they were going to kill, not to travel. Those who were desperate naturally had the right to know what they were about to face. However, the top leaders did not reveal too much. They only said some vague situations. However, even so, it was enough to make these Navy feel cold. P.S. The new book is set sail, and I sincerely ask everyone to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 65 Victory is in hand. Long live Lord Hisoka. Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, is the headquarters of the Navy. It directly governs the manpower of the entire first half of the Grand Line. In the first half of the Grand Line, the power of the Navy is unprecedentedly strong. Here, the lives and safety of the Navy can be greatly guaranteed. Generally speaking, the pirates who cannot beat the pursuing Navy warships will be chased everywhere. Most of those who can beat the pursuing Navy warships will not be too ostentatious. They dare not kill too many Navy ships to avoid the Navy's leapfrogging pursuit. Add to that the advanced warships, the perfect medical system, the supply points everywhere, some safe dedicated routes, the timely intelligence, the support in place and other factors. That's right. The death rate of the Navy in the first half of the Grand Line is not outrageous. However, what they are going to next is Impel Down, where they may enter the battlefield and fall into war. What is war? That's a meat grinder. What's more, the opponent may be the vicious criminals in Impel Down. Anyway, these Navy ships feel quite sudden. He was a little confused. But he was soon led by the general who summoned him. Navy Hero Garp, Navy Admiral Sengoku, Navy Admiral Zephyr and other high-level combat forces. Such powerful combat forces actually went together, just like the Navy headquarters moved there. This is the way to lie down in the past. Victory is in hand. Soon they became optimistic again. Impulse City. The criminals on the first, second, and third floors were all rioting. Many jailers who were not controlled by Hisoka were trying to stop them. However, they could not stop the trend of rioting. Many criminals began to head for the fourth floor. Some headed for the ground, wanting to escape from Impel Down by themselves. But they were soon taught a lesson by the jailer beasts gathered on the first floor. Of course, some people took advantage of the chaos to escape. But they were facing the bombardment of nearly 20 warships. Many commanders on these warships were controlled by Hisoka's hypnosis. However, they pretended to be normal and began to command their soldiers to enter the ground floor to help guard. Only necessary soldiers were left to control the warships away from the port for artillery support. Soon some criminals couldn't stand it. They had been tortured for a long time and were very weak. There was no room for them to exert their strength, and now they had no backbone when they escaped. They were all self-centered and didn't care about the lives of others. In this situation, the battle on the ground floor was dominated by the jailers and the navy. On the underground floor, the blue guerrillas took turns to chop people with axes. On the second underground floor, many beasts were also chasing them happily and directly eating them. So many prisoners couldn't help but think of what they said when they were released by those strange jailers. Go to the fourth underground floor, where there will be a chance to escape from prison. After learning a lesson, many people finally began to go to that floor spontaneously. If they are stubborn, the death of the people next to them will warn them. The fourth underground floor. Near the kitchen and granary passage. There were a lot of prisoners gathered here. At this time, jailers were constantly distributing various dry food. And these prisoners began to eat voraciously. Except for the infinite hell, other hells tortured the body in various ways. It had been a long time since they had eaten a full meal. In this situation, they were very exhausted. Now that they had food, they were like seeing a pervert or a beautiful woman. They started to eat like crazy. What a group of poor guys. Looking at these prisoners who were like starving ghosts, Hisoka had a look of pity on his face. Some criminals who were close to him were moved when they heard his words. They shouted words like "Long live Hisoka." Many prisoners who came here had heard about it. It was this man who planned this jailbreak that shook the entire impel down. The monsters of the entire infinite hell followed him. Infinite hell, a hell that many criminals had never heard of. But just because it was located on the 6th floor underground, under the extreme cold hell, you could tell how terrible it was. There are already hundreds of millions of pirates imprisoned in the extreme cold hell. It is hard to imagine how powerful the criminals imprisoned in the infinite hell are. That's right, Hisoka's halo is extremely dazzling in the eyes of these prisoners. Shiryu next to him felt very speechless. This guy is about to send everyone to be cannon fodder. How dare he pretend to be a good guy here? How shameless! Feeling the contempt in Shiryu's eyes next to him, Hisoka didn't care. He reached out and took the food brought by a chef. Began to taste it slowly. These days Hisoka wandered around in this big prison. Continuously used the magician's hypnosis ability to control some prison guards and commanders stationed in the navy. Fortunately, hypnosis has no burden on Hisoka itself, and only consumes mental strength and a little physical strength when using hypnosis. It can be said that this large-scale control of personnel is the result of these days. However, this ability still has shortcomings. The higher the strength, the easier it is to break free, and it cannot be subjected to too much stimulation or blows. At the same time, hypnosis also has a time limit. In a day or two, many people who were hypnotized in this push city will wake up. This is the result of short-term hypnosis. But even if it is only short-term, it is enough for Hisoka. As time goes by, more and more criminals gather on the 4th floor. There are nearly 50,000. Except for some who are still wandering around and fighting in the push city. There are also many who have not been released. After all, Hisoka can't be all round. But it doesn't matter to him. These guys in front of him are enough to set off a grand banquet. Looking at the happy look of these guys, Hisoka turned around and showed a weird smile. I don't know how long it took. Hisoka stood up in the kitchen. As he moved, the criminals of the infinite hell and the criminals of the extreme cold hell gathered in the kitchen all focused their eyes on him. Under the eyes of everyone, Hisoka licked his lips and showed a perverted expression. The time has come, evil scum. Start the jailbreak. Hearing his words, almost everyone in the kitchen cheered. Under the cheers of the crowd, Hisoka took the lead. Everyone stood up and followed closely. The biggest riot in the history of Impel Down officially began. P.S. The new book is launched. I beg you to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 66 The Arrival of the Navy Fleet, the King of the Pot takes action. With Hisoka's actions, the densely packed prisoners outside looked at Hisoka and the powerful criminals following him. They all showed admiration. These guys are basically pirates with bounties of over 100 million. Bounties of over 100 million are already famous in the first half of the Grand Line, and they are also famous in the New World. However, so many people gathered here. No words along the way. All the criminals followed Hisoka from the 4th underground floor to the 1st floor above ground. They crushed everything along the way. All the jailers and beasts that blocked the road were defeated. Now this team is too powerful. Along the way, all the criminals on the road spontaneously joined the team and followed them. Soon, they reached the 1st floor of the Push City. Faced with this huge team, the navy who supported on the 1st floor were still trembling with fear even though the number exceeded 5,000. They didn't understand why so many criminals escaped from prison. There must be tens of thousands of them behind this dense crowd. It's not that all the criminals have escaped from prison. And their faces look much better than the previous criminals. What are the warden doing? In the doubts of the navy, they were soon defeated. Even if there are some people, without high-level combat power, they will be killed. What's more, they are not in a dominant position in numbers now. Among them, the jailer beasts gathered on the 1st floor did not take action. They were all gathered by the jailer chief. It is called guarding the control room. There is no doubt that the warden was hypnotized. Some people in the control room were also controlled by Hisoka. Just waiting to complete their final mission. The commander arranged for the warships around the prison to go to the port in the name of rescuing the defeated navy on the ground. As the warships approached, they were easily hijacked by the criminals. Some of the navy in the warships realized that something was wrong, but the personnel controlling the warships remained unmoved. Among all the warships, Hisoka controlled the commanders and the core personnel controlling the warships. As for the others, Hisoka did not waste his efforts. Now is the time for them to complete their mission. As the criminals attacked, more than a dozen navy warships changed hands. The criminals of Infinite Hell and Extreme Cold Hell followed Hisoka and occupied a warship. Among them, there are more than 60 criminals in Infinite Hell today. And there are not many criminals in Extreme Cold Hell, only hundreds of them. The reason is very simple, the death rate in Extreme Cold Hell is very high. At this time, they boarded the huge warship. They began to drive towards the huge door. That is the Gate of Justice. Only by passing through the Gate of Justice can we catch the correct ocean current. As Hisoka's warship set off, the dozen or so warships behind also followed. The criminals on it were densely packed. Every place was filled with people. No way. There were too many people. And as the warships sailed one after another, the defeated navy and jailers behind began to gather. No wonder they looked at the criminals who fell behind and didn't get on the ship. In such an atmosphere, the Gate of Justice was opened. The staff in the control room on the 1st floor turned on the switch calmly. And some people who were not controlled suddenly felt something was wrong. Wanted to stop it. But they were killed by a flat attack from the jailerman and their lives were unknown. A man who looked to be in his 40s walked out from behind the jailerman. He was the current head jailer. It was he who began to command the jailerman to take action. He was also the strongest one among the people hypnotized by Hisoka. It took Hisoka a lot of time. Now is the time for him to complete his mission. Time passed slowly. More than a dozen warships began to rush out of the Gate of Justice. Free. We are free. Haha. Before the prisoners on the warships cheered, they suddenly felt as if their throats were strangled. The reason is very simple. Within sight, more than 20 large warships are rushing towards them. Facing this huge naval fleet, the leader Hisoka showed a strange smile. The reason why it was so coincidental was because he could sense the arrival of this naval fleet. Originally, he set the hunter mark on Aokiji's clothes. That was when he was fighting Aokiji. But later, the mark was removed as Aokiji's elemental mark. However, he also marked the warship when he took Aokiji's warship later. Now the warship is in the naval fleet in front of him. Is it the navy? Didn't they say that the Den Mushi leading to the navy headquarters had been seized by the people controlled by Hisoka-sama? It seems that there is a fish that slipped through the net. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. Even if it's the navy, how can they stop us with so many people? Soon, these criminals began to regain their confidence. Although they have fewer warships, they are densely packed with people. According to the conventional configuration, even if the opponent has more warships, the opponent's navy must be less than theirs. And now many of them are well fed and well drinked, although their strength is still not as high as it was at its peak. But before entering the prison, each of them is a pirate with an average bounty of tens of millions. How could their courage be so small? Especially when there are the criminals of the Infinite Hell and the Extreme Cold Hell leading the team. Is the navy here? It's just in time. Redfield looked at the warship in front of him and looked at Hisoka deeply. This guy can't hear his inner voice at all. Feeling Redfield's gaze, Hisoka smiled back. The other monsters of the infinite hell also looked at the fleet in front of them indifferently. They had reached an agreement with Hisoka at the earliest time. In exchange for freedom, they will fight a war with the navy. And the time for this war will be in these few hours. If the navy does not come after these few hours, then the agreement is considered complete and they can leave directly. But now it seems that there is still no way to avoid this hurdle. Navy? Just give them a welcome gift. Start early and finish early. I don't want to waste time here. The kind old man named Paula, nicknamed the King of Pots, said with a smile. As he stretched out his hand. 5.9. A huge white translucent pot over 100 meters appeared in the air. Then it rolled towards the sea water on the sea surface. A huge amount of sea water was directly pulled. Then it rushed towards the fleet in sight. Splash! Splash! It was like a super wave hundreds of meters high covering the sky and the sun, leaping towards the navy fleet in sight. More than a dozen warships carrying the criminals also began to shake violently due to the imbalance of the sea water. It's the King of Pots. The King of Pots has taken action. Is this the monster from the infinite hell? It's so powerful. Ha ha ha. There's such a monster. The navy on the other side is dead. Looking at the huge pot in the air, it started with several waves of tsunamis hundreds of meters high. All the criminals were shocked and excited. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 67 Defeat the Navy in front of you. Yasakani no Megatama. Looking at the front two sides, 3 waves of tsunamis hundreds of meters high formed an inverted H shape and swept towards the navy fleet in front of them. All the prisoners looked at it in awe and excitement. The King of Pots alone is so powerful. There are other monsters from the infinite hell that have not yet taken action. You can escape the prison with just your feet. It's really spectacular. I can still see such a scene after so many years. But now the times have changed. Bad News Ferozman looked at the spectacular scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. When Felisman was sighing about the times, many pirates from the infinite hell and the extreme cold hell looked at the kind-looking old man in awe. Is this the King of Pots? Rumor has it that he fought against Whitebeard. Some people didn't know the old man in front of them. But when the feast was held in Impel Down, they would brag about the monsters following Hisoka. So even if they didn't know before, they always had some ideas now. He was a super pirate active in the Rocks era. Rumor has it that he had a big battle with Whitebeard at that time, and was defeated after 2 days and 2 nights. When the criminals in Impel Down were shocked. The navy fleet from the opposite side. This giant pot, did the King of Pot follow Jailbreak 28? I didn't expect he hasn't decayed yet. Looking at the huge tsunami that surrounded from both sides in front. Looking at the fleet of warships full of criminals in the field of vision. While Sengoku was glad that he arrived in time and didn't let the other party escape. He couldn't help feeling sad. Because the fact now is that Impel Down has fallen. Not only did they fall, but seeing so many prisoners hanging on those warships, you can see how serious the consequences of the situation are. No matter what, he must not let these guys escape like this. Zhang Guo made up his mind. It's a tsunami. Such a high tsunami. Monster. The other side is a monster. What should I do? What should I do? Looking at the huge tsunami that covered the sky and the sun, it seemed to bury them. Many Navy officers also panicked at this time. Not to mention how many people would die from the powerful impact. Now this place can be said to be in the doldrums of the wind belt. If the warships are shattered and sink to the bottom of the sea, the sea kings in the sea will never mind having a meal. While the navy was panicking, a figure jumped up from a warship of the fleet. 2 narrow ice blocks extended towards the tsunami on both sides. Ice Age. The tsunami stopped. Ga. Ga. With the change of the sound, the sea surface seemed to it stretched out towards the sky as if dyed white. In just a short moment, the whole world seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. It froze together with the gate of justice that had not yet been closed. Great! We are saved! It's Vice Admiral Aokiji, it's Vice Admiral Aokiji! So powerful! Yes, the whole sea was frozen, it's amazing. Sure enough, we have the Admiral and the Navy heroes leading us, we can't lose. Looking at the frozen tsunami on both sides, the navy began to cheer. An Aokiji in the air also landed on a warship. He looked at the fleet coming out of the gate of justice not far away. Looking at the densely packed prisoners on it, he thought silently in his heart. We must not let them escape like this. It's frozen. It's frozen. The whole sea has turned into ice. Is that navy a monster? The sea is frozen, the ships can't sail. What should we do? What should we do? Seeing the whole sea frozen, many pirates began to panic. After all, this scene looks really scary. Although most of them have an average bounty of tens of millions. But at least it's still within the human range. And the scene in front of me feels like it's not something a human can do. It feels like the gap is too big. On the warship at the head of the fleet, Hisoka looked at the frozen sea. Looking at the pirates around who were whispering and looking a little panicked. And the monsters with calm faces looking at themselves. The smile on his mouth became more intense. Day. 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 With the rhythmic footsteps, Hisoka walked to the bow of the warship. As he moved forward, waves of invisible ripples spread from his feet to the surroundings. All the criminals and even the navy on the opposite side were attracted by that figure. They began to quiet down. Under the gazes of the crowd, Hisoka's eyes curved like a crescent moon, and he began to laugh, and then began to speak. The voice was not loud, but it seemed to linger in the ears of the pirate criminals. He he he. All the evil scum, do you see the ice under your feet? Now, you have no way out. If you retreat, then you will continue to be punished in the dark city of Impel Down, so. He turned around and looked back at all the eyes looking at him. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, he said the last sentence. Defeat the navy in front of you. As a reward, you will get the freedom you have always dreamed of. The whole scene was silent for a moment. Then, oh. 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 A deafening cheer began to break out. Yes, defeat them. Long live Lord Hisoka. Under the leadership of Lord Hisoka, we will definitely gain freedom. Ha ha ha. I will never enter Impel Down again even if I die. 803 With those monsters leading us, there is nothing to be afraid of. After hearing Hisoka's words, the criminals on more than a dozen warships began to get excited and wanted to rush up to fight the navy right now. And the navy on the opposite warships looked at the high morale of the enemy and began to feel sympathetic. Is he the enemy's General Hisoka? The culprit of this incident, he raised the morale of those criminals to this level with just a few words. It's really scary. A man in a yellow and white striped suit and a purple tie said slowly, it was Vice Admiral Yellow Monkey Borsellino. He looked at the surrounding navy's morale starting to decline and walked forward. We can't let him continue to do this. Swoosh. Kizaru turned into a flash of light. In just a moment, he flew to the sky above the warship where Hisoka was. All the criminals were attracted by this incident. Phantom Hisoka, can you please surrender with your bare hands? The dazzling golden light flashed in Kizaru's hands, causing many pirates who were facing the flash to shed tears. Listening to the voice coming from the sky behind him, Hisoka raised his mouth slightly and turned around. Yasakani no Megatama. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 68 Scythe of Despair and Beijuo, Aim no Kurosakamo Sword. Hehe. It's really dazzling. Looking at the intense light shining in the sky, Hisoka raised his mouth and squinted his eyes. At this time, Kizaru was also ready. Countless dazzling light bullets began to explode and shot towards Hisoka. At the critical moment, a figure flashed in the upper air in front of Hisoka. Countless sword lights were spinning continuously. Dang! 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 All the light bullets were directly bounced into the surrounding mid-air. Boom! 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 Then the light bullets fell and hit the ice surface with a huge explosion. Pits were blown out one after another. The explosions caused by countless light bullets made the ice surface on the sea tremble slightly and resonate. Even the pirates and navy on the warships on both sides could feel it clearly. If it weren't for because of the huge ocean current and the presence of sea kings, Aokiji has greatly increased the thickness of the ice. The bombed ice surface has long been broken. But now these are no longer the focus of everyone. Now their focus is on the figure standing in front of Kizaru. A slightly thin man, with golden hair tied casually to his shoulders. There is a scar at the corner of his eye. How terrible! It turned out to be you, Scythe of Despair, Kabesho, even a monster like you has come out. At this time, Kizaru has stopped releasing flash bombs. Ah! I'm so angry now. Come and help me calm down. As the man in front of him laughed wantonly. He seemed to be stepping on the air, holding a sickle as tall as him in his right hand. He shot towards Kizaru. Hiss! Hiss! Fast, incomparably fast. Many prisoners and navy officers only felt that countless knife lights flashed in their eyes. Then, dang! There was only a loud noise. The monster vice admiral turned into a flash and shot onto the ice. Seeing this scene, many pirates cheered. Many of them knew a lot about Kizaru, the monster vice admiral promoted by the navy. The owner of the powerful natural fruit, the shining fruit, is known as the three monster vice admirals of the navy together with the navy Aokiji and the navy Akainu. You can imagine his strength. However, not only was the man's move caught, but he also knocked him down after counterattacking. This strength is worthy of being a powerful monster of the infinite hell. This is the Scythe of Despair, Kabesho. Ha ha ha. So awesome. These infinite hell monsters are so strong. With them here, the navy in front of us will definitely be defeated. While the pirates cheered, the navy was a little depressed instead. But they still didn't lose confidence. Because the admirals and heroes of the navy haven't made a move yet. They are the highest fighting force of the navy. On the ice, as the ice mist dissipated, a lazy voice sounded again. It's the Scythe of Despair. It's a monster. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets and looked at Gabejuo who fell beside Hisoka not far away. He looked at his collar and saw 2 gaps torn. There was also a wound on his cheek. On the other side, Zhang Guo looked at the personnel on the other side's first ship with a serious expression. The lonely Red Redfield, the Devil's Heir Barrett, the Bad News Phil Osman. Looking at those monsters with cold faces looking at this side. At this time, Zhang Guo just felt a headache. Hisoka. How on earth can this guy make those unruly monsters stay behind him obediently? Has he subdued them? This is too much of a fantasy. But now Zhang Guo doesn't dare to gamble. If they are allowed to leave like this, it's comparable to the Second Rocks pirates, or even more serious. Let's start the battle. Zhang Guo said to the adjutant next to him. Many criminals have been detained and impelled down for a long time, and their strength can be said to be at a low point. If they don't make trouble at this time, when they recover and rush to the sea, then the whole sea will probably be in chaos. The great pirate harem may be exacerbated by this. As the adjutant began to send signals to various warships. Even with fear in their hearts, the navy could only jump off the ship and rush towards the pirate criminals. And the pirate criminals in Impel Down saw the navy in front of them landing on the ice and rushing up. They also rushed up one after another, howling. In Impel Down, the jailers controlled by Hisoka gave them some basic swords or guns. Kill! 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 The two sides soon collided on the ice. The sound of gunfire, scolding, knife strikes, etc. began to sound. The sound of charging and killing resounded through the sky. Looking at the scene in front of them. Standing at the bow, Hisoka squinted his eyes slightly, with his hands open, like a conductor of music. He looked intoxicated. It's really spectacular. It's good to enjoy this feeling occasionally, what do you think? Kabejuo. Humph. I just need to fight. After this war, I really want to test the hardness of your body. Hisoka. Kabejuo next to him said with a bloodthirsty face. Ah. It sounds terrible. But I welcome it. You must not fall here. Kabejuo. Hisoka smiled at him slightly. Kabejuo's bloodthirsty smile became even stronger when he saw his smile. It must be very cool to chop a man who dares to plan such a major event that will shake history. Then he kicked hard and shot towards Kizaru not far away. The huge sickle flew between his hands. That's too much. Such a powerful monster, can you please not bother me? Sword of the Cloud. While dodging Kabesho's attack, Kizaru condensed a lightsaber to block Kabesho's high-frequency attack. Stop talking nonsense, let me get excited now. On the warship not far away, Zhang Guo looked at Kabesho who was fighting with Kizaru. He also recalled the information about Kabesho. The Scythe of Despair, a great swordsman who was once famous all over the world in the New World. It is rumored that his observation haki has reached the point of predicting the future. Although the weapon used is a sickle, it is swordsmanship that is used. Its speed is fast, and the swordsmanship has the characteristics of high burst, like a ghost. People often don't see that the battle is over, so he got the nickname of the Scythe of Despair. It means invisible despair. He is bloodthirsty and warlike, and is very dangerous in battle, so he is also nicknamed the Death Scythe. It's better for Kizaru to contain this man. Otherwise, if he is allowed to rush into the battlefield, the Navy's death speed may be faster than mowing the grass. P.S. The new book is launched, and I sincerely ask everyone to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 69 Navy Garp takes action, the experience of the King of Pots. While Sengoku was thinking, Garp next to him was already rubbing his hands. Is it the kid on the opposite side who planned this jailbreak? Now I can't wait to go over and teach him a lesson. He grabbed with his hand. The cloak on his back flew directly onto the deck of the warship. Everyone on the warship was excited when they saw Garp stretching his muscles. Vice Admiral Garp was going to take action. He was a hero of the Navy, and his strength was unimaginably strong. With his action, the war might directly tilt to one side. Garp, you can't take action now, you have to wait for the right time. Before Sengoku finished speaking, Garp charged and shot directly at the opposite warship like a cannonball, leaving only a rough laugh. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, I don't have time to listen to you. Let's go. Seeing him so heroic, the surrounding navy admired him. As expected of Vice Admiral Garp, he is so heroic. Looking at the people around him who worshipped Garp without thinking, Sengoku felt that there were continuous crosses on his forehead, and he couldn't help shouting. Damn Garp! Did you listen to me? But Garp had already flown away, and he couldn't hear what he said at all. On the other side, Hiso watched a navy burst out from a warship not far away, and the navy said so in mid-air. Kid, die! It was as if the fist as big as a sandbag was clenched, ready to attack him. At this critical moment, the giant pot that was still in the air before rolled directly towards Garp. And Garp also swung his fist and smashed it directly on the giant pot. Dang! There was only a deafening sound. Crack! 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 The sound of cracks spreading was heard. The giant pot, which was over 100 meters long, was shattered into tiny white lights that drifted in the air. Garp also fell directly on the ice not far away because of the recoil. It was Vice Admiral Garp. It was Vice Admiral Garp who took action. He is the Navy hero Garp. With him leading us, we will surely win. The loud sound of Garp smashing the giant pot attracted everyone's attention. The Navy cheered when they saw Garp smash the giant pot with one move. It was not just because of Garp's reputation. At the same time, the giant pot that was suspended in the air also scared them a little. They were afraid that the giant pot would suddenly roll over them from the air. And now Garp accidentally helped them resolve this concern. Navy hero Garp. It's the Navy hero Garp. I didn't expect him to come along. The legendary Navy hero Garp, it is rumored that he once chased the Pirate King. Too scary, it's hard to imagine what kind of power he has. The pirates also had a huge reaction when they saw Garp take action. It was just a negative reaction. Because there were too many legendary deeds of this navy. It was hard not to be shocked when they suddenly saw him take action. But before they could wail, the navy, with their morale soaring, began to attack. They had to bite the bullet and fight. Day! 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 Paula, the king of the pot, walked to the bow step by step. Let me stop this kid Garp. As for the others, I don't care. He said with a smile. Hiso next to him also responded with a curled corner of his mouth. Of course. Paula nodded at Hisoka's response. Then he jumped up and shot directly towards Garp. On the ice. Garp looked at Paula who fell in front of him and couldn't help laughing. Paula, the king of the pot, I didn't expect that you are already an old guy now, but you still didn't die in the city of Push, what a pity. But you look much more friendly now. Much better than before. Garp's teasing made Paula smile. Garp boy, you are still so rude after so many years. He opened his narrowed eyes a little. This situation is all thanks to your navy. Garp touched his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Don't mention this, are you sure you want to stop me? I heard that Whitebeard beat your turtle shell for 2 days and 2 nights. Now I don't need that long. Hearing Garp mention Whitebeard, Paula couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Now Whitebeard seems to be the overlord of the new world. Time flies so fast. Garp boy. I heard that you defeated rocks. It's really surprising. In that case, let me experience your current strength. A 10-meter-long pot suddenly appeared, and its opening was directly loaded towards Garp, and at the same time a strong suction came from it. Ha ha ha. How can I let you succeed? Seeing the pot coming towards him, he wanted to put himself inside. Garp did not sit still and wait for death, and the powerful armament haki condensed in his hands. Then he shot to the side of the pot and smashed it with one blow. After doing this, he stepped on the moon step and shot towards Paula. Dang! The huge sound was deafening. I saw a 2-meter-high pot generated from the bottom of the King of Pots' feet, directly covering him, and slowly rotating. Garp's powerful armament haki hit it horizontally, without leaving a crack on it. Sure enough. It didn't leave a crack even like this. Your nickname is not in vain. At this time, Garp looked at Baiji's translucent pot and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Back then, Whitebeard was sent by rocks to deal with the King of Pots. However, after fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, the King of Pots was finally defeated because of exhaustion. Finally, he was picked up by one of the previous admirals and became a meritorious hero. Garp really didn't want to talk about this kind of thing. Ha ha ha. Let me see if your turtle shell is really that hard. Dang! Dang! Garp used a powerful armed color combined with his physical skills to follow the rotation of the pot and hit the same place at high speed. Crack! Crack! A few cracks began to appear where Garp attacked. But before Garp could be happy, it recovered quickly. It's useless, Garp boy. If it's that simple, then I don't deserve to be called the King of Pots. Paula said with a smile in the pot. P.S. The new book is launched. Please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 70. Take the head of Admiral Zifa, the respected Hisoka. Hearing Paula's words, Garp laughed without caring. Ha ha ha. After all, Whitebeard fought with you for 2 days and 2 nights before you were defeated. If I just deal with you like this, Whitebeard will be so upset. After Garp finished speaking, he looked at the turtle shell in front of him and thought about the information about Paula. Paula, the King of Pots, possesses the ability of the pot fruit. The degree of development of his ability is appalling. It is known as the invincible pot. When the King of Pots is inside the pot, the defense outside is the greatest. When the King of Pots is outside the pot, the defense inside the pot is the greatest. That is why Garp does not want to be trapped in the pot of the King of Pots. If he goes in and waits for the King of Pots to shrink the mouth of the pot, he will be trapped in the jar. It can be said that the King of Pots is only good at defense and trapping people, but its lethality is not high. Of course, this low level refers to monsters at the Admiral level or very close to the Admiral level. When Garp and the King of Pots were in a stalemate, Admiral Zephyr also took action. Just let the navy and the pirates of the other side fight, and the dead there are too many navy. He can't tolerate this situation. So, following Garp, Admiral Zephyr also immediately joined the battlefield. He didn't go to fight the opponent's monster. Instead, he rushed into the pirates and knocked down the criminals one by one. With the joining of Admiral Zephyr, the morale of the navy was even higher. Begin to suppress the pirates. And the pirates fought on their own, often considering themselves, and completely ignoring the life and death of other pirates, and fighting with their hands and feet. In addition, Admiral Zephyr's cross-level attack made the pirates demoralized. There is an urge to escape. Anyway, I can just wait until others finish beating me before I enjoy the results. Hisoka on the warship looked at the pirates fighting and saw signs of fleeing. He said with some compassion. What a group of pitiful guys. Then he looked at the many pirate prisoners in the infinite hell and the extreme cold hell behind him. Everyone, you go and give them some confidence, okay? As Hisoka's words fell, many pirates on the warship immediately agreed in unison. Of course, no problem. Ha ha ha. Just waiting for Master Hisoka to say this. We are all big pirates with bounties of over 100 million. How can we stop so many people? Admiral Zephyr? I wonder if we can take his head if we beat him up together. Now is the time to make a name for ourselves. Let's go, if you are brave, go take Admiral Zephyr's head together. Looking at the enthusiastic reactions of many pirates, Hisoka also began to laugh. Then I'll leave it to you, everyone. A ripple spread from Hisoka, igniting the passion and anger in the hearts of many pirates. At Hisoka's command, Many pirates in the extreme cold hell and infinite hell were like wolves pouncing on their prey. They rushed towards the battlefield. More than 20 of the pirates were targeting Admiral Zephyr, who was active on the battlefield. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Ha ha ha! The monsters from the extreme cold hell and the infinite hell finally came out. He he he! They are monsters with a bounty of hundreds of millions of berries at the lowest. With their joining, there will be no problem this time. That's right. I saw that the Navy was getting scared. Ha ha ha! Let's kill them together now. As the pirates from the extreme cold hell and the infinite hell came out, the pirates immediately became bolder. They began to counter-press the Navy. The morale of the Navy dropped sharply. More than 100 pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions of berries came out together. This scene is really spectacular and frightening. Seeing that the morale of the Navy began to decline, Zhang Guo also began to inform his adjutant to start making arrangements. I saw dozens of rear admirals rushing down from various warships to join the battlefield. This scene also brought hope to the Navy and began to cheer up again. The battlefield is like this, constant changes will constantly drag the morale of the soldiers. If there are no cards, and it remains unchanged, then morale will drop again and again. Because people always need to see hope to move forward. Kill! 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 More intense killing sounds began to resound through the sky. While fighting on the battlefield here, some Navy officers hid in the dead corners of the warships and used Den Den Mushi to communicate secretly. They are spies of various forces in the Navy. The situation here is very serious now, and it may even affect the pattern of the sea in the future. So many spies have to pass on the information at the risk of being discovered. With the transmission of information here, soon, some major forces have learned about the seriousness of the situation. The information began to be transmitted frantically from the underground world to the pirates. Tens of thousands of prisoners escaped from Impel Down, and a man led them in a large-scale war with the Navy. This news immediately caught the hearts of all the major forces. The man Hisoka, the Apple Hunter, began to be known to all the forces again. The level of attention was raised by who knows how many levels. They never expected the truth to be like this. The Navy dispatched so many large warships to fight so many criminals from Impel Down. And from the intelligence, they were not at a disadvantage. Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, Navy heroes Garp, Kizaru, Aokiji. Just listen to these Navy who appeared in the war to know the seriousness of the situation. Some big pirates such as Kaido and Charlotte Linlin wanted to fly directly from the New World to the Navy headquarters to make a big fuss after knowing the news. So many high-level combat forces of the Navy were sent out. With Akainu in the New World, it can be said that the Navy headquarters is now weaker than ever. There may be only one Navy admiral guarding it. There will not be many Navy guarding at the same time. This situation is really the best time to capture the Navy headquarters. It's a pity that even if they look forward to it, it's useless. Their territory is far away from the Navy headquarters, and it's not possible to reach it in a short time. This is one of the reasons why Kong dared to send so many combat forces. The fall of Impel Down was too sudden, and no one reacted at all. Otherwise, if there were signs, those forces would have already started to act. And this is the only comfort for Admiral Kong. P.S. The new book is launched. I implore everyone to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 71 Zifa shows off his power, and the changes in Impel Down. Swish! 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 The whole battlefield is boiling and fighting. Everyone seems to be bloodthirsty. Blood keeps splashing and dyeing the ice red. From a distance, it looks like red crystal. At this moment, more than 20 pirates are howling and rushing towards Admiral Zifa. Most of them are prisoners of the Infinite Hell, and there are also prisoners of the Extreme Cold Hell, but they are relatively few. After all, most of them are relatively self-aware. The pirates in the Extreme Cold Hell know exactly how bad their bodies are. The kind of weakness that freezes into the bone marrow cannot be solved by eating 1 or 2 full meals. Except for those prisoners who have been in the Extreme Cold Hell for a short time, the others are far from their peak. It is too good to think that they can take the heads of generals with such strength. So the pirates in the Extreme Cold Hell rarely carry out the so-called hunting of generals. On the battlefield. At this time, Zifa shuttled through the battlefield like a hurricane. Wherever he passed, the pirates would fall. Seeing the death of so many Navy, he was furious and did not hold back. Every blow must be accompanied by the fall of a pirate. In just a few minutes of his participation in the battle, the number of enemies he defeated was already in the thousands. You must know that these are not rotten fish and shrimp. But facing Zifa, no one had the strength to fight back, and some even fell down before they saw him. He showed the suppressive power of the general to the fullest. If it weren't for the chaos on the battlefield and the need to take care of his own people, he could even do better. That's why the morale of the navy is very high. But now more than 20 pirates are running towards Admiral Zephyr. Can he continue to be so powerful? Both the navy and the pirates on the battlefield have doubts about this. Ha ha ha. Admiral Zephyr, we are here to take your head. That's right, just surrender. With an arrogant voice. More than 20 pirates, their bounties range from hundreds of millions to 500 million. In addition to the confidence in the number of people and bounties. The most important thing is that Zephyr himself does not have a loud reputation. Whether it is Admiral Sengoku or the Navy hero Garp, they all have great reputations. In contrast, many people are not even clear about what loud achievements Admiral Zephyr has. Now the small shrimps that Zephyr swept on the battlefield alone can't scare them. At this time, Zephyr looked at more than 20 pirates coming together. There is no doubt that he was treated as a soft persimmon. He has been the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, and the warm atmosphere of the Naval Academy seems to have dulled his edge. Now, even these pirates have begun to despise him. This feeling is really... It makes him angry for the first time in a long time. In fact, it is just contempt. Zifa doesn't care at all, but these are not the most important. The wailing of the navy is the source of his emotional fluctuations. And now the contempt of the pirates is the fuse. Day. 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 Zephyr's tall figure greeted these pirates. He said to the pirates. Pirates, let you see what a navy admiral is. The powerful armed color domineering surged on his wrist. In just a moment, the heads of the two big pirates were firmly grasped by one hand each. Bang! There was a loud bang. The heads of the two people were directly pressed on the ice. Two huge shock waves surged out from Zephyr's hands. The two pirates were knocked unconscious on the spot, and blood began to flow from their facial features. Bounties on both pirates were more than 200 million berries, and they had made a lot of reputation in the New World. But now they were killed instantly. So strong. The general is really not simple. Let's go together. Seeing this scene, one of the pirates said immediately. That's right, today is the day to make a name for himself. I don't believe he can knock us all down. As the two fanatics began to charge, other pirates who were originally frightened also rushed up hesitantly. Come on. Lie down here. Zeph began to fight with all his strength. He wanted to kill all the pirates who might slaughter the navy on the battlefield. On the other side, Hisoka smiled at Zephyr, who was showing his might on the battlefield. Is it really okay? A voice rose behind Hisoka at this time. Shiryu walked behind him and turned his gaze to Impel Down. Hisoka understood what he said. Of course it doesn't matter. Isn't it more interesting this way? Impulse Down. At this time, Crane and Aokiji had sneaked into Impel Down. Under Crane's ability and Aokiji's force, the riot on the first floor of Impel Down was quickly quelled. Damn it! I will never forgive that guy Hisoka. He dared to hypnotize me. At this time, the chief jailer of Impel Down smashed his hand on the table in the control room. He looked very angry. And Crane next to him looked calm. Chief Jailer Isenti, now is not the time to be angry. What we have to do now is to quell the turmoil in Impel Down and support the navy outside. Hearing Crane's words, Isenti took a deep breath and calmed down. It was the ability of the staff officer's washing fruit that freed him from control. He thanked Crane. Staff Officer Crane, thanks to you this time, otherwise I don't know how long it will take for me to wake up. Crane nodded and immediately began to make arrangements. With Crane's arrangements, the ground floor began to operate quickly. All the remaining troops gathered were divided into two parts. Crane and the prison chief led the Blue Gorilla and 0.2 jailers to suppress the remaining sporadic chaos underground. At the same time, the hypnosis of some controlled people was lifted. Through the actions of Hisoka's controlled people, Crane quickly determined that Hisoka's means of controlling people was a power similar to hypnosis. Whether it was pure hypnosis or ability, this needs to be further studied in the future. Now Crane's most urgent task is to confirm the life and death of the director and deputy director of the Grand Prison. Staff Officer Crane, then I will start to act. With Crane nodding, Aokiji immediately set off. Also accompanying him were the remaining 3,000 navy, the jailer chief and the jailer beast under his command. P.S. The new book is launched. Please collect it and give some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 72 Becoming the strongest in the world is a dangerous idea. Originally, there were more than 8,000 Navy officers stationed in the city of Impel Down. Now there are only more than 3,000 left, and many of them are injured. This situation is already extremely tragic. Now they have to go to the battlefield again. The morale of these Navy is really not high. It's just that Bullet and he here thinks it is necessary. The number of Navy here is not large, and they are not as elite as the headquarters of the Navy. But if they go there, they can help improve the morale of the Navy on the battlefield. The current situation is not optimistic. He needs to do everything he can to increase the chance of winning, so he can only wrong these Navy. Day. On the first ship. As the war progresses, a figure passed Hisoka and walked forward. The target was the Navy Admiral Sengoku. He was the devil's descendant Barrett. Seeing him burst out without saying a word, Hisoka behind him licked his lips and laughed. This big prison has so many fruits, so tempting. Sure enough, they shouldn't be allowed to wither in the dark corner. It's Barrett, the descendant of the 29th demon. It's him, the monster crew member on the One Piece ship. As Barrett charged straight at Sengoku, the adjutants and vice admirals beside Sengoku also recognized that figure. He once destroyed the country with his own strength, the monster crew member of the One Piece. It is rumored that even the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, Pluto Rayleigh, can only tie with him. Watching this monster rushing towards Admiral Sengoku, several vice admirals immediately stood in front of Sengoku. They stayed here. It was to stop the big pirates who attacked Admiral Sengoku. The enemy's admirals did not end up like this. If Admiral Sengoku, as the commander of the fleet, ended like this, there is no doubt that it will have a great impact on the morale of the Navy. Get out of the way. Even if several vice admirals stood in front, it was useless. They were hammered away one by Barrett. Looking at his figure standing on the ice and looking at himself, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh. No way. It's impossible not to take action. This guy is no longer the fan Tao that these vice admirals can stop. And now there is no suitable combat power around him to stop him. Really? Can't that guy Garp let people save some energy? Looking at Garp, who was having a lot of fun bombarding the King of Pot in the distance, Zhang Guo just felt tired. He explained a little to the adjutant next to him. Then he walked forward. Pulling the cloak of justice on his body, the whole person's aura changed suddenly. Now the situation is urgent, he needs to concentrate on quickly getting rid of the guy in front of him. Seeing Zhang Guo jump down in front of him, Barrett opened the corners of his mouth and laughed. General Zhang Guo, I haven't seen you for 2 years. Now I'll show you my current achievements. Looking at Barrett, who was emitting a frenzy in front of him, Zhang Guo couldn't help but feel a little solemn. 2 years ago, when Barrett was running wild in the sea, he and Garp led the Demon Slayer order to suppress him directly. I didn't expect that in just 2 years, this monster would come out like this. It's all because of that man. Barrett, why did you obey Hisoka's orders? At this time, Sengoku couldn't help but want to inquire about the information. It's so ugly. We are just cooperating. Hearing Barrett's answer, Sengoku's heart was relieved a lot. Sure enough, the guys in the city of Pushing Fort can't be gathered under one person so easily. It must be through a transaction that they were temporarily united. After this war, they will probably fall apart. Even so, you won't be a man who obeys others honestly. What are you thinking, Barrett? Hearing Sengoku's doubts, Barrett's smile became more and more rough. That man said he would accomplish a feat comparable to or even beyond Roger. At that time, I will shoot him down and become the strongest in the world. Boom. 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 As Barrett's voice fell, a Shura-like aura was released from Barrett. And Sengoku's domineering aura also erupted. The two auras refused to give in to each other. The atmosphere seemed to be shaking. The collision in the illusory realm of spiritual will caused some particles in the atmosphere to begin to escape. Lightning kept cracking and rising in the void. The entire battlefield was hit by the sudden domineering aura. If it was an ordinary domineering aura, few people would fall down with the general strength of the people present. However, the Admiral Sengoku and the Devil's descendant Barrett, their domineering aura is not comparable to that of ordinary people. So many people on the entire battlefield fell down who were close to Sengoku and them. And Sengoku had to fight back at this time. Only in this way would the concentration of this man's domineering aura be on his side to fight him. This will effectively reduce the impact from other directions. That Sengoku guy. Barret. The domineering confrontation between Sengoku and Barret immediately attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. The same is true for Carp. He looked back at the King of Pots, still smiling. But if you look closely, you can see a little sweat on his forehead. 360 King of Pots, it seems that you are not so relaxed. Now Sengoku has already taken action, I will also go all out to kill you. Hearing Garp's words, the King of Pots could not help but sigh. He is old. Time is unforgiving. And he has been in that hell of infinite hell for nearly 20 years. His physical strength has declined too much, and it can no longer be compared with the past. Come on. Garp boy, let me see how strong your full strength is. On the battlefield. It was General Sengoku who took action, and the monster on the opposite side, the devil's descendant Barret. Such a strong oppression, I feel my body is beginning to become weak. This kind of oppression is like a ghost. So spectacular. Is this the top monster of the sea? Many navy and pirates looked at the scene of Sengoku and Barret's domineering confrontation, and they were shocked. Bang! Like a bubble bursting. Their domineering confrontation also stopped. Is that so? What a dangerous idea. At this time, Zhangguo's eyes passed Barret and looked at Hisoka in the distance. That man actually had such a dangerous idea. What on earth did he want to do? P.S. The new book is launched, I implore everyone to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 73 Long Lost Meeting, I am here to protect you. At this time, Zhangguo was not in the mood to ask any more questions. Devil form. Obviously, Barret on the opposite side was not in the mood to answer any more. Swoosh. It was just a moment. The two collided with each other. Boom. Boom. A huge shock wave spread out to the surroundings. Large chunks of broken ice swept out from the center of the battle between the two. People who fainted due to the domineering aura near them were also blown away by the shock wave. The scene looked very spectacular. Buzz. The warship that Zhangguo had been on before was also buzzing because it was too close. Fortunately, as the warship of General Zhangguo, its quality was still strong enough and was not destroyed all at once. On the warship, Zhangguo's adjutant used both hands to block the violent impact caused by the sweeping impact. Wind, fortunately, since he was on the warship, it was a blind spot for impact, otherwise he might have been blown away. He held a special Den Mushi tightly in his hand. That was the Den Mushi that contacted the world government personnel. Not long ago. The world government personnel had contacted CP0, and 2 teams had already been dispatched there. They had abandoned their ships and rushed over from the ice. It would take some time to arrive. The next step was waiting. I hope those CP0 can change the situation. The adjutant thought silently in his heart. Day. 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 With the sound of dense footsteps, thousands of navy rushed from the direction of Impel Down. At the same time, there were the footsteps of the jailermen. Immediately, many people on the battlefield noticed them. There is support, it is support from Impel Down. Great. It's really great. With their support, our chances of winning are greatly increased. As the navy from Impel Down appeared, the navy saw hope, morale began to rise again, and they fought harder. No matter how strong the per capita combat power was on the Impel Down side. At least more than 3,000 navy dispersed a certain distance and ran over, which looked very spectacular. This scene also gave the navy a reassurance. As the navy from Impel Down surrounded them, the pirates on the battlefield were also a little panicked, especially when they saw several jailer beasts, which had some psychological shadows on them. But they were surrounded and could only fight hard. Ice block 2 thorns. A figure floated in the air. Several triangular ice forks shot straight at Hisoka on the first ship. He. What a long-awaited meeting. Aokiji Kyuzan. Hiso said with a chuckle. Several triangular ice forks also pierced through Hisoka's figure and pierced into the bow of the warship. Click. Click. Ice spread from several triangular ice forks on the ground. In an instant, most of the bow was frozen. He. This ice is really cool. It's just right to cool down my restless heart. I saw Hisoka sitting cross-legged casually in the frozen area of the bow, saying with a comfortable look on his face. Hisoka, you guy. Aokiji in midair also became determined in his heart when he saw Hisoka's expression. It was because of him that Hisoka caused the fall of Impel Down. Even if Garp comforted him, he could not let it go. All he could do now was to catch Hisoka again. He stopped in midair with a moon step and then Ice Ball. Several ice blocks like cold currents surged towards Hisoka's position. Even the monsters not far from him were covered. Bang bang bang. A violent sound rang out. I saw a figure smashing the surging cold current at a very fast speed. Young man, it's hard for me to pretend not to see your indiscriminate attack. I saw an old man with white hair but still muscular standing in front of Hisoka. His hair was scattered casually. Put it aside, with a hearty smile on his face. Bad news, Philosmon. Looking at the man who appeared in front of Hisoka, Aokiji couldn't help but become serious. He didn't know much about this pirate. But when he came, Tsuru had already told him roughly. Bad news, Philosmon, also a pirate from the Rocks period. He is older than the King of Pots. He is close to 80 years old. Looking at the muscles on his body, it is hard to imagine that he can maintain this state at such an old age in a place like Impel Down. Come on. Let me play with you. Philosmon jumped directly to the ice surface in the distance. Looking at Philosmon's invitation to fight, Aokiji did not dare to neglect it. When Aokiji and Philosmon started fighting, Hisoka, you die. After a man commanded the jailerman to go to the battlefield, he rushed directly to the warship where Hisoka was. Several iron spikes rushed straight towards Hisoka. Dang! 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 Shiryu held the knife and knocked down the iron spikes. It's Essent. I didn't expect to see him again so soon. Shiryu looked down at Essent with a cigarette in his mouth. Shiryu, you followed these criminals, did you betray? Just now, Essent's attention was on Hisoka. I didn't expect that the deputy warden of the Impel Down city would stand in front of him. He was shocked. Nothing strange, just do it if you want to. Humph. In this case, I won't show mercy. Dare to stand in front of this guy. Then be prepared to die. The two of them didn't agree on anything. They started the battle mode directly. And Hisoka looked at the ice on the bow and listened to the continuous killing sounds, and smiled. And there were only a few people left on this warship. The lone Red Redfield, World Destroyer Waldo, former 7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Moria. The others have been sent out. Waldo, don't you want to go up and try? Hearing Hisoka's sudden question, Waldo's face changed, and then he laughed. Now I'm here to protect you, otherwise it would be troublesome if some blind guys come over. Really? You're really considerate. Ha ha ha. Hearing Hisoka's words, Waldo laughed awkwardly. He was still not good at lying. But he didn't regard the people around him as companions, so he didn't want to risk his life. He had made up his mind. As long as no one came to attack him, he would stay here until the war was over. P.S. The new book is launched, I implore everyone to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 74 The Defeat of the King of Pots, Waldo's Anger. Dang! A huge and crisp sound resounded through the sky. In the battlefield between Garp and the King of Pots, Garp finally went all out. The powerful bombardment and the white pot wrapped around the King of Pots produced a huge sound that resounded through the sky. The movement here attracted the attention of many people. Crack! The pot under Garp's fist began to crack with dense cracks. At the same time, a huge shock wave tilted toward the surrounding area. The ice blocks of dozens of meters around shattered and flew up. The attack power is unimaginably strong, Garp boy. Is this what you rely on? Looking at the dense cracks, the King of Pots' face turned pale. The cracks in the pot were restored to their original state. It's just that Garp's attack just now was on the verge of the pot's breaking point. Even Whitebeard had never reached this attack strength. As long as it reaches this critical point, I'm afraid he can't keep up with the speed of recovering the cracks in the pot. It will take time for the pot to recondense after it breaks. It depends on whether Garp gives him time. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect it didn't break directly. Your defense is really strong. But my fist is harder than Whitebeard's. Well, I'll start. I saw Garp using his fist to hit the pot that had been restored to its original state. It looked ordinary. But it melted Garp's physical skills, Armament Haki 493, and Conqueror Haki to achieve the ultimate balance. Dang! The fist hit the pot. This time Garp did not leave immediately, but kept exerting force on the surface of the pot. Crack! Crack! The cracks on the pot kept extending and then repairing. The two were in a stalemate. Boom! 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 A huge shock wave rushed out to the surrounding area, even worse than before. Many people were directly blown away. The cracks under the ice surface of 100 meters around the two people began to extend deeper. Crash! There was only a crisp sound of breaking. The pot of the King of Pots was broken directly. Oops! Paula, the King of Pots, suddenly widened her eyes. She stretched out her hand and tried to gather it again. Ha ha ha! Defeat me! Garp laughed and waved his sandbag-sized fist at the King of Pots. At this time, the King of the Pot could not help but despair. He was good at physical fitness and ability. But his domineering and physical skills were not up to par. Now with his declining physical fitness and the current consumption, it would be difficult to stand up again after being hit by Garp. There were pirates and navy soldiers around here, and there were no real companions. Falling here meant the end. Boom! The huge impact spread again. The clouds in the sky broke directly. The ice surface of 100 meters around finally collapsed. The seawater rose from under the ice surface, and the broken ice also fell down. Since the first ship where Hisoka was located was within a range of 100 meters, it fell back into the sea. Day. Two figures fell on the large pieces of floating ice around. Red Earl Redfield, I didn't expect you to take action. Looking at the person in front of him, Garp couldn't help but feel a headache. It would be too troublesome to deal with this guy. King of Pots, Paula, I will take over this guy next. Hearing Redfield's words, the King of Pots, who was standing not far away, nodded. Just now, it can be said that Redfield saved him, so he naturally would not refute anything. Alas! I am old now. Times are different. The King of Pots was a little lonely, and then used the moon step to fly towards the warship not far away. Watching the King of Pots leave, Redfield turned his attention to Garp. Garp, come on. Let me experience your power. Hearing Redfield's words, Garp always felt that he had something to say. It's just that he captured Redfield when he was weak, so it's normal to be unconvinced. Ha ha ha. Redfield, I didn't expect that we could meet again. In that case, come on. Boom. A legendary pirate and a legendary navy began a formal collision. Day. 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 With the sound of footsteps coming, a group of people in special clothing ran quickly on the ice and entered the border of the battlefield. There were 12 people in total. They were mainly wearing white suits and capes, and masks of various shapes. They were the strongest intelligence agency of the world government, CP0. It seems that the situation is not optimistic. Then the first plan is to take down the culprit of this incident. One of the two leading captains said. Now there are pirates staying with him. We need to make a plan, and it is best to get the navy to cooperate. While discussing countermeasures here, Waldo, who was next to Hisoka, saw the group of guys wandering on the edge of the battlefield at a glance. The minions of the world government, the world's strongest intelligence agency CP0, it was CP0's conspiracy that made him enter the Impel Down. His crew cotters also betrayed. Seeing these guys at this time, Waldo only felt that his blood rushed to his head. Without saying a word, he rushed over using the moon step. Multiply 30 times the speed. In just a moment, Waldo flew over there. This guy looks very angry. Is there something sad in the past? Hiso narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Waldo, who was going away. On the other side, the CP0 who were discussing countermeasures began to feel something was wrong. A figure appeared in the air. 100 times multiplier gun. A bullet came towards them. Then it expanded into a huge cannonball. Boom! A hole was blown directly on the ice. Except for a CP0 who failed to dodge in time and was affected. Everyone else was fine. It's the world destroyer Waldo. It's him, that's good. Let's work together to get rid of him first. The captains of the two CP0 teams looked at each other. They started to beat Waldo up. As CP0, their intelligence ability is the most professional. But their strength is obviously not bad, and they have the strength level of veteran Navy Major Generals at the lowest. If converted into the bounty of pirates in the New World, it would exceed the bounty of 200 million baileys. Most of them are at the level of Vice Admiral and Elite Vice Admiral. One of the two teams is 8 people and the other is 4. One of them was originally a team of 6, but because of the kidnapping of the Celestial Dragons some time ago, they accepted the 2 people who survived the incident. The other team of 4 is more powerful. Their captain is the most powerful one in this support, with strength beyond the Elite Vice Admiral. With so many strong people, precise coordination, and lack of intelligence from the opponent, they don't think it will be too difficult to defeat Waldo in front of them. P.S. The new book is sailing, please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 75 Your attitude is not right, the secret of the death sickle flow. Time is passing. Siso sat on the bow and watched the war in front of him leisurely. Now the war is very tragic. The whole battlefield is in a low state. On the battlefield, Admiral Zephyr is swinging a big man with a giant hammer and smashing it on the ice. He was hit so hard that he vomited blood. Zifa was very dazzling on the battlefield before. 20 several pirates were beaten like babies. Finally, the other people in the infinite hell felt that it was too much. More than 20 pirates came forward to attack Zifa together, and they cooperated to effectively share the damage. Some of them had strange abilities. The bounty of the strongest pirate had reached more than 700 million. It was very powerful. Under the siege of so many pirates, Zephyr was the best. He was still not inferior to these guys. He was still beaten. But with their cooperation, he could no longer kill quickly. It was a stalemate. This made Zifa feel a little frustrated. He didn't have the domineering color domineering, so he didn't have the dominant suppression power. And his own armed color was not as good as before. When did it start? It was probably when his family was killed by pirates. The violent conflict between his principles and his emotions made him no longer the firm admiral of the navy. The factors affecting the armed color domineering are many. Physical fitness, strength, and will all affect armament haki. And Zifa, pain, and comfort are eroding him. He may not be able to go back to the past. Boom. 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 Zhangguo and Barrett are fighting again. The shock wave spreads again, and hurricanes and ice cubes fly up wantonly. General Zhangguo, you can't do it. Use your full strength. At this time, Barrett attacked Zhangguo frantically. And Zhangguo also fought back. Bang! In the end, Barrett was directly knocked out. But he quickly adjusted his body in midair and continued to attack Zhangguo. Zhangguo looked at Barrett with some headache. Barrett's physique and strength are very strong, combined with his powerful armament haki. It is very troublesome for him to effectively injure Barrett in a short period of time. Unless he frequently uses Conqueror haki to entangle. But Zhangguo dare not use it. The reason is very simple. Barrett's Conqueror's haki has reached the critical point. As long as he can figure out the technique of Conqueror's haki entanglement, there is a high probability that he will learn it. He couldn't help but think of the monster Ryomen Sukuna. He just took his Conqueror's haki entanglement and realized this technique. If the Barrett in front of him also learned it, the consequences would be very troublesome. Ah! What a trouble! At this time, Sengoku could only bite the bullet and fight Barrett. On the warship, Hiso looked at the miserable appearance of Waldo being beaten up in the distance. He couldn't help laughing. It was particularly interesting to see him constantly using speed to escape and then counterattack Hisoka. He. You have a bad taste. Moria looked at the perspective where Hisoka looked. Immediately found Waldo's miserable appearance. He couldn't help but mock Hisoka. In that case, why don't you go and save him? Maybe he will thank you. He. That guy doesn't look like someone who will repay a favor. Maybe he will attack me too. Moria immediately said that he was not that naive. Now the war has reached a balance point. Moria didn't want to move if he could save effort. War is so cruel. Looking at the lives that kept passing away in front of him, Hisoka lowered his head slightly and said something that surprised Moria. He. How funny. Isn't this what you started? I didn't expect you to say such a thing. Moria couldn't help but sneer. In his opinion, Hisoka should be praising the beauty of war to suit his style. It's really incomprehensible that he said war was cruel after doing such a thing. Ah! Humans are creatures with possibilities. It's a pity that they just wither away like this. It should be done one by one. Hisoka ignored Moriya's ridicule and murmured. Moriya shook his head. He didn't understand Hisoka's train of thought, nor did he want to understand. He had made up his mind to cheer up again, enter the new world, and take Kaido's head. Zero ask for flowers. This was the agreement at that time. Dang. 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 Not enough. Not enough. Not enough at all. On a battlefield. Two figures collided at high speed. The speed made it difficult for other people around to see their figures. I only felt a sound lingering in my ears. It was the battle between Yellow Monkey Borsalino and Scythe of Despair Kabai. At this time, Kabai kept shouting. How long will you use this inferior swordsmanship? Hearing Kabai mocking him while fighting with him. Yizuru seemed very innocent. His swordsmanship was like this, and it would remain the same even if Kabai shouted again. Yizuru said he had no choice. It's really scary. Can you take a break? I'm so tired. Hearing what Kizuru said, Kabajuo suddenly felt a little angry and shouted. Your attitude is very improper. It seems that I need to let you understand what real swordsmanship is. Kabajuo's words made Kizuru feel a little bad. He wanted to say that he didn't want to be a swordsman, so he really didn't need to show him. But before he could say anything, Kabajuo's aura became extremely condensed. Gather together. You guy, come and see my swordsmanship. Really no need. He just wants to rest. At this time, Kizuru began to complain in his heart. But his mind began to concentrate. He could feel that the next move was not easy to deal with. Under Kizuru's solemn gaze, Kabai waved the huge sickle with both hands. The whole body's strength and domineering power were concentrated on the blade. And the will that seemed to cut everything in the world. In just a moment, he leaped towards Kizuru. The knife light flashed. Death Sickle Flow Secret Technique Hook Cut Sickle Cut Sky Star. Boom. 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 The huge knife light spread across the sky behind Kizuru. Like ripples of water waves. It looks extremely spectacular and beautiful. P.S. The new book is launched. I sincerely ask everyone to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 76 The End of the War, Sengoku's Questioning. Swish. Swish. A huge crack appeared on Kizuru's chest. Blood began to flow. Kizuru also began to fall from the sky. Bang. Vice Admiral Kizuru. Vice Admiral Kizuru is defeated. The noise caused by Gabesho's powerful swordsmanship also attracted people on the battlefield. So they also saw the scene of Kizuru falling. So they began to exclaim. The other pirates were very excited. After all, the Scythe of Despair is one of the top monsters in the infinite hell. As long as he has a free hand to join the battlefield, then the odds will be in their favor. Did Borsalino lose? Sengoku, who was fighting with Barrett, couldn't help but become solemn. It would be a bit bad if that guy joined the battlefield. How boring. Watching Kizuru falling on the ice, Gabesho shook his head and did not join the battlefield as everyone wished. Instead, it flew back to Hisoka's side. This made the pirates very disappointed. And the navy began to rejoice. Suddenly, the expressions of several people on the battlefield changed. What is this? All navy retreat to the warship. The situation is urgent. Hurry up. I only heard Garp shouting loudly to the entire battlefield. The huge voice directly covered the sound of killing on the entire battlefield. The entire battlefield could not help but stagnate. The navy was stunned and a little confused. And Sengoku also shouted. Don't be stunned. Feel the action. The giant Sea King is coming. Hearing Sengoku's words, everyone woke up from a dream. Day. 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 Everyone dispersed and ran towards the warship. Not only the navy, but also the pirates who escaped from prison. Giant Sea King. Those who can deserve this title are at least more than 1,000 meters in length. They almost forgot. They are now fighting almost above the nest of the Sea Kings. It is unexpected that the Sea Kings can endure for so long. As the voices of Sengoku and others fell, the fastest one was Kizuru, who was lying dead on the ice. He turned into a flash of light. In the stunned eyes of everyone, he came to the warship in an instant. It was as if the exaggerated wound on his body was a decoration. But they didn't have time to say anything now. It is important to save your life now, speed is life. At this time, the personnel on the battlefield began to split up. Aokiji, who was originally with the bad news Philosmon, also quickly retreated to the Navy's warship. Looking at the ice surface that began to break violently around him, Sengoku, who had already come to the warship, changed his face. The Navy's retreat speed was not fast enough. Kyuzo. Hearing Sengoku's shout, Aokiji also understood what Sengoku wanted to say. He pressed his hand on the ice. The amazing cold air began to extend downward through the ice surface. Freeze the sea current that was about to rush up to the sky in the Navy area and the Sea Kings under it. Start to make time for the Navy to retreat. Bang! Bang! That was the Sea King hitting the ice above their heads. Crack! Crack! The Navy can still buffer. But there is no room for buffer on Hisoka's side. However, the monsters and some masters of the infinite hell and some lucky ones have also retreated to the warship where Hisoka is, but there is a problem that the giant Sea Kings can withstand the huge impact and sea current. When some people began to worry, a huge pot directly wrapped the warship where Hisoka was. It was Paula, the king of the pot next to Hisoka, who took action. Wait! I haven't gotten on yet. Open it quickly. Someone jumped onto Hisoka's warship and hit a bump directly. But he ignored such a small matter and kept knocking on the surface of the pot. Unfortunately, the king of the pot didn't pay any attention. Wow! 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 In the despair of him and many pirates behind him, the Sea Kings are out of the cage. Like a towering mountain, Super Sea Kings over 5,000 meters in length broke through the ice. Not just one, but several, and there were many Sea Kings of slightly smaller size. The hundreds of meters thick ice condensed by Aokiji was not an insurmountable obstacle for them. The battlefield here and the ice condensed above their heads made the Sea Kings feel very uncomfortable. They could no longer bear it and finally began to charge towards this side. As the Sea Kings broke through the ice, more than 10 warships on Hisoka's side were knocked into the air by the Sea Kings. Except for the warship where Hisoka was, it was not seriously damaged because of the protection of the King of Pot. The other warships were directly broken and turned over and fell into the sea. On the other side, the Navy side continued to exert force due to Aokiji. But a large piece of ice hundreds of meters long was directly pushed up by the Sea Kings. However, due to the tilted angle, many Navy ships tilted and fell directly. Haha! This scene is really spectacular. Hisoka sat on the bow and watched quietly from beginning to end. This made many pirates on the ship admire him even more. Boom! After the Sea Kings emerged, they quickly disappeared under the sea. Many of them are intelligent. They know that there are many monsters among humans here, and they don't want to provoke them. But they must be warned to stop. This is their nest, not their fighting field. As the huge sea currents around began to surge, the ice surface in the direction of the sea current in the distance also began to break apart. This is the passage of the huge sea current. If you want to freeze this place, you need to fight against the impact of the sea current. Now with the efforts of the Sea Kings, the sea current began to revive. Aokiji's freezing in the direction of the sea current can no longer last long. With the end of the turmoil, many people who survived the disaster began to feel fortunate. There were many casualties in the previous wave of turbulence, especially those who simply fell on the battlefield due to exhaustion. At this time, only one warship on Hisoka's side was intact. As for the others, they all rolled out and no one knew where they were. Anyway, Hisoka didn't pay attention to them anymore. He looked at the big ice floating on the sea opposite. The Navy's warships were frozen on it. But this time they also suffered a lot of losses. Let's end the war like this. Hearing Hisoka's words, many pirates on the warship laughed. If it can end, most people don't want to continue fighting. The pot vessel of the King of Pots covering the warship also dissipated. The warship began to move in the direction of the sea current. The Navy was silent, and Sengoku also knew that this war could no longer continue because the losses were too heavy. Looking at the warship sailing here, looking at Hisoka on it, Sengoku asked loudly, "Hisoka, what is the purpose of planning this war? What is your intention?" His question also touched everyone's heart. They have paid so much here, fighting for their lives just because of the man in front of them. They should give an explanation. The warship slowly passed by, 3.4 away from the ice. Just when Zhangguo thought that the other party would not answer. He. The laughter attracted everyone's attention. I saw Hisoka covering his face and standing up, then put his hands down, revealing a perverted smile and crescent-like eyes. Because it's interesting. I want to see how everyone is killing each other, don't you think it's interesting? Boom. Zhang Guo only felt that his mind was blank. The anger rushed straight to his head uncontrollably. So absurd. So unbelievable. The same is true for Garp next to him. He looked at Hisoka gloomily. People can't help but worry that he will suddenly rush up. Everyone was in an uproar. Facing everyone's unbelievable look, Hisoka smiled slightly and said nothing more. Under the angry glare of the navy, the warship gradually sailed away towards the distance. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 77 The Most Evil Pirate in History, Kong's Decision. One day later, a newspaper began to spread to all parts of the world with the news bird. It printed a headline that shocked people. The top war that changed the world pattern, all the criminals in the world's largest prison Impel versus the Navy headquarters. One person's delusion, the most evil pirate in history was born. Hisoka's fate. As the newspaper spread, people all over the world were also puzzled by this top war without signs. At the same time, Hisoka began to be engraved in everyone's heart. Because of his last words. As the most critical figure in the whole event, he planned the largest riot in the history of the fallen Impel City, almost releasing all the criminals in Impel City, and then confronted most of the Navy headquarters. The reason for this madness was just fun. This twisted feeling almost overturned people's three views. The final result of this war was that the Navy headquarters was severely damaged and the city was pushed forward. All the top monsters escaped from prison. At the same time, the number of other criminals who successfully escaped from prison was too numerous to count due to the chaos at the end. Due to various facts, the pattern of the whole world is changing. And people are beginning to tremble with fear for the possible changes in the future. Red Earth Continent, Holy Land Mary Gosa. In a spacious and bright hall, the 5 people with the greatest power in the world in the eyes of the world began to gather. They are the 5 elders, the highest powers of the world government. The world today is beginning to lose balance. The worst pirate in history, Hisoka. Humph. One of the 5 elders with a mustache snorted coldly. As the news spreads, the pirates of the whole world are probably ready to move. The great pirate era created by Pirate King Roger will get further out of control. A 5 elder wearing a flat hat and curly hair said solemnly. That's right. With the decline of the power of the Navy headquarters and the escape of the pirates led by Hisoka from Impel Down, there are more and more fools around the world who want to become pirates. The Navy's current power is obviously not enough to deal with this situation. A bearded 5 elders also took over the conversation. Although the Navy's top combat power has not suffered much loss, the sea is too big and there are only a few top combat forces. Middle-level combat forces are often stationed in various parts of the sea. And now the middle-level combat forces and elites under the Navy are obviously seriously lacking after this war. And those pirates who escaped from prison also need to be guarded, so the current strength of the Navy is very tight. A blonde 5 elders also spoke. The whole world is beginning to become chaotic. The weakening of the Navy's power and the loss of Impel Down, coupled with the defeat of this war, it can be said that the authority of the current world government has also been weakened. And he paused and continued. And if that extremely evil man Hisoka is allowed to continue wandering around, who knows what he will do? After hearing the words of the blonde 5 elders, a bald 5 elders holding a samurai sword also nodded. Apple Hunter Hisoka, I heard that his ideas are very dangerous. According to the report of Sengoku, he wants to do something comparable to or even beyond the deeds of Pirate King Roger. Such a lawless person, and as the culprit of this incident, needs to be arrested as soon as possible, and then publicly executed to restore the dignity of the world government. Curb those people who are ready to move. The bald 5 elders also made others agree, and the blonde 5 elders also made a supplement. Well, this needs to be considered in the long run. Now I don't know whether Hisoka and those escaped monsters are falling apart. When the right time is confirmed, the Navy must arrest him in one fell swoop. With the finalization of Hisoka, the 5 elders discussed the remedial measures that need to be taken for the world situation. Finally, the 5 elders with mustaches said. Marshal Kong has come to the Holy Land. He wants to discuss with us how to strengthen the Navy. Then let's call him in. He needs to be punished for his dereliction of duty. The celestial dragons were robbed, the sky gold was robbed, the Push City was lost, and the war was lost. So many big problems have occurred in a short period of time. Too much dereliction of duty. The 5 elders with mustaches said, and the other 5 elders nodded. For them, no matter whether these events were led by Kong or not, as long as they happened during his tenure, it was his fault. This is not only an excuse to punish the Navy, but also what they think. If the Navy's deterrence is enough, then no one will do so many rebellious acts. On the other side, Kong stayed quietly in the reception room of the Holy Land. He came here now for the current problems of the Navy. Yesterday's war was too tragic, and 30,000 elite soldiers from the Navy headquarters were sent out. Less than 10,000 of them were able to come back alive. Many of them were disabled. You should know that many of these are the backbones of the future. They are all outstanding talents selected from various branches in the world to come to the Navy headquarters, and some of them graduated directly from the Naval Academy. These are the foundation for the Navy headquarters to rule the first half of the Grand Line. As long as they continue to grow, many will be sent to the 4 seas and various branch bases of the Grand Line to serve as middle and senior management. If this situation is left unchecked, the Navy may have some faults. And only 1 in 10 of the Navy stationed in Impel Down remains. The prison guards also suffered many casualties in the turmoil of the criminals escaping from prison. All of these need to be replenished. But it is not so easy to replenish. If it were so easy, the personnel of the military headquarters would not be so scarce. In addition to resources, it is also the result of time accumulation. Even if there are resources and time, there must be people. What kind of people? People who yearn for justice and are willing to join the Navy. The Navy is to fight pirates for a long time, and not everyone has this determination. In addition, certain qualifications are required to enter the Navy headquarters. To grow faster than everyone else in the same amount of time, one must have meritorious service and even hidden conditions such as backstage connections. The salary of the Navy is not very high, at least at the bottom. Under the constraints of various conditions. Really there are not that many people who can come to the Navy headquarters. Nowadays, Kong needs to find a way to restore the vitality of the Navy. And it is obviously impossible to do it in the traditional way, so we can only use unconventional methods. Only by restoring vitality as quickly as possible can we guard the increasingly chaotic era and restore the prestige of the Navy. Otherwise, if the failure continues, it will form a vicious cycle, and people's desire to join the Navy will become lower and lower. Marshal Kong. The 5 elders invite you. A receptionist pushed open the door of the reception room and walked in. Yes. Kong nodded and took a deep breath, hoping that everything will go smoothly next. P.S. The new book is launched. I implore everyone to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 78 Quinn's New Rap, That Man Said. The first half of the Grand Line, the Sabayati Archipelago, Syaki Drum Bar Bar. This time, this Hisoka is really beyond my expectation. At this time, Rayleigh looked at the newspaper in his hand solemnly. In the newspaper, the World Economic News Agency gave Hisoka the nicknames of the worst pirate in history and the world's worst pirate. Yet, I didn't expect him to escape from prison, and he released almost all the criminals in the entire Impel Down. If it weren't for the battle with the Navy, the whole sea would be in chaos now. Xiaoqi also nodded. Rayleigh put the newspaper down and shook his head. The current situation is not much better. Not to mention the pirates in the New World, at least the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are ready to move. And after this battle, I'm afraid more people will go out to sea as pirates. It seems that the great pirate era created by Roger will be further intensified. Xiaoqi took a puff of cigarette and spit it out. Well, by then, there will be more and more pirates, and the Navy may find it difficult to deal with them. And Hisoka is still outside. Hisoka. Hearing Xiaoqi's words, Rayleigh picked up the wine glass and drank a glass. Red Redfield, the lonely, Devil's Heir Barrett, Scythe of Despair, King Paula of the Pot. He has released so many monsters, and there are also many old guys. Tisk tisk. It's hard to say how the next era will develop. Maybe they will go to the New World, and then the New World will be lively. Xiaoqi shook her collar and said seriously. If that's the case, the Navy will probably be relieved, ha ha ha. Rayleigh laughed loudly. Grand Line, New World. New World Wano Country and Nagashima. Oh. Is the result of the war out? That guy named Hisoka is really interesting. The laughter that seemed to shake the sky spread throughout Nagashima. Kaido couldn't help laughing as he looked at the newspaper. It's a pity that there is no time. Why is there no sign at all? This is the world's top war. I actually missed it. Woohoo! At this time, Kaido drank from a big bowl, and then suddenly burst into tears. Hey! The mood changes so quickly. You are worthy of being the big brother. Watching Kaido laughing 1 second and crying the next. Quinn's eyes bulged out to express surprise. Then he began to flexibly rotate his fat body, picked up a small speaker from the side and started playing music. Now I am starting my new rap, little ones follow me. Yes, Lord Quinn. At this time, Quinn was dancing and singing. That man, with malice towards the world, showed the world what is the worst with an extremely evil attitude. He said. When Quinn sang to this point, there were 3 pirates who also sang in cooperation. What is he saying? He said, this is pleasure, this is fun. Ha! That man, is so cool. Watching Quinn twisting his body crazily and singing his new rap, Jin felt his mouth twitch. While Quinn continued to sing. The other pirates who wanted to dance with him suddenly became quiet. Only Quinn was still singing with his speakers, looking very happy. Who is that man? Who is that man? He is the worst pirate in history. Hisoka is also a. With a huge scream, Quinn flew directly into the sky with his speakers. Boom! The ceiling was directly pierced, and no one knew where it flew to. Only the remnant of a scream was left. The other pirates immediately trembled and looked at the huge figure behind Quinn's original position, that was Kaido, the beast. It's so noisy. Go sing in the sky. Kaido threw the mace he had held in his hand to the ground. Then he lay down on the ground. He began to sleep soundly. The others felt relieved, especially those who had just sung for Quinn. Fortunately, Kaido's mace didn't hit them, otherwise they were not sure if they could withstand it. And Jin, who had been silent, looked at Kaido who was sleeping soundly and then looked at the hole on his head. He couldn't help but sigh. But he didn't have time to care about these things now, so he picked up another newspaper. The above is the latest developments of Ryomen Sukuna. According to the route distance, he is almost at the territory of Big Mom, one of the overlords of the New World. If he continues to move towards Big Mom's Cake Island, he will arrive in a few days without weather interference. I don't know what kind of waves will arise by then. New World, Wanguo Cake Island. In a pink castle. Mama. Hisoka, the man who dared to rob Tien Shangjin, really gave me a big surprise. The huge Big Mom ate the dancing cake while reading the newspaper in her hand. Then she continued after enjoying it. Now the power of the navy has been greatly reduced, and the control over the first half of the Grand Line will definitely decline. By then, there will be more and more pirates. They can't take care of themselves. Mama. That's great. Hearing Big Mom talking there, Perospero also echoed with a little sweat. Mom is right. Big Mom ignored Perospero's agreement, and instead focused her eyes on the silent Katakuri. Katakuri, do you have anything to say? Hearing Big Mom's question, Katakuri raised his head. Mom, the pirates who escaped from the prison in Impel Down are too dangerous. They may threaten Mom's rule. Katakuri's straightforward words immediately made Perospero's forehead sweat. Mama. Katakuri, my child, do you think I'm afraid of them? Looking at Mom's tiger eyes looking down at him with great oppression. Katakuri shook his head. Mom is not afraid of Whitebeard, so how can she be afraid of those losers who escaped from the prison? I just said that we need to prevent their threats. Hearing Katakuri's reply, Big Mom smiled with satisfaction. Mama. You're right, Katakuri, do you have any opinions? I suggest that we strengthen the patrol of the territory first to prevent those big pirates from suddenly appearing and catching us off guard. Katakuri said calmly. Just do as you say, my. Yes, Mom. Katakuri turned around and started to go out to make arrangements. The reason he did this was because a man was about to arrive in Mom's territory. Katakuri needed to confirm the specific date of the man's arrival as soon as possible. At the same time, he could use this as an excuse to arrange some weak brothers and sisters out reasonably. P.S. The new book is about to sale, and I implore everyone to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 79 The Pursuit of the Sickle of Despair, I'm Not a Demon. The next day. The Windless Belt, Amazon Lily. In a palace. Mare was sitting quietly on a recliner. At this time, he looked at Hisoka's panel. Now the huge event Hisoka has done has finally produced some results after fermentation. I saw an exaggerated amount of reputation value on Hisoka's panel, more than 2.63 million reputation value. This is the largest profit produced by an event so far. After all, the fall of Impel Down and the war with the Navy have had a huge impact, and people's emotions fluctuate greatly. Yesterday, the clone mall was refreshed. So you can spend 1 million to condense a clone. As for the rest, it is naturally to improve Hisoka's strength. He needs to improve his strength now. Otherwise, the world government will not be polite if they get a chance. Now he is too famous, and many people are looking for trouble with him. After the war, Hisoka's team has parted ways. If you want to reunite, it depends on whether Hisoka himself has this intention in the future. However, there is still one person who has not left, that is the Scythe of Despair, Kabesho. He is holding a sickle and chasing Hisoka. 690. That guy's observation haki is very superb, it has reached S level, and his speed is fast. Hisoka's various confusing methods are not foolproof for him. Now Kabesho is chasing Hisoka with a sickle, although Hisoka also enjoys this feeling. Mare looked at a skill on Hisoka's panel, Observation Haki. Hisoka has now mastered Observation Haki, and this skill is still C level. Mare directly spent 110,000 reputation points to raise it to A. Then he spent another 100,000 to raise his physical skills to A level. It's just that the attributes have not changed. But it doesn't matter. He spent 1 million to upgrade Hisoka's ability of Flexible Love to S level. This time, the mental attribute finally moved from A and to S. He spent another 150,000 to upgrade other attributes from A to A+. A total of 1.36 million reputation points were spent, and there were more than 1.27 million reputation points left. At this time, Hisoka's panel was also brand new. Clone, Hisoka. Strength, A+. Constitution, A+. Agility, A+. Spirit, S. Abilities, Flexible Love, S class, Magician, A class, Breath Concealment, A, Stalker, A. Skills, Observation Haki, A, Armament Haki, A, Taijutsu, A. Reputation, 1273452. Note, D. Current World Ordinary Person Attributes. Looking at his attributes, Mel nodded. With his current attributes, at least he doesn't have to worry about him being hunted down by the Scythe of Despair. Even if he wants to kill directly, it is likely to be done. Mare ignored it. Then he looked at the two panels of Sukuna. The two so far, Ryomen Sukuna has taken away the stocks of two kingdoms on the way. One of them is a member country, and the other is a non-member country. But no matter what, his behavior has indeed helped him to raise his reputation. Add to that the reputation that Akainu had gained before. Currently, his reputation value has just exceeded 1 million. Mare directly used this reputation value on Curse Evil Food. Directly raised it to S level. With the improvement of this ability, Ryomen Sukuna's spiritual attribute also went from S to S+. It seems that the threshold for using this ability is very high, but it is also true. After all, it absorbs infinite negative energy. If the spiritual attribute is not high, it is difficult to resist the negative impact. After fixing Ryomen Sukuna's panel, he walked outside and gave instructions to everyone. Then he walked directly to some island near Daughter Island. Yes, he walked directly. A telekinetic force generated by the Flexible Love spread from the feet of Mel, like ripples, sticking to the sea surface and some parts of the sea. In this way, Mel walked on the sea surface as if he was walking on land. And the speed was very fast, as if there was some elastic force pulling his steps, often taking a step to go hundreds of meters. This is exactly the application of Hisoka's Flexible Love to a very high level. After a while, Mel came to the island full of beasts. Roar! Roar! Looking at the island still full of vitality, Mel couldn't help but smile. However, the beast passing by happened to see Mel's smile and shuddered, then ran away with its tail between its legs. Really, it's okay to see me coming and not welcome me, but you run so fast. I'm not a demon. Mel couldn't help but touch his face and sighed. Then he found a place and opened the Clone Mall. The Clone Mall showed the new abilities. Emperor Engine, 30,000. Intuition, 5,000. Armament Haki, 3,000. Luck, 10,000. Purgatory Warriors Explosion Heat Wave Cannon, 20,000. Hero Haki, 10,000. Tisk tisk. When he saw these abilities, Mel knew which guy to use. It was him. These abilities cost a lot of points, and he still has 87,000 points. So far, Hisoka has not obtained any more devil fruits except for Tenjokin. And Ryomen Sukuna got a devil fruit from a kingdom. So he has these points in total. He didn't keep any devil fruits. This is true for both good and bad. Because it's not necessary. To put it bluntly, the function of these devil fruits is to increase combat power. But devil fruits are not necessary to increase combat power. As his power increases and he analyzes the essence of power. Just like the healing orb he made before. This is actually the prototype of equipment to improve combat power. Even as time goes by, he may be able to directly grant others abilities in the future. So you don't need a devil fruit to help others improve their combat power. Mel walked to a position and immediately began to create this clone. His points will be directly hit by the bottom after this wave. I hope these abilities will not disappoint him. Well, the same is true for the clone. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 80 King is born, Mel's secret skills soon. Image construction, character loading, ability loading as the process is completed quickly. Mel returned to his original position again and a man who looked very strong appeared in front of him. He had golden hair, 3 scars from top to bottom on his left eye, and his eyes were full of oppression. The aura was very strong, and just standing there made people feel a little scared. He was the newly created avatar King of Mel. At this time, King crossed his arms and looked invincible. Until he looked at Mel, his originally invincible face suddenly fell. Boss! Why did you give me such an ability? I feel insecure now. At this time, King was suddenly defeated when facing Mel. Each avatar will have a different name for Mel according to its own personality. When creating them, some common sense is also added. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with a blank sheet of paper. At this time, King's personality determined that he had no objection to workers, and he felt that he was facing Mel just like a boss. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Don't worry. Welcome to this world, King. Hearing King complaining, Mel smiled at him. Don't worry about your life. I specially gave you intuition and luck. I guarantee you can react. King was speechless after hearing what Moore said. Hey, hey, hey. I'm the one who's suffering, and the boss is too irresponsible. King's complaint at this time was here is a reason. The passive ability of the Emperor engine can give people a sense of awe like an emperor, which makes people feel that he is very powerful. Of course, this is not the essence of this ability. Its real function is to force all the power to shrink to a point. It is like a reservoir. The daily King's physical strength and agility are only the same as ordinary people. The rest of the power will be accumulated in the reservoir. When it explodes, his power and even other corresponding abilities will show a leap-forward burst increase, and its burst limit depends on the level of the Emperor engine. It's like King's current Emperor engine is A. If the power reservoir is full, then when King explodes. According to Moore's estimation, it will reach the level of S and in all attributes. It is so terrifying, after all, its constraints are quite large. In addition to the basic attributes, his abilities will also grow by leaps and bounds, but whether his abilities can be increased depends on the compatibility with the Emperor engine. For example, the power of domineering Haki is currently at the B level of King, but it can burst to the S level during the Emperor engine period. The armament color is C level, but it can reach S level after the explosion, but luck and intuition cannot be added. And the Purgatory Warrior's explosion heat wave cannon itself is A level, and this ability is quite special and powerful, so it can only add a little power. But even so, this ability is already very powerful. But the disadvantage of this ability is that it is easy to be attacked by sneak attacks. The above power is limited to the situation where King explodes, and the condition for the explosion is danger. When this danger makes King feel threatened, his heart will beat quickly and begin to burst out unimaginable power. In other words, if King does not react, it is possible to be killed instantly. So the ability of intuition is very important. With intuition, even if King does not know what happened, the instinctive warning is enough for him to start the Emperor engine. There is also the ability of luck. With it, King can reduce the probability of danger or embarrassing situations that he cannot cope with. In addition to the above constraints, time is also a constraint. The Emperor engine needs to store power, just like a reservoir needs water to work. If it explodes when it is half filled, the effect will be based on the amount of water in the reservoir. A few days later, On an island full of beasts in the calm belt, a deafening sound rang out. A black-haired boy and a blonde man were fighting. To be precise, the blonde man was being beaten. They were Mel and King. Boom! Mel's right hand hit King's stomach, and King quickly stretched out his hand to block. However, Mel changed his action when he was about to defend. He grabbed King's face. The interval was very short. King did not react in time. It looked as if King deliberately put down his hand and did not defend. Mel grabbed King's face and pressed it directly to the ground. Boom! A hole was smashed directly into the ground, and King was dizzy. However, it was not over yet. Mower did not let go, but started to run quickly, as if plowing a field. Boom! 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 The deafening sound continued. The wind was howling and the earth was shaking. Mower plowed hundreds of meters with King, plowing a passage that was 1 meter wide and hundreds of meters long. This scene made some beasts watching the battle tremble. Until hundreds of meters later, he felt that the person in his hand was struggling violently. Mower smiled slightly. The hand holding King's face was raised, and then thrown half a meter higher. At this time, King could finally see the boss's full appearance in mid-air, but he felt something was wrong when he saw the boss's posture. Mower smiled like a devil and said the secret technique that was famous in the world. Secret technique, give me back my beautiful fist. The blow was like a storm and went straight to King's face. A wailing sounded through the sky. The forest was full of birds. P.S. The new book is launched. Please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 81 King riding a turtle, you have to be self-reliant. After a while, Mower sat on a boulder with his hand on his chin thinking about life, while King was lying on the ground not far away. Suddenly, King jumped up with a somersault. You can see that his face was bruised and swollen, and he was covering his face at this time. Feeling the burning pain on his face, he knew that his face was disfigured. What do you mean by give me back my beautiful fist? It's just a devil's fist. He looked at Mower with great dissatisfaction and said aggrievedly. Boss! Are you kidding me? Don't hit me in the face. Seeing King's aggrieved look, Mower smiled gently. Sorry. King, I didn't stop when I was in the mood just now. I will definitely not hit you in the face next time. Probably. Seeing that Mel seemed to be apologizing, King didn't appreciate it at all. Humph. There won't be a next time. I will never fight with you in the future. Even if you suppress your strength, I can't take advantage at all. There is no sense of accomplishment at all. Young people still need more training. King felt uncomfortable all over when he saw Mel's bright smile. Hey, hey, hey. From the looks of it, you are the young one. And you are definitely happy that you didn't get beaten. When can I go out to see? I don't want to see you anymore. Hearing King's inquiry, Mel made a decision immediately. In that case, let's set off in the afternoon. Mel's answer made King feel relieved at once. Can we finally leave? It feels so dangerous to stay here every day. I want to eat something good after I go out. Just when King began to imagine a better future. Bang! 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 A turtle with a shell 4 meters long came over with heavy steps. And Mel walked to its side and introduced it to King. Come on. This is your mount. It will take you to a new life. King couldn't help but dislike the huge grey-green turtle in front of him. Hey! Turtle! Even if it's so big, it's still a turtle. Can you change it? It's too ugly. I want one that can fly. Don't say that, or the little turtle will be sad. Look at its eyes. King looked at the turtle's eyes after hearing what Mel said. It was looking at him pitifully, and its blue eyes looked a little wavy, as if it was about to cry. Okay. King felt a little sorry for it, but he reluctantly agreed. Then it's settled. Let's go out to sea in the afternoon. No need to wait for me. Take the pointer and go on an adventure. King. King stopped Mel immediately when he saw him leaving. Wait. Just leave like that? What else? Mel asked back. King took a deep breath at Mel's reaction. I have nothing but a permanent pointer, and I don't even have food. Do you have the nerve to do that? And didn't you say that this area is a doldrum? I just rode a turtle over there. Isn't this delivering food to the sea kings? King's face became more and more angry as he spoke. Mare said leisurely. King. You must learn to be self-reliant. As for safety issues, don't worry. Little Wu is not an ordinary turtle. It has the blood of the Sea Kings. The Sea Kings won't make it too difficult for it. Moreover, it is quite strong and can help you get rid of some weaklings. The most important thing is that you are a man blessed by luck and you won't die easily. Mare said the last sentence and then patted King on the shoulder and left without looking back. Leaving King, who was speechless. He looked at the big turtle next to him and looked at it in surprise. On the other side, Mare was calculating as he walked. Clone, King. Strength, C. Constitution, A. Agility, C. Spirit, A+. Abilities, Emperor Engine, A level, Inferno Explosion Unparalleled Wave Cannon, A level, Luck, B level, Intuition, C level. Skills, Overlord Haki, B level, Armament Haki, C level, Physical Skills, D level. Reputation, 0. Note, D is the current world's ordinary person attribute. King's initial attributes are not bad, and his spirit has reached A+, which is mainly brought by the Emperor Engine. Constitution is also as high as A. This is the lower limit brought by Inferno Explosion Unparalleled Wave Cannon. It is better to say physical fitness than physical fitness. Constitution includes several indicators such as physical fitness, defense, and recovery. Different people may have the same physical fitness level, but the proportion of each indicator is different. However, in general, physical fitness is indeed very important. If you want to activate abilities or fight, you need a lot of physical fitness. And there is a connection between several indicators, and in general, the difference is not too big. King's physical fitness is very good now. He has not taken action in the past few days. It was not until today that King exploded under the test of Mel's attack. It was only a few days of accumulation. His basic attributes directly soared to A and under the Emperor Engine and reached a relatively high position in the A and range. The Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki also reached the A level. With intuition and luck, this strength is already strong enough. This is not combined with the Purgatory Explosion Heat Unparalleled Wave Cannon. Purgatory Explosion Heat Unparalleled Wave Cannon can be said to be a one-hit kill ability. 5.5 consumption is large, the power is high, one-hit success, and the momentum is huge. With King's A and physical fitness after being blessed at that time, if he really used it, this island would probably have a huge passage. So Mel did not let King use it here at all. For now. With King's current physique, it takes 2 days to accumulate A and attributes, 10 days to accumulate S attributes, and 20 days to accumulate S and attributes. I hope his next journey will be smooth, Moer thought leisurely and walked towards Daughter Island. Ripples gradually rose, and the wind and clouds surged. P.S. The new book is launched. I beg everyone to collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 82 The Navy's World Recruitment, the man arrived. 2 days later. A piece of news suddenly spread to the world through the World Economic News Agency. Big shock. The Navy will launch a worldwide conscription. The newspaper showed that through the joint deliberation of the world government and the Navy will launch a world-scale conscription. No matter who you are, as long as you have no major bad deeds in the past, you can participate in this conscription. Through comprehensive performance with strength as the core, you will obtain the position of the highest Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. As this news began to spread, the whole world began to shake. People began to discuss. Ordinary people must be more excited about the Navy's world conscription. The increase in the strength of the Navy can give them hope in an increasingly chaotic world. It was a deterrent to the pirates. The pirates who had been in turmoil due to various major events also began to calm down. They were prepared to wait and see the results of the Navy's conscription before taking action. The attitudes of the member states around the world were more complicated. On the one hand, the strength of the Navy can indeed be restored and strengthened through the world conscription, and the security index of each of the 31 allies can be improved. But on the other hand, this model of conscription is destined to make the new Navy uneven. It is not uneven in strength, but in character. There is no doubt that there will be many people who value power in the Navy who can join this conscription. They are attracted by this kind of power that can be achieved in one step. Obviously, unlike the previous training of the Navy, it is hard to say how strong the sense of justice of such a person is. The first half of the Grand Line is the area where the Navy headquarters projects the most power. It is different from the free-range model of the 4 seas. Because it is directly controlled by the Navy headquarters, corruption, sheltering and other behaviors are greatly reduced compared to the 4 Cs. However, once this model is adopted for conscription, it is hard to say what will happen in the future. This impact will not be limited to the first half of the Grand Line, but will radiate to other Cs through chain reactions. So the attitudes of the Allied countries in the whole world are somewhat complicated. Finally, there is the attitude of the Navy itself. Directly adopting this model will also have complex changes for the Navy inside the Navy, especially some lower-level Navy. They fight pirates to get merit and upgrade their positions. However, now others just run to show off and run over their heads. This contrast will produce violent conflicts, and in serious cases, they will even begin to question the justice of the Navy. Justice is the foundation of the Navy. If justice is questioned, the foundation will also be shaken. In addition, it will also have an impact on the merit system that has been established for a long time. The desire of the Navy to make achievements may be suppressed, and it is easy to infiltrate spies. It is precisely because of such strong side effects. The Navy will not use such methods in the past. Traditions will continue because of various constraints. This time, Kong also understood these side effects. But now the Navy has to take drastic measures. If it does not change, it will die slowly. However, measures have been taken to ease the contradiction. First, channels are opened within the Navy. Second, strict standards are set. Third, the highest position can be obtained. Fourth, the scale and time of the large-scale conscription are set. During the conscription period, if there are people who are self-aware of their outstanding talents in each naval branch or the Navy headquarters, they can also take this assessment. And compared with the external assessors of the world conscription, the Navy will make a certain inclination based on their original meritorious qualifications. To put it bluntly, the assessment standards for internal personnel are relatively loose. This world conscription will have stricter assessment standards. That is to say, those who come to participate in the large-scale conscription need to have strength far exceeding the average level of the position in the Navy to obtain this position. This means that people who originally had the strength of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters came to participate in this large-scale conscription. It is highly likely that they will obtain the position of rear admiral instead of directly obtaining the position of vice admiral. This method of obtaining positions by converting strength can at least alleviate the doubts of the Navy. As long as they can take office, they are very strong under the same position. In this world that values strength, some conflicts can be eased. In addition, the highest position to be obtained is vice admiral. This is mainly because there is not much lack of top combat power this time. And the 3 monster vice admirals Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji have been appointed as admirals. Just wait for them to continue to grow. Although they are still vice admirals now, they are already supported by various factions within the Navy. If someone suddenly appears and runs directly above them to become an admiral, then it will also cause a lot of conflicts. In addition, this restriction can be regarded as giving other navies some thoughts. Even if it is conscription, at least the position of the strongest combat power, the admiral, is not directly given, which is regarded as leaving the last face. Therefore, Kong took this compromise method. If it is possible to recruit some monsters or even admiral-level combat power with the position of vice admiral, then it is more cost-effective. This large conscription period will last for up to 3 months, and those who apply after 3 months will not be approved. Kong only planned to recover blood at 923 and end this mode. Then use time to eliminate hidden dangers. Across the world, as the news of the Navy's large-scale recruitment spread to all parts of the world through the World Economic News Agency, many people around the world began to move. And some outstanding Navy officers in the Navy were also sharpening their knives. The entire Navy began to boil. At the same time, some underground forces, some pirate groups and even some kingdoms began to plan to participate. The first 2 planned to plant spies. And the kingdom wanted to have a high-ranking navy in the Navy who could obey the kingdom. This navy could command more naval forces to be stationed around the kingdom. The safety factor of the kingdom can be greatly guaranteed. At worst, if the navy near the kingdom is not good, there are also people to contain it. It is not so easy to be slaughtered. When the whole world is turbulent. In the New World, the territory of Big Mom, one of the pirate overlords. A certain man has broken through many obstacles. Started to step into Cake Island. P.S. The new book is launched. Please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 83 Owen fell, with a ghost-like domineering aura. Grand Line, New World, Cake Island. The base camp of Big Mom, one of the overlords of this new world. At this time, it was in chaos. The personnel of the entire island began to mobilize. Those who should take refuge, and those who should send troops. Because that man is here. Ryomen Sukuna, who has conquered the kingdom, kidnapped the celestial dragons, fought with Admiral Sengoku, and left calmly in front of Admiral Sengoku and the Navy hero. The bounty has reached 2.93 billion Baileys. At this time, this terrifying man has already stepped into Cake Island. There is no doubt that he came to fight with Big Mom, the ruler of this island. Even though he is alone, no one dares to underestimate him. Because Cake Island itself is under the military rule of one person. That was Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the Big Mom pirates, Totland, and the queen of all nations. Day. At this time, a figure was walking casually on the Cake Island. It was Ryomen Sukuna. He completely ignored the chaos on the island. Instead, he looked at everything around him with interest. There were many cakes and cream desserts around. This special island was also quite interesting to Ryomen Sukuna. While walking, he even grabbed a piece of cake and tasted it. The taste was smooth and sweet, and the taste was unexpectedly good. Ryomen Sukuna walked along the way, and when he saw more interesting desserts, he grabbed some to taste. Day. While Ryomen Sukuna was walking leisurely, the pirates under Big Mom and the homies soldiers on this Cake Island began to rush in large numbers. But they didn't dare to go forward when they were close to Ryomen Sukuna. They didn't dare to go directly. Instead, they were waiting for reinforcements. Anyway, Ryomen Sukuna was a famous pirate. Its deterrent power was very high, and they didn't dare to act on their own. For Ryomen Sukuna, the guys here were still a little distance away from him, and they kept coming. He didn't pay much attention to them, and still walked towards the core of the island, looking leisurely as if he was here for a trip. However, no one dared to be careless. Before Ryomen Sukuna came to Cake Island, he directly sank several patrol ships. This was a very cruel pirate. He was not as harmless as he looked now. That's it. In this atmosphere, as the number of people increased, a more important figure finally came. It's Lord Owen. A man with a burly figure and well-developed muscles and orange hair combed into 3 sections appeared. He is the 4th son of the Charlotte family and the Minister of Roasting of Wonguo, Charlotte Owen. At this time, he looked at Ryomen Sukuna, who seemed to be on vacation not far away. He said very dissatisfiedly. "All of you come. What are you doing here? Don't you see that the enemy has appeared?" Hearing Owen's words, the pirates began to hesitate. But those homies soldiers did not hesitate. After receiving Owen's order, they began to rush towards Ryomen Sukuna on a large scale. Seeing the homies soldiers rushing, the pirates looked at Owen's dissatisfied eyes and could only rush up. If they did not perform well, Owen would report to the ant. If their lifespans were extracted, it would be miserable. As all the personnel rushed up. As the target of public criticism, Ryomen Sukuna looked indifferent, as if the guys rushing around were just clouds. But his eyes seemed to be serious. All the people who rushed within 3 meters of him would fall down directly. Before he fell, he felt extremely scared. That kind of trembling and frightening feeling. It was the domineering aura. Ryomen Sukuna was walking slowly at this time. Owen looked at Ryomen Sukuna, who was walking slowly towards him. It felt like his feet were rooted. He wanted to walk, he could not move, and his will struggled in his mind. Until Ryomen Sukuna passed by his side. He finally couldn't hold on and fainted on the ground. The domineering color, domineering spirit, unwilling to be inferior to others, impose one's own will on all beings, tolerate the unfavorable situation, and so on. The core is to spread out the firm and grand will to oppress the enemy's spiritual will. Ryomen Sukuna's domineering color, domineering, is stronger than before. This is affected by a certain spiritual attribute. Spiritual attribute, like physical constitution, also has several indicators. The amount of mental power, firmness of will, and grand spirit, etc. Among them, firmness of will and grand spirit affect the level of domineering color, domineering, and the amount of mental power supports the consumption of domineering color, domineering, to a certain extent. Now Ryomen Sukuna's spiritual attribute has reached S+. This spiritual improvement is obtained by the evil curse. Its improvement weight is just above these 2 aspects. Without a firm will, one cannot maintain oneself. Without a great spirit, one cannot take in more negative energy. How is it possible? Lord Owen just fell down like this. As Owen fell down, the other remaining pirates were also pale. They also lived in the New World. Of course they knew that it was the domineering aura of Ryomen Sukuna. But even the domineering aura of Big Mom only made Owen lose his will to resist instead of fainting directly. Is this man's spirit greater than that of the Queen? They looked at the man in horror, and then retreated directly to prepare to send out the information. But boom! The powerful aura spread to the surroundings. Everything around was shaking, and the ground was slightly cracked. The homies soldiers who kept rushing towards Ryomen Sukuna and the surrounding pirates all fell down. In just an instant, the more than 3,000 troops originally gathered here were instantly wiped out. It's a little quieter now. Feeling the surrounding noises getting smaller, Ryomen Sukuna smiled and rushed towards the huge cake castle. On the other side, a tall man with short amaranth hair, strong muscles and long legs was rushing in one direction. He was Katakuri, the second son of the Charlotte family. After evacuating the people, he rushed towards Ryomen Sukuna's direction without stopping. Suddenly, he paused, looking at the violent fluctuations in the direction of Ryomen Sukuna. That was domineering haki. Katakuri looked at that position solemnly. Too powerful. This haki. Even if you feel it from a distance, you can feel the powerful spirit like a ghost. Katakuri paused in shock and started moving forward again. He is the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family and the eldest brother in the family. He can't retreat. P.S. The new book is launched. Please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 84 Killed in Seconds? Super-powered rice cake cut. As Katakuri moved forward, on the way, he met up with other brothers such as Deifuku, the third son of the Charlotte family, and Comfort's eldest daughter. There was also the chef, Longbread. Soon they came to the residential area. I saw a pink-haired man walking. Then he casually dismantled the surrounding houses to taste. Is he Ryomen Sukuna? The man with a bounty of 2.93 billion Baileys. At this time, Deifuku looked at the man from a distance and said, it should be, but his behavior. At this time, Comfort looked at Ryomen Sukuna walking while holding a window frame and tasting it slowly, and always felt a little weird. Let's not worry about it. Mom is very angry now. She's rushing over here. Before Mom arrives, let's test this guy's strength. A tall, bearded middle-aged warrior said, he is the 10th son of the Charlotte family, Cracker. However, he is not his real body now. His real body is hidden in this middle-aged warrior. Usually, especially when there are outsiders, he will use the ability of the biscuit fruit to create biscuit warriors and hide in them. Seeing Cracker's face as if he was going to volunteer to test, Katakuri stretched out his hand to stop him. Looking at Cracker's puzzled look, Katakuri said, 190 Ryomen Sukuna is not a simple enemy, let me go forward. Chef, can you assist me? He cast his eyes on the Longbread. Katakuri really didn't want his family to fight such a dangerous enemy. However, the opponent is not a simple character, and he alone is not enough. This is not a game. If he falls, his family will take over. So he needs to increase his chances of winning. At least hold on until his mother arrives. When Longbread heard Katakuri's invitation, he nodded solemnly. As the first elder to follow Big Mom, he still has good strength. Even though he is over 70 years old now. But he still has some strength. At least better than some young people who have not grown up. Some. Then let's start. As Katakuri finished speaking, the two crossed and rushed towards Ryomen Sukuna in the distance. The other party's personality and what they did here were obviously for a fight. So they didn't ask any more questions directly. And Mom would never forgive him like this. Glutinous rice ball stab. Katakuri approached Ryomen Sukuna. Using the ability of the mochi fruit, he turned his arm into a glutinous rice ball and surrounded the weapon trident, then made his arm rotate continuously and stabbed at Ryomen Sukuna. Dessert sharp knife. And Longbread also rushed to the back of Ryomen Sukuna with his scimitar and attacked. Ryomen Sukuna looked at the two guys who suddenly ran over. Their attacks one after another were not surprising to him. It was just that Katakuri's eyes aroused Ryomen Sukuna's interest. He dodged Katakuri's attack slightly to the side. Then he suddenly increased his speed and punched the short man's head behind him. Boom! There was a roar. A figure flew over. It was Long Bread. You could see his eyes rolling. Bang! 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 As Long Bread rolled down to the ground a few times. Daifuku, Compert and other members of the Charlotte family also came not far away. Looking at Long Bread lying on the ground without any movement. The whole scene fell silent. Instant kill. Daifuku looked at Long Bread lying on the ground, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. How is it possible? That guy is so strong. He killed the chef with a strong strength in one blow. This is dangerous. He looked at Katakuri on the field and suddenly fell into worry. And so did the others. Katakuri on the field looked at him and dodged his blow. Ryomen Sukuna, who knocked down the chef with one blow, looked at him teasingly. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. This time he made a mistake in judgment, the opponent was too strong. It reminded him of his mother's serious look. At this time, Katakuri could only force himself to calm down. Because his mother would be here soon, otherwise he wouldn't want to try first. But he didn't expect the chef to be killed instantly with one blow. He himself was probably not much better. Now he could only drag it slowly and not confront him head-on. Flowing glutinous rice balls. The entire surrounding ground was assimilated into glutinous rice balls, which was the power of Katakuri's fruit ability awakening. The surging glutinous rice balls directly surrounded Ryomen Sukuna. He wanted to directly entangle and trap Ryomen Sukuna. Facing the surrounding glutinous rice balls, Ryomen Sukuna waved his fingers. Swish! Swish! The entire rice ball began to break into several pieces. But under Katakuri's control, even if the Nautica was broken into several pieces, it still surrounded Ryomen Sukuna. Boom! Looking at that figure being covered by the glutinous rice ball, Katakuri did not neglect, but continued to use the glutinous rice ball to cover that position. Finally, a very huge glutinous rice ball began to solidify. Katakuri's brothers and sisters nearby were also watching nervously. Did it succeed? Looking at the motionless glutinous rice ball, the nervous mood began to turn into joy. Crack! 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 Boom! With a huge explosion, the whole glutinous rice ball exploded directly into pieces and flew out. Under Katakuri's solemn gaze, Ryomen Sukuna walked out leisurely. You have good abilities, and you are quite suitable for this island. The person in front of him said so. This guy. After hearing what Ryomen Sukuna said, Katakuri himself did not say anything. At least the brothers and sisters not far away were angry for him. Isn't this saying that Katakuri's ability is only to make cakes? He is the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. How could he be unbearable? Katakuri on the field did not have any emotional changes. He continued to use his ultimate move without any nonsense. Unparalleled donut. Rice cakes emerged from the ground and formed the shape of donuts. At this time, the rice cakes directly wrapped Katakuri's own hands and his weapon, the Earth Dragon. And two arms holding a huge trident emerged from the donut part. All were wrapped in powerful domineering super power rice cake cut. Katakuri waved the Earth Dragon, and the arms and trident simulated by the donuts also synchronized his movements. The huge trident chopped directly at Ryomen Sukuna. The scene looked quite spectacular. Other family members around also had hope when they saw Katakuri using such a powerful move. P.S. The new book is launched. Please collect it and add some free tickets and flowers to support it. Chapter 85, Work Harder. Elbaf's Spear, Wayaguo. Too slow. Looking at Katakuri in front of him, hesitating. Ryomen Sukuna was a little bored. His figure came to Katakuri at an incredible speed with the blessing of the Son of Wind. In Katakuri's pupils shrank slightly. The hands of Ryomen Sukuna exuded a strong sense of shock, and Katakuri felt his eyes go black. Then he saw the fists continue to grow bigger in his eyes. Boom! Katakuri flew directly into the air. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. And his moves were directly disintegrated before he could even slash. Katakuri! Brother Katakuri! Brother Katakuri! As Katakuri flew directly out and fell to the ground, others were also shocked. How is it possible? Katakuri is known as a man whose back never touches the ground. But now he fell like this, just with one blow. After being shocked, they all ran over. Cough. 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 Under everyone's concern, Katakuri coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and opened his eyes. Looking at his injuries, Daifuku stood up directly and glared at Ryomen Sukuna. You guy! He rubbed his body and a huge cloud of smoke came out of his body. Finally, he turned into a huge lamp demon, holding a long-handled broadsword. Demon fine cut! Daifuku directly commanded the demon to hold the broadsword and cut towards Ryomen Sukuna. Swish! The demon's two arms were directly broken. The two arms holding the broadsword also flew out with the broadsword. Demon! Daifuku looked at the demon in shock. Looking at the demon in front of him, Ryomen Sukuna smiled. Interesting ability. Then he waved his fingers casually. The whole demon was directly chopped into pieces. Then he turned into smoke and returned to Daifuku's body. Anything else? Are these the tricks of the so-called Big Mom pirates? Come on! Hearing Ryomen Sukuna's naked ridicule, the people present only felt anger surging in their hearts, and at the same time, they felt powerless. The oppression of the enemy in front of them was too strong. Elbaf's spear mighty country. Just when they felt powerless, a powerful shock wave flew directly over their heads and rushed directly towards the two Sukuna. Boom! 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 The shock wave went straight forward and then led to the sea. The wind howled. All the cakes, buildings, rocks, trees, etc. along the way were destroyed. Finally, a huge passage of several meters was plowed directly on the ground. Members of the Charlotte family not far away were also stunned by the sudden change. But they immediately used their hands to block the strong wind caused by the shock wave. As time passed, the strong wind stopped, and the scene in front of them became clear. The straight huge passage also came into view. Yes, it's Mom. Mom is here. Dafu looked at the huge passage, swallowed his saliva, and then said in surprise. As his voice fell, a huge figure also landed from mid-air. Bang! The huge mass caused the ground to crack, and the surrounding ground also trembled. It was Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. A ball of fire and a cloud surrounded Big Mom beside her. Big Mom held a big knife in her hand. It looked like it had eyes and a mouth, as if it was a living being, extremely special. These were special homies made by Big Mom with her own soul. Mama mama mama! Did you escape? Little ghost! Big Mom looked at a figure outside the shock wave range. It was Ryomen Sukuna. She looked back at the fallen Katakuri and the long bread not far away. She laughed again. But her eyes, like tiger eyes, stared at Ryomen Sukuna tightly. It seems that my children and subordinates have received a lot of care from you. Ryomen Sukuna. Since you dare to come, then stay here. Mom. Hearing what the aunt said, the people behind her began to worry. Mom is going to be serious, and Cake Island may be affected by then. I say, what are you talking about there? Old woman. Ryomen Sukuna's words shocked the members of the Charlotte family at once. This man is desperate. He dared to say that to my mother. As expected, the aunt's face also darkened after hearing what Ryomen Sukuna said. She is not even 50 years old now. Now she is called an old woman by a little kid. Does she have no face? Mama mama. Very good, I hope you can still be so hard later. Hearing what the aunt said, the people of the Charlotte family quickly ran away with the seriously injured Katakuri and the chef. If Mom is angry, you will definitely be affected if you get too close. Then you better try harder, I don't know what will happen to your body if it twitches. Ryomen Sukuna looked at the old lady in front of him and thought of someone. He was beaten badly at that time. The old woman in front of him seemed to have the same talent as him. It should be fun to fight. With such a thought, the aura on his body also began to soar, and the curse of evil feeding started. As the culprit of the attack on Cake Island, his arrival caused the entire Cake Island to be in chaos. Panic of residents. Negative energy began to flow into Ryomen Sukuna's body. Except for the spiritual attribute, the basic attributes continued to rise. Soon it rose to S, and finally the physical fitness rose to S+. The spirit itself was S+. The others stopped at S. But it couldn't rise further at this point. It's not that it can't rise, but the energy scale is not enough. The population here is far less than that of the Sabayati archipelago, although the curse of evil feeding has also been upgraded. The efficiency of utilization is higher and the range of storage is wider. But this is the world of the sea. The distance between the islands is not small, and the long-distance transmission effect is not very good. Mama mama. Is this your reliance? Yes. Let me see how powerful the so-called Big Mom is," said Ryomen Sukuna and rushed directly towards Big Mom. And Big Mom also swung Napoleon's knife directly. Boom! The deafening sound resounded through the sky. The earth and the sky began to tremble, and the clouds broke. P.S. The new book is setting sail, please collect, and please give me free tickets and flowers. Chapter 86 Big News Auntie was defeated, and the words left by that man. 2 days later. While people were still shocked by the news of the world's conscription, a new newspaper was directly spread to the world from the newsbird of the World Economic News. Big shock. Defeating the pirate overlord Big Mom pirates with his own strength, the great pirate king of fear Ryomen Sukuna who reigned in the new world. Many people began to turn their attention to the new big news. People didn't expect that a big event would happen again in a short time. And it was the news that the pirate overlord Big Mom pirates of the new world was defeated. They began to read the news in the newspaper carefully. Among them, the pirates read it most carefully. Big Mom pirates occupied a sea area in the new world. Its core figure Big Mom founded the world of Totland. It is a relatively special pirate group in the new world. And Big Mom's reputation is also very wide. As a real monster since childhood. Until now, there is no scar on her body, and she has extremely terrible defense and strange power. She is known as the Steel Balloon. At the same time, Big Mom's ability is feared. She can extract the life of others, create a large number of living lives, and control thunderstorms. Her many magical and powerful abilities make Big Mom feared by people and pirates in many countries in the new world. That woman is like an evil god. And now, the Big Mom pirates were defeated, and the terrifying woman Big Mom was also defeated. It took a day and a night to defeat the entire Big Mom pirates by herself. That man, the king of terror Ryomen Sukuna. People began to be shocked by the man's strength. And his reputation began to attract many young people to go out to sea as pirates. The times are stirring again. Navy headquarters, Marineford. Meeting room. I didn't expect that the king of terror Ryomen Sukuna would defeat the Big Mom pirates without paying attention. What a turbulent era. At this time, Kong said with a headache. That's right. This time our navy suffered too much loss and had no time to care about other things. Zhang Guo crossed his hands and continued. But I didn't expect that Sakaski didn't catch up after recuperation. It's a pity that this opportunity was missed. Ha ha ha. Was that kid Sakaski hit? He didn't catch up after being defeated. Borsellino, do you know what he is doing? Kakaka. Garp sat in a chair, holding a bag of senbei in his hand and asked while eating. Seeing countless wells on Sengoku's forehead, he roared. Garp, we are in a meeting now. You are eating senbei here. Don't take it too seriously. Sengoku, I'll give you one too. Asshole, don't even think about bribing me. Then, under the strange eyes of everyone, he took the senbei thrown by Garp into his arms. Seeing that, Sora shook his head. Sakaski is training hard. He is working so hard, I am afraid he will surpass me and Kyuzan if he is not careful. Kizaru answered belatedly at this time. There was still a bandage on his upper body, which was the scar left by the scythe of despair. It is a pity that his goal is the king of terror. That guy has grown to the point of defeating Big Mom. It is incredible. Kizaru felt a little dazed as he said this. He also fought with Ryomen Sukuna, but it has only been a short time. That guy actually defeated Big Mom, what a hell of a speed of progress. It seems that he has to be serious too. Otherwise it will be bad if he falls behind. Ha ha ha. I am afraid that you will be the only one who will be surpassed. Kyuzan is starting to work hard now. If you are still so lazy, I am afraid that you will be the last one. Hearing Garp's words, Kizaru felt bad all over. Great. You are all working hard behind his back, right? It seems that he really needs to work hard. It's just too tiring. Wouldn't it be nice to just bask in the sun, read the newspaper, enjoy the breeze, and occasionally tease the pirates? It's really tiring to work hard. Don't mention these, Garp. What we should pay attention to now is the ambition of the king of terror Ryomen Sukuna. Sengoku glared at Garp who had strayed from the topic. Then he continued. According to the intelligence, after defeating the Big Mom pirates, the king of terror Ryomen Sukuna did not kill them. Instead, he left a message and took the treasure of the Big Mom pirates away. When Sengoku said this, the others also listened attentively. The entire new world is my territory. From now on, you will manage it on my behalf. Whether you are willing or not, if you want to resist, just come to me. That man said so. Just leaving this message and ignoring the Big Mom pirates, what an amazing courage. Sengoku's words made the people present start to talk. When the discussion of the generals present decreased, Sengoku spoke again. This approach may seem stupid, but it proves how confident he is in his own strength, even to the point of arrogance. He wants to dominate the entire new world by himself. He clenched the newspaper in his hand. So arrogant. So shocking. He wants to be the enemy of the entire new world by himself. Ha ha ha. This guy really suits my taste. I really want to fight him now. Garp couldn't help laughing at the solemn expression of Sengoku and the serious expressions of the generals around him. As expected of Vice Admiral Garp, he still doesn't take the enemy seriously even though it's so terrible. Looking at Garp's heartless appearance, the other generals couldn't help but admire him. This guy is just missing 2 or 8 tendons in his head. At this time, Sengoku looked at the admiring eyes of the generals around him and felt like complaining. He shook his head and then cast his eyes on Marshal Kong. I think the King of Terror Ryomen Sukuna is very dangerous. I suggest sending Kuzan and Borsalino to Whitebeard's territory and wait for them to be defeated before arresting them. General Sengoku, I think we should ask the parties involved first about this matter. I am a wounded soldier now. Without waiting for Kong to reply, Kizaru spoke first. Hearing Kizaru's words, Sengoku looked at the bandage wrapped around his chest. But he couldn't hold it back when he thought of Kizaru running away on the battlefield. P.S. New book is launched, please collect, please vote and flowers. Chapter 87 Aokiji's Pursuit, Doflamingo's Card. Okay. Let's leave it at that for now. Looking at Sengoku's subtle look at Kizaru, Korra coughed slightly. The King of Terror is too reckless in the new world. It is possible that he will be attacked by everyone. He will just have to wait for him to suffer the consequences. And Whitebeard is not that easy to defeat. Hearing what Kong said, the others nodded in agreement. Whitebeard is now known as the strongest man in the world. It is not very realistic to defeat him when his strength is at its peak. Even if that man defeated the Big Mom pirates on his own, they still have more confidence in Whitebeard if they really compare. That is the reputation that Whitebeard has accumulated over the years. At present, our focus needs to be on Hisoka and the pirates he released, and there is also the world recruitment. We can't spare the combat power to send it out now. Kong took out a piece of intelligence and asked the adjutant to distribute it. Soon everyone at the meeting saw the detailed intelligence above. According to the intelligence, the jailbreak group with Hisoka as the core has collapsed. At the same time, it was discovered that the Scythe of Despair, Kabai, is chasing Hisoka, so I have sent Kuzan to chase him. Sora's words made some generals suddenly realize. And 01 Sengoku felt a little regretful. Now the intelligence has a lot of movements of jailbreak pirates. Some pirates from the Infinite Hell and the Extreme Cold Hell. They haven't gone to the New World yet. These guys are scattered in the first half of the Grand Line, seriously threatening the safety of other branch navies. Especially some top monsters. So the Navy headquarters must have sufficient combat power to prevent them from suddenly attacking. At the same time, it is necessary to send combat power to directly capture some weaker pirates and send them back to the Impel Down. In addition, it is necessary to arrange the conscription. It is really true that the current naval forces are really tight. There is no extra energy to care about so many things. Grand Line, New World. The New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. The sky was gloomy, lightning roared, and dark clouds pressed down on the ground, making it a little breathless. A deafening laugh resounded through the sky, accompanied by the roar of thunder. Oh! Lingling was defeated? How embarrassing! At this time, Kaido was drinking bowl after bowl of wine. Although he was laughing, his face was a little gloomy. Although he was scolding the woman, his feelings towards her were very complicated. But the woman was not dead yet. Oh! That man, the King of Terror, Ryomen Sukuna? So powerful! Will that man come to me? Listening to Kaido's words, Quinn's eyes seemed to bulge. Oh! So scary! What if that man comes over? Even that terrifying ant was defeated. He twisted his body. He said it a little exaggeratedly. Although he was exaggerated, his worries were real. Kaido doesn't have the nickname of the strongest creature now. He is still inferior to Big Mom in terms of strength and reputation. Therefore, Quinn's worries are reasonable. Oh! Who do you think I am? I am Kaido, the beast, come if you want. It's just right for me to try how powerful the guy who can beat Lingling like that is. Kaido threw a newspaper casually. There was a picture printed on it, which was the tragic scene of Big Mom's defeat. Hearing Kaido's words, Quinn laughed and said, "As expected of you, you are a big brother, you are so heroic. I will cheer for you next to you." Kaido glared at Quinn when he heard it. "Are you itching for trouble?" "Ha! Big brother, I am very serious. I am not angry because I was beaten by you last time," Quinn said as he walked to the exit. As long as Kaido picked up the mace, he would run away immediately. Jin looked at the two people bickering there and shook his head and silently looked at the newspaper in his hand. Now many powerful pirates have been released from the pirates of Impel Down, and Big Mom was defeated, plus the navy is recruiting soldiers. The world pattern is beginning to change. In such a world, how can we better strengthen ourselves? And that man Ryomen Sukuna. He sighed in his heart. In the new world, in the sea area of Whitebeard territory, a huge ship that looks like a white whale is sailing aimlessly. Gulala, I didn't expect that woman to be defeated. Ryomen Sukuna, an amazing rising star. At this time, Whitebeard sat on the chair with great momentum. He looked at the newspaper about Big Mom's defeat in his hand. Then he threw it away and picked up a large bowl of wine and drank it directly. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates next to him seemed a little worried. Marco looked at the miserable situation of Big Mom in the newspaper. It is hard to imagine that Big Mom, who is known as the Steel Balloon, can get hurt. He looked at Whitebeard with some worry. Now the Navy has raised his bounty to 3.98 billion Baileys based on Ryomen Sukuna's record. This bounty is scary, although it is still not as high as Daddy's. But how long has that person been at sea? In just about 2 months, he has jumped from a nameless person to a world-famous pirate. In terms of the speed of becoming famous, except for the equally terrifying Hisoka, there is no one who can compare with him. Times have really changed. So many major events have emerged in a short period of time. It feels like the times are rioting. As the most powerful pirate group in the New World, the Whitebeard pirates will bear the brunt of the impact on them. Whitebeard felt Marco's worry. Gulala, 710, don't worry. I'm Whitebeard. I won't fall down before you are fully grown. Everyone looked at Whitebeard with emotion after hearing his words. And Marco heard something unusual. Dad, do you want them to grow up? North Sea. In a stronghold on a certain island. Phew 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 phew. This time, even a monster like Big Mom was defeated. The times are in turmoil. A young man with yellow spiky hair wearing sunglasses read the newspaper and laughed. He was Doflamingo, the founder of the Don Quixote family. A man who was quite famous in the underground world of the North Sea. It seems like this. Some changes really need to be made. Virgo. As Mingo called out, one of the figures next to him, a man with a watermelon head and sunglasses, looked at him. What's the matter? Dover. Virgo, the Navy is currently recruiting soldiers. You are usually less exposed. It's just right for you to participate in this recruitment and lurk in the Navy. The times are running wild now. I can't be slow anymore. I need to add some cards. After hearing Minga's words, Virgo nodded without any doubt. Yes. Dover. P.S. The new book is launched. Please collect, buy free tickets and flowers. Chapter 88 Fruits are chasing people. Welcome to the Forest of Bondage. 2 days later. A dense forest on an island in the first half of the Grand Line. Ha ha ha. Hisoka, I finally caught you. I won't be careless this time. A thin man with shoulder-length blonde hair tied casually by a line laughed loudly. He was the monster who escaped from the prison in Impel Down, the Scythe of Despair, Kabajuo. After the entire prison escape group fell apart, he started to attack Hisoka. However, the war was very exhausting, and Hisoka's ability was very deceptive, so Hisoka finally escaped. After that, he recovered his strength while tracking Hisoka's trail. Soon he blocked him on another island. This time he had no problem, he directly pressed Hisoka and made him dodge in embarrassment, but in the end Hisoka still escaped. The reason was that he didn't expect a giant eagle to suddenly appear. It flew with Hisoka on its back. This made Kabajuo very mad. What did he say to welcome him? And he ran away when he saw him? Is this your welcome? This time he robbed a boat and chased after Hisoka for more than a week before finally blocking Hisoka here. No matter what, he couldn't let him run away. If that bird dared to appear again, he would kill it with one knife. Oh my! Fruits actually chase people. This is so gratifying. At this time, on the branches of a big tree, Hiso sat on it casually, leaning against the trunk, looking at Kabajuo holding a sickle not far away. Looking at his impatient look, Hisoka couldn't help but smile with relief. If all the fruits were as active as Kabajuo, he could wake up with a smile. When Hisoka smiled, Kabajuo not far away felt something was wrong. This aura felt different from before. Kabajuo's observation color was very advanced. Since Hisoka's ability to confuse and disguise is too strong, and his own aura is very obscure, so Kabajuo must concentrate all his attention and put most of his energy on him. Otherwise, if he is not careful, Hisoka will easily slip away from under his nose. That's why Kabajuo is extremely sensitive to Hisoka's aura. He can feel some subtle changes in the aura of Hisoka in front of him. This feeling seems to have become stronger. So, has he been hiding from him for training these days? Kabajuo didn't think too much, and his mouth was grinning wantonly. Anyway, it's good to be stronger. Otherwise, it's no fun to chop it if it's too weak. It's only a little more than a week, less than 2 weeks. How much stronger can it be? Kabajuo didn't continue to talk nonsense. He picked up the sickle and attacked Hisoka not far away with a flat attack. Bang! Bang! The big tree where Hisoka was, along with the dozen big trees next to it and behind it, was directly cut off. The upper half of the tree flew horizontally in the air due to the impact of the slash. And Hisoka also dodged the slash and squatted on the flying tree. You are so irritable. Kabajuo, I will be sad if you do this. After listening to Hisoka's words in the air, Kabajuo grabbed the huge sickle and squatted slightly. He laughed wantonly. Who cares about you? Die. The whole person also shot towards Hisoka. He quickly waved the sickle in his hands in the air, and gathered enough power in just an instant. Death Scythe 3 phases. It was like 3 sections of cold light slashing in a triangle to block Hisoka. I saw Hisoka standing in the air in a daze, as if he couldn't react. The 3 sections of slashing instantly cut off several pieces of Hisoka. Kabajuo didn't care about the Hisoka in front of him. He could already feel that Hisoka's breath shot to the other side. The guy in front of him must be an illusion. Swish! When Kabai was about to chase Hisoka with the moon step, especially, the trees that had not fallen completely due to the fast fight suddenly stopped falling. Turned and burst out towards Kabai's position. What is this? Kabajuo just dodged the trees that burst out. Easily avoided these trees. The broken phantom also followed? Kabai was a little confused. But he didn't care so much. The observation haki firmly locked Hisoka's body, right there. No matter how you hide, you will be exposed under my observation haki. Little fruit, let me tell you the first truth, you can't be careless at any time. When Kabai was about to chase Hisoka's body, the phantom that he slightly avoided gathered and suddenly hugged him and spoke. At this time, Kabai was shocked. He knew that phantoms could speak. But the phantom in front of him actually had a body. This made him feel bad. He was hit directly and caught him off guard. Even if Kabai had the ability to predict the future, it was still a bit difficult. The essence of predicting the future is to capture and deduce the sounds emitted by living things. Only people with extremely high spiritual talents can achieve this. But the aura of Hisoka that Kabai is facing now is very obscure. It takes a lot of energy for him to capture Hisoka's aura. It would be difficult to predict the future again. Unless there is some kind of instantaneous life and death crisis, it is possible to stimulate the instinct to overclock. But obviously there is no direct life and death crisis this time. At this time, the phantom that bound Kabai should be said to be Hisoka's clone has begun to melt. Then it dispersed on Kabai's legs, wrists and neck to form circles. Kabai only felt that these circles began to transmit huge power to separate his hands, feet and neck. He was forced to turn into a large character in the air and float in the air. What is this? The sudden change made Kabai no longer pay attention to Hisoka's body. He fully utilized his observation haki and finally saw the sticky-looking energy bars connected to the circles on his body. Densely packed. The other ends of those energy bars were connected to the surrounding trees. Welcome to the Forest of Binding. Kabai Suo. P.S. New book is launched, please collect, please give free tickets and flowers. Chapter 89 Gabajuo's New Clothes, Purchase for Push City. At this time, a figure walked under Gabajuo. It was Xisuo. Seeing Xisuo coming, Gabajuo struggled with both arms. Want to break free directly with brute force. Looking at Gabajuo struggling like a prey on a spider web, Xisuo licked his lips and said with a smile. Gabajuo, it's not easy to break free. The trees within 500 meters around are connected, unless you can uproot them all by brute force. Otherwise you can only be like a bug in a spider web. Hearing Xisuo's words, Gabajuo felt bad all over. He exerted all his strength, and all the trees began to tremble. Xisuo was also watching his performance from the side. It's amazing. Add more gas, it's almost there. Hearing Xisuo's mocking encouragement, Gabajuo felt his mind explode. His whole face was red, and he used all his strength. Swear to give Xisuo a good show. Boom. Boom. Due to his efforts, the forest seemed to be shaking. The leaves were floating, and the trunks of many big trees seemed to be tilting. Snap. 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 Xisuo clapped his hands at the side. Seeing Xisuo clapping, Gabajuo felt that his anger was unprecedentedly strong. He glared at Xisuo. When did you arrange it? So many restraints. It is definitely not something that can be done in a short time. So, when did you come up with the idea that I was completely unprepared? Hiso waved his hand and two energy bars directly stuck to Gabajuo's legs and merged into the circle above. Then he swung the other end directly to the ground. As the two energy bars contracted autonomously and the other energy bars loosened a little, Gabajuo was also pulled down from midair. Stopped in front of Hisoka. Hisoka looked at the giant sickle that Gabajuo still held tightly in his right hand. He reached out and touched the blade and exclaimed. This sickle is really sharp. It's a pity that its current owner is trapped. Hisoka, you bastard, it's disgusting to fight with you, come and kill me. At this time, Jiabai was just feeling very annoyed. He hadn't even used all his skills yet. He was actually tricked in this way. It wasn't pleasant at all. But he didn't ask for a repeat. A murderer is a murderer who uses any means necessary. If he fails, he fails. Zisuo looked into his eyes and shook his head. You are still immature now. You need to be more mature. Since you embarrassed me before, I will reward you with a new set of clothes. As he spoke, a new piece of clothing seemed to appear directly from Hisoka's hand in various forms. It was black and white, and its style was exactly the template for the clothes of prisoners in Impel Down. Looking at the clothes in Hisoka's hand, Gabajuo was furious. Only a ghost would want this kind of clothes. This style of clothes. Is this a reflection that he is a prisoner? But Gabajuo felt a little scared immediately afterwards. He did not forget that this guy was wearing a piece of clothing for Deputy Director Magellan in Impel Down. He blew the other party unconscious. This guy really wanted to blow him to death. Under Gabajuo's angry glare, Hisoka smiled and put the clothes on Gabajuo. Then the clothes automatically wrapped around him as Gabajuo's eyes shrank slightly. At this time, the clothes were completely worn on the innermost layer of Gabajuo's clothes, directly against his skin. Looking at his expression as if he was ready to die, Hisoka was a little teasing. Don't worry. Gabajuo, this dress won't explode yet. After hearing Hisoka's explanation, Gabajuo was not at ease. If it didn't explode yet, it would explode in the future. Is Hisoka trying to threaten him? And can this dress be taken off directly? If it's that simple, the guy in front of him wouldn't have given him this dress on purpose. Looking at the uncertain look on Gabajuo's face, Hiso's mouth curled up and looked at Gabajuo leisurely. It made Gabajuo feel uncomfortable. Let me make it clear first, if you want to take off the dress violently, it will explode. I'm afraid you can't withstand its power with your current armed color, and you will die. Hiso's words made Gabajuo more certain that this guy just wanted to threaten him. Does he want him to work for him? He would not agree to defeat him in this way. But under Gabajuo's gaze, Hiso spoke slowly. As long as you can further improve your armament haki within 2 years, you will be able to withstand the explosion and not die. Doesn't it sound very happy? The reason why it is 2 years is that this dress can only exist for 2 years, which is the limit of what Gabajuo can do at present. Kabejuo looked at Kabejuo's expression and felt that this guy was playing a trick on him. Would he be so kind to tell him the solution? However, what he said was indeed correct in theory. Kabejuo, work hard. This dress will automatically explode in 2 years, and then if you are killed by the explosion. Hiso patted Kabejuo's shoulder and said sadly. That would be a pity. Looking at his expression, Kabejuo just felt like slashing him. Then let's do it. I hope you can give me a little surprise next time. Also, you can try to take off the clothes on your body. Even the sea stone and sea water will not work. You can try, but I will not be responsible if you die. Hiso waved his hand with his back to Kabejuo. Finally, don't chase me again. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't help it. As Xisuo finished his last sentence, a loud bird cry came from the sky. A giant eagle fell from the sky, and Xisuo jumped on it, then left without looking back. This guy. Gabai looked at the bird flying farther and farther away, and felt uncomfortable all over. This guy. This guy. He just left like that. Even if he wants to leave, at least untie his restraints. What should I do with him now? How long will these restraints last? Don't wait until suddenly, some pirates or navy officers came and hacked him to death. If that happened, he would die with regrets. But what you fear will come true. After a while. When Kabai was worried. Day. 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 The sound of dense footsteps began to be heard. A group of navy officers came over. From behind them, the famous navy monster Vice Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan walked out slowly. He was also a little shocked when he saw Kabai floating in the sky in a big letter shape. This is Hisoka. Did we defeat Kabeisho, the Scythe of Despair? It was so quick, it was over without any movement. It was over. At this moment, Kabeisho felt only despair. He had to go back to impel down again. How could he go back so frustrated? The navy was very excited, even Aokiji was in a better mood. Although he was a little unwilling to not catch Hisoka. But it was not bad to be able to easily catch a monster like Kabeisho. At this moment, the navy began to make arrangements. Handcuffs, the leg irons and the neck irons are ready. Just waiting to be delivered to the city. When several navy officers came forward, Kabeisho was desperate. Bang! A barely audible sound rang out quietly. Kabeisho's restraints also broke completely and disappeared, and then he fell to the ground. At this time, he and the navy who came in front of him looked at each other. Then, under the navy's shiver, Kabeisho's originally astonished face showed a bloodthirsty smile. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, please give me free tickets and flowers. Chapter 90 King's appearance is worthy of him. 1 week later. Grand Line, Navy Headquarters, Marineford. 2 warships arrived at the port of Marineford. From the warships. Day. 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 Some Navy men came out of the warships. Then some people who were not wearing Navy uniforms began to come out from the warships one after another. These people were men and women, but there were very few women, and they all looked very strong. At the end of the crowd, a man came out under the admiring eyes of everyone. Behind him was a big turtle. Dong! 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 The footsteps of the turtle attracted the attention of some patrolling and stationed navy in the port. They looked at those people, and their faces showed complicated expressions. Because those people were the candidates for the big conscription. As the big conscription progressed, many people began to volunteer to sign up. These candidates will be first assessed in various branches or garrisons in various sea areas. Those without any reputation will first undergo a series of basic assessments such as strength, burst, agility, and speed. The scores will be counted in a weighted ratio. Only those whose comprehensive scores pass the minimum standard can officially join this large-scale conscription. Of course, if they are relatively famous or have a record of success, they can pass directly. After the basic assessment, then the written test will begin. The written test includes questions such as justice concept, command and operation, navigation knowledge, overall layout, strategy, and world pattern. Although the written test has a relatively low weight in this large-scale conscription. But the air marshal who initiated the large-scale conscription believes that it is necessary. It can discover some special talents and also understand the thoughts of those who join. Although some things can be deceived. But some clues can be seen in combination with daily behavior. After the written test, advanced assessment will be conducted. There will be naval examiners to conduct the assessment. Only candidates with the strength of a lieutenant or above will be sent to the naval headquarters. Otherwise, they can only stay in various branches or even garrisons and become sergeants and corporals. Now, those people at the port are coming to the Navy headquarters for assessment. For these Navy, they have mixed feelings about these candidates for the conscription. On the one hand, this is the Navy headquarters. And the last war lost the soldiers of the Navy headquarters. If the Navy headquarters does not replenish its military strength, then the danger level of normal missions will almost certainly increase. Expecting a higher survival rate is also a more realistic problem for the Navy. On the other hand, for these outsiders who directly join the Navy and have higher ranks, they don't have a high sense of identity. This is a problem that needs to be adjusted. Who is that man? I feel my body trembling. Is he a monster? Such a strong sense of oppression, this kind of aura, even the admirals don't usually have this feeling. As some Navy officers turned their eyes to the personnel who came to the port for assessment, they were attracted by the blonde man who appeared last. The capable blonde hair, the 3 scars, and the solemn eyes and face. The most important thing is the aura full of presence. The Navy here was unconsciously attracted to him. As if he noticed that someone was looking at him. The man looked over here. Gilu. Gilu. The Navy swallowed unconsciously. I just felt trembling all over. After a while, the man retracted his gaze. Dong. 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 Then he took the big turtle behind him and left towards the position pointed by the commander. At this time, the stationed and patrolling Navy looked at the figure in awe. Until the man disappeared from sight. They breathed a sigh of relief and looked at each other. That man is so strong. Yes, my legs were shaking badly just now. What a strong aura. I feel he is so strong, it feels like even the generals may not be able to beat him, it's really scary. Can this kind of monster be recruited in this conscription? Suddenly I feel it's worth it. The Navy at the headquarters of the Navy is better than the Navy of the 4 Seas or even other G branches of the Grand Line. They know more about the highest combat power of the Navy. That is a monster that can form an army by one person. Especially after this war. Many Navy know more about those monsters. It was simply a human-shaped natural disaster. Among the monsters that escaped from prison, the powerful King of Pots, who alone raised several waves of hundreds of meters of tsunamis and directly attacked the Navy fleet. 0 flowers. Want to bury the Navy directly. If Vice Admiral Aokiji hadn't taken action, they might have suffered heavy losses without even fighting. That's why they admire those top combat forces very much. As long as they are there, the morale of the Navy will be greatly improved. At this time, the large conscription actually attracted such a person to join. For these Navy officers at the bottom of the Navy headquarters, it is definitely good news. On the other side, the powerful man in the mouth of these Navy is walking slowly. That posture, that pace, that aura. With the big turtle behind him as a foil. Anyone who sees it will think that this person should not be underestimated. And this man is king who has been out at sea for many days. At this time, although his expression is very cold and solemn, but he is at a loss in his heart. Because he was dragged here in a daze. He set out on his little crow on the afternoon of the day he said goodbye to Mel. He brought some leftover meat from the barbecue on the island. Then he set out following the permanent compass that Mel gave him. The road was peaceful, but then he started to have bad luck, being chased by a small sea king brought by the windlass. Fortunately, Little Crow swam fast enough. It was just that the route deviated from the original destination. Then he was inexplicably involved in a battle between pirates. All of them died inexplicably. Then he was photographed and became famous. A plump Navy came to him and asked him to participate in some kind of conscription. Then he didn't listen to anything else, just heard that it would provide food and accommodation, so he joined in a daze. Except for the written test. He passed inexplicably without doing anything else. As for the written test, he just wrote it casually. And now he is here. He was even reported by that branch as qualified to enter the final assessment directly. So, what on earth is he doing? Ah! King's sudden sigh made the people around him feel nervous. This man is sighing. Is he dissatisfied with the low difficulty of the test? Sure enough, it is true. At this time, many people began to imagine. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, please give free tickets and flowers for a long time. Chapter 91, A Great Person, the final test of the Great Recruitment. When these people who participated in the Great Recruitment went to the test site, on the other side of the Navy headquarters, Garp was sitting in Sengoku's office. Sengoku, I heard that there seems to be a great person among the candidates for the Great Recruitment this time. What's his name? Kakaka. Garp was eating a bag of senbei in his hand while talking. Sengoku seemed to have a well-shaped character floating on his forehead. Call King, and don't come to my office to eat senbei. Asshole Garp. My thoughts are disturbed. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, do you want to eat it too? If you want to eat it, just say it, but I won't give it to you. Looking at Garp's smug look. After being angry, Sengoku suddenly felt bored again. What are you doing here now? Seeing Zhangguo become serious, Garp was not teasing him. Ha ha ha. Nothing. I just heard that King is an interesting person and wanted to give it a try. You will be the final examiner of this big test. He looked at Zhangguo. And Zhangguo also raised his eyebrows. This guy is not going to do anything weird again. Me. I want to see if this person is really that strong. If he is not bad, let me go up and play. Garp said casually. Hearing this, Zhangguo's face darkened. Garp, you guys are looking for trouble, always doing these things. This big conscription is very important. You can't mess around. Looking at Zhangguo's serious look, Garp took out a bag of tea from his body. Zhangguo, look, I brought new tea this time. Do you think I'm stupid? Will I be bribed by you like this? Zhangguo shouted with a serious face. Then a hand went over and grabbed the tea leaves in Garp's hand. Then he opened the drawer in front of his desk and put it in and closed it. This was not a bribe, but a compensation for Garp's interruption. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, don't be so serious. I'm just going up to play, no, to test the strength of these newcomers, so that you can also have a better understanding of these new recruits, right? Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku also thought about the feasibility. Seeing this, Garp struck while the iron was hot. If you can let me go up, I'll send you all 10 bags of senbei in the room. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku looked at him with disdain. Garp, are you still a child? You are childish, so you think I am the same as you. After a while, the door of Sengoku's office was opened. Garp walked out swaggeringly, with a satisfied smile on his face. He likes to do this kind of simple and rough work of educating people. It would be great to go up on the stage and beat the newcomers and teach them a lesson. After the beating, they still looked at me with admiration. It was like this before in the Naval Academy, and Garp was a little addicted at this time. 3 days later, the Naval Headquarters began the first final assessment. The final assessment is also called the Grand Assessment. It is prepared for those who have reached the strength of the Headquarters Major General or above. If you want to participate in the final assessment, your strength must reach this standard. It has been nearly half a month since the start of the Great Recruitment. During this period, people who participated in the Great Recruitment have come to the Naval Headquarters one after another. The number is not too large, but there are still many on the way. After these people come to the Naval Headquarters, someone will arrange the assessment. Now after waiting for a while, Zhangguo started the first final assessment of the Great Recruitment. The assessment mode is the battle mode. Through the battle, you can understand the combat strength and combat quality. The better the performance, the easier it is to get a higher rank. At the same time, it will also involve the different areas of possible dispatch and the size of the naval forces under command. After all, regardless of their personalities, the Navy would rather be subordinates of stronger generals. This final assessment will be open to thousands of Navy officers. Some of them have lost their original generals in battle and have no replacement generals, and some are Navy officers who have been assigned military ranks after the conscription. It can be said that the results of this assessment will affect the judgment of these Navy officers. And the Navy leaders will also refer to their wishes to a certain extent. That is the so-called team selection. With the beginning of the final assessment, in the venue of the Navy Headquarters Naval Academy, the Navy officers began to gather here. Their eyes were cast on a huge arena in the venue. This arena is a large arena built recently. It is 30 meters long and wide, square. At this time, the Navy officers gathered within the red line 3 meters away from the 3 sides of the arena, and in front of them were the Navy rear admirals. Because the strength of the participants in the assessment is extremely good, the aftermath of their battle may affect the Navy audience outside the arena. Therefore, the rear admirals are needed to guard the place to avoid accidental injuries. At this time, there is a temporary building on one side of the ring. All the people staying inside are the high-ranking officers of the Navy. All the people who come to participate in the assessment are those who have the strength of the rear admiral level or above. The high-ranking officers of the Navy also attach great importance to these people. So there will be many high-ranking officers present in the big assessment. All of them are the Navy's lieutenant generals or above or have equivalent positions. Time passed quietly. And as the personnel arrived one after another, the time has also come to the appointed time. 5.1. The first big assessment of the world's great conscription has officially begun. All the personnel participating in the assessment start preparing. At this time, a Navy man walked towards 13 examinees with different looks with a dark box. They will draw balls to determine the order of appearance. And King is also among these examinees at this time. And he stands out from the crowd, very conspicuous. Many high-ranking officers of the Navy cast a solemn look at him. Day. 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 Looking at the trembling people who came to him, a timid Navy King reached into the dark box and picked up a ball at random under his pupil's gaze. Number 13. Buys. P.S. A new book is launched. Please collect it, and please give me free tickets and flowers. Chapter 92. King is scared to death, and the players' imaginations. The Navy general caught the ball handed over by King with some trembling. He shouted loudly after looking at the number, and showed the number in his hand to the surrounding players. The examiners around King breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the number displayed on the ball. This assessment is to show combat power and combat quality. It is not a life and death fight. So each battle has a time limit of 10 minutes. For those examiners with excellent eyesight, a 10-minute battle is enough to see a lot of things. If there is no winner within 10 minutes, the examiner will make a decision. And the chief examiner among the examiners this time is Admiral Waring States, the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. No one would question his vision. But no matter what, if he could get a bye, he would face the victorious players again with good physical condition. It would definitely be a greater advantage, and his performance would be highlighted. After all, no matter how good your performance was in the beginning, it would definitely not look good if he was pressed to the ground in front of everyone because he was weak. So if other people got a bye, these players would definitely be slightly dissatisfied or even dissatisfied. But King is an exception. Others would not be dissatisfied with him getting a bye, but would be more fortunate. They felt a strong sense of oppression just by being not far from him. It is hard to imagine how powerful this man would be when he really takes action. If they fight him, none of these people can be confident that they can beat him. Or how long they can hold on is an unknown. Soon, all the examinees drew all their numbers. Except for number 1 and number 2, the rest of the contestants went to the temporary rest area next to the examination table. As the Navy messenger announced the result of the draw, the Navy below the stage discussed. King was given a bye, what a pity. Yes, I heard that he is very powerful, and his aura alone made the Leopard Claw Ethan on the stage succumb. Leopard Claw Ethan performed very well in the previous assessments. Among the 13 contestants in this big assessment, his strength ranks second only to the 4 heroes. There are a total of 13 people in the final assessment this time, and their strength is not lower than the level of ordinary Navy headquarters major admirals through evaluation. According to their performance, some good Navy made a ranking, which was circulated among the Navy. 4 of the examinees stood out among these powerful contestants. These 4 outstanding contestants were called the 4 heroes of the first big assessment by the Navy, referred to as the 1 Big 4 heroes. 2 of them are from the first half of the Grand Line, and 2 are from the New World in the second half of the Grand Line. It's so scary. Just looking at that man from a distance makes me feel his terror. It's a pity that I can't see him fight in the first round. The ace always comes out last, I'm looking forward to it more and more. Under the awe and admiration of the audience, King walked towards the temporary rest area of the players with a solemn face. Until he sat down completely. He breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, many people stared at him, and the pressure was too great. Luckily, he got a bye, so he didn't have to fight with others. He didn't want to be beaten. Although the Emperor engine can be turned on when it is dangerous. But the problem is that it has a restriction. After it is turned on, it is not in combat within 10 minutes. Then the Emperor engine will also be turned off. After it is turned off, there will be a cooling time, and it will take a day to turn it on again. He can't eliminate this restriction yet, but his boss can, so he is very angry. That's why. Now King is scared to death. After beating one person, he will be beaten up by others. If the opponent doesn't use enough force, you may even lose your life. If you die too miserably, your boss will laugh at you. And it's so embarrassing. While King was imagining, he soon felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Why did these guys next to him keep looking at him? He must be very stressed when they looked at him like this. And when King was very stressed, the players next to him felt that the aura of this man was changing. It fluctuated from strong to stronger. What is this? Could it be that this man was dissatisfied with the buy? Sure enough, under this man's cold and harsh appearance, was the spirit of fighting endlessly? What a scary man! Looking at King exuding an aura that kept strangers away. At this time, the players next to him began to imagine. On the ring, players 1 and 2 began to prepare for the battle under the instructions of the messenger. The man named Ethan began to enter the human beast form. He is the user of the leopard cat form of the cat fruit. Before eating the devil fruit, his physical fitness was very good. Very powerful. After becoming a capable user, he became famous overnight and became a powerful bounty hunter, nicknamed Blood Claw, and was quite famous in the first half of the Grand Line. Although he did not obtain the systematic training method of Haki, he learned the observation Haki by accident with his talent. After constantly improving his observation Haki, his reputation became even greater. He was extremely fast, and with his extremely sharp claws, he was nicknamed Leopard Claw and Leaper. He once took down a pirate supernova with a bounty of 170 million Baileys in the first half of the Grand Line. Now people generally call him Leopard Claw Ethan. Test platform. Garp looked at the fierce fight on the stage but felt a little drowsy. He turned his eyes to Sengoku. Sengoku, I saw the man 667 King before, he really lives up to his reputation. He looks a lot more oppressive than in the photo. Remember to let me go up later. I'll take a nap first. With that, Garp dozed off without waiting for Sengoku's reaction, and a bubble came out of his nose. The vice admirals next to him were also speechless by Garp's operation, and they couldn't help but complain in their hearts. So fast. As expected of Vice Admiral Garp, he fell asleep in the blink of an eye. Sengoku felt that his forehead was full of tic-tac-toe bubbles. Just looking at the people around him who were used to it, he calmed down. He really didn't want to waste his energy on Garp while he was still in the assessment. As for what Garp said, he would make a decision based on the man's performance later. And when Sengoku made his decision, the winner of the ring was soon decided. Leopard Claw Ethan wins. Another contestant stood under the ring unwillingly. Just now, he was hit by a violent impact from Ethan and flew out of the ring. Otherwise, he would not have failed so easily. Although this contestant was unwilling, the navy in the audience would not care so much. Many people cast their admiring eyes on Ethan, and more looked at the rest area outside the ring. Because the stronger Ethan was, the more he would highlight the man whose momentum was said to have made Leopard Claw Ethan succumb. Chapter 93 This is God's Will. Witness his peak. Time began to pass. The contestants went up to compete one after another. Soon, 6 winners were decided. Except for King, the other 3 heroes were lucky not to collide with each other. All advanced. With the victory of the 6 winners, the field began to rest for 10 minutes. This is to give the last winner some ample time to rest. Of course, other people are also recovering during this time. It can only be said to be relatively fair. 10 minutes passed quickly. Under the intense gaze of the navy off the court, the test came to the ball drawing stage again. King followed the winners and continued to draw the ball. Number 2. The messenger raised his hand, and the ball drawn by King was displayed. The faces of the others also changed. Not only the others, King was also a little scared. He was trembling in his heart. It's over. He will go on the court later. These guys look fierce. He is just an ordinary person with thin arms and legs. If they rush over directly, what if he doesn't react in time and doesn't start the Emperor engine? Will he be killed instantly? He felt a large number of hot eyes around him looking at him. His mind flashed the scene of himself being slapped to the ground and everyone booing. If that really happened, King could already imagine the scene of his social death, which would be absolutely embarrassing. When King was silent, the players next to him began to imagine again. Is this man excited? Is he happy because he can finally make a move? It's really exciting. As expected, we should respond to his expectations. Show your true strength, so that you can lose without regret. With such thoughts, the ball drawing session ended quickly. The one who got a bye this time was a woman who was over 2 meters tall and relatively fat. She was one of the 4 heroes this time. Her name was Dialgiana, and she ranked 4th. If she hadn't had no reputation before, she might have been able to get a little higher. With the end of the ball drawing, except for the first and second players, the players left the stage again. The order of the battle was also announced. At this time, the navy in the audience was boiling. Great, that man is going to take action in this game. That's right, fortunately there is no bye this time. I must see clearly how strong this man is, and there is such a strong sense of oppression. And on the assessment stage, Zhang Guo and many lieutenant generals and even Marshal Kong who was watching inside all cast their eyes on King on the stage. King has a great reputation. This is the information of the branch that transported King and the evaluation and publicity of King by his companions. Since the headquarters has passed the final review of King's entry, so far no one in the headquarters has seen this man take action. His aura is very powerful and even terrifying, but it is a pity not to have seen him take action. Now, they finally have the opportunity to witness a corner of his strength. On the ring. King and the contestants on stage were facing each other from a distance. He felt as if everyone's eyes were on him. He just felt a lot of pressure. Boss, I was picked again this time. This is God's will. King looked at the burly man in front of him and talked to him, but he remained silent on the surface. This man seemed to be called Ethan, and King had talked to this man for a few words. I don't know why this man recognized him as the boss, and it felt a bit like talking to himself. But this is not important, now he is about to duel with this man. In this case, if he asked this man to admit defeat, would it be possible? At this time, King was thinking about the feasibility of this method. He hesitated again and again. Finally, he made up his mind. It's better to speak now than to be beaten later. While King was hesitating, Ethan began to fill in his mind. He didn't expect to draw number 2 in the first round and number 1 in the second round. Both were in the first game. But this time he faced his boss. When he was in the Navy branch, it was King who encouraged him. At that time, he had identified him as the boss. This time, the boss must be eager for someone to fight with him. He must respond to the boss's expectations. Boss, I'm here, this time I want to respond to your expectations. Expectations? What expectations? At this time, Ethan's words interrupted King's thinking. He just felt confused. If he had any expectations now, it was to let you admit defeat. Looking at the man in front of him talking to himself, King couldn't help but complain in his heart. Or can I just admit defeat? King's brain circuit suddenly turned around. It seems that he doesn't have to fight. But will his direct admission cause public anger? After all, he seems to have been privileged all the way up. Just admitting defeat at this time. It would be miserable if he was beaten up by others. While he was thinking, Ethan had already entered the human beast form, running towards King at a very fast speed. With King's current perception, he couldn't react. He just felt the wind blowing. His eyeballs rolled over. What is this? When Ethan saw King's eyes, he couldn't help but recall King's encouragement to him in the branch. Your name is Ethan, right? I don't understand your story. But a real man won't cry easily. Come on. As his memories flowed, Ethan stopped. His figure also appeared in King's sight. But Ethan's tears began to overflow, and he choked up and said, I'm sorry, I really can't do anything to you. I have lost the power to do anything to you. Am I such a failure? I have completely failed your expectations. Am I a waste like this? After saying this, Ethan couldn't help but cry. Just looking at Ethan crying in front of him, crying like a child weighing hundreds of pounds, King felt speechless. The guy in front of him suddenly appeared in an instant, so close that he could touch him with a hook of his hand, but his intuition didn't warn him. What's wrong with this ability? Is it broken? This is the end of me. When King felt a little uncomfortable, he noticed that the man in front of him was crying and looking at him straight. This guy must be thinking something bad. King just felt a little panic. He suppressed his expression, patted his shoulder, and said along with the other party, You have done a good job. Looking at the serious king who encouraged him again, Ethan felt that his heart was full of strength again. He wiped his tears and began to cheer up. Sure enough, even if king has such a powerful power, he is still so gentle. He must become his right-hand man. At this time, Ethan made up his mind to assist this man well after the conscription and witness his peak. I give up. As Ethan shouted loudly. The written test ended with King's victory. There was an uproar in the audience. P.S. New book is launched, please collect, free tickets and flowers. Chapter 94 I don't understand but I feel shocked, Dalagana's special ability. What's going on? Why did he suddenly admit defeat? I saw Leopard Claw Ethan crying miserably there, he was not scared to cry. I heard that many rumors about King were spread by Ethan, maybe he knows King's horror best, so he just admitted defeat. At this time, the Navy under the ring began to discuss. Leopard Claw Ethan suddenly cried on the ring and finally admitted defeat directly. Although many Navy couldn't understand it, they felt shocked. It felt like the trip was worthwhile. Is this the personality charm of that man? Some Navy who were closer and had sharper hearing were thinking. Leopard Claw Ethan actually willingly recognized that man as the boss. Even to the point where he didn't want to fight with swords in this life. What a charisma! People with such charisma are very attractive to them. On the assessment platform, Zhang Guo looked at Ethan who admitted defeat and felt a little regretful. This time King didn't make a move. But forget it, there is no buy in the next round, he should make a move. Zhang Guo thought leisurely. Then the process began to move. And King also returned to the rest area in a daze amid the cheers from the ring. That guy actually admitted defeat again, which was somewhat beyond King's expectation. When in the branch, he had faced Ethan in the advanced assessment. He was very dangerous at that time, and his heart beat very fast when he made a move. If Ethan hadn't suddenly admitted defeat, his Emperor engine would have been turned on at that time. I didn't expect that he would still admit defeat when they met again here. He didn't even use the Emperor engine. Is this luck? King couldn't help but think of what his boss said. You are a man blessed by luck. Maybe the next opponent will admit defeat again. King couldn't help but think optimistically at this time. Time passed slowly. Unfortunately, 2 of the 4 heroes collided in this round of competition. But as expected, the battle was won by Mekadu, who ranked second among the 4 heroes. This man's ranking is only below King. His strength is so strong that even a veteran lieutenant general admits that he is not sure of winning. Soon, it was time to draw the ball again. This time King drew number 3. When King returned to his seat in the rest area and waited for the end of the first battle, a fat woman came not far from him. Then she stared at him intently. She was more than 2 meters tall, with slightly yellow hair, some acne on her face, and her arms felt like they could run horses. She was the last of the 4 heroes this time, and her name was Dialgiana. Since all the losers had left the rest area. In addition, 2 of the remaining players were still competing on the ring. So there were only King and Dalagana in the rest area. King also felt bad at this time. This woman was his next opponent. Seeing her eyes as if she wanted to eat him, King felt that the probability of her admitting defeat was very low. What to do? Will I activate the Emperor engine then? Wait for the final match before admitting defeat? Or just ask myself not to rest and play the final match at the same time? That should be fine. However, is there a problem with his intuition? It would be bad if it didn't work like the last match. But the woman in front of him didn't look like a speed-type opponent. He should be able to react to the attack. And that arm looked like it could run a horse. It looked very dangerous at first glance. This kind of situation has reached the conditions for activating the Emperor engine. King was thinking about countermeasures at this time. He didn't know much about the ability of the Emperor engine and didn't have a high degree of control. He didn't know how to handle many situations. So he felt very weak now. Although he seems very strong after turning on the Emperor engine, he is a weak chicken without it. After experiencing that power, King now feels unsafe with such a weak body. Time passed slowly. Soon, the second match of the 3rd round is about to begin. King also walked slowly to the ring under the attention of everyone. And his opponent this time, Dalagana, followed closely behind him and walked opposite him. Finally, King is here again. Yes, his opponent this time is not simple. That woman's strength and defense are terrifying. It is said that she is a superhuman weight-bearing fruit ability user. No matter how strong this woman is, King can definitely deal with her easily. Deligiana, one of the 4 heroes this time, is 29 years old. She is a villager in a small island village in the first half of the Grand Line. She didn't have a big reputation before. She should have driven away some pirates for her village at the beginning. Before she took action, even the people in her village didn't know how powerful she was. We only know that she eats a lot, so much so that the wild animals in the forest on the island are almost extinct. Because of her large appetite, some villagers even proposed to drive her away. However, now that it is a big conscription, those people simply help Deligiana sign up. It can be regarded as sending this big eater away, and she may even take care of the village after she becomes a navy. Now that she has come to the headquarters of the navy, her strength has also attracted the attention of the navy's top leaders. This is a good seedling. Just the wild growth plus her special ability has reached the level of an ordinary vice admiral. The strength, defense, and speed are very good, and the veteran vice admirals who are assessing her can't resist it. The only disadvantages of this woman are experience and domineering. As long as she learns domineering and improves domineering in the future, she will at least be a veteran vice admiral, and it is possible that she can even be named a candidate for the title of admiral. As for the admiral, it is hard to say. Every admiral, they are all like monsters, a very reasonable group of people. It doesn't mean that those who grow fast in the early stage can become general-level combat forces later. This is something that is difficult to say for sure. This sea is not short of people who are amazing in the early stage but stop there later. Then, the second round of the third round of the big assessment starts now. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, please give free tickets and flowers. Chapter 95 I Want to Be Your Wife, Women Will Only Affect My Work Speed. With the order of the messenger, he immediately withdrew from the ring and left the ring to the contestants. And King looked at the other woman at this time. He was really afraid that the other party would suddenly run over and beat him to death. But at this point, he is not very panicked. As long as the intuition is not a problem, the Emperor engine should be able to solve the problem once it is turned on. Just follow the previous ideas. Looking at the king who was looking at her indifferently in front of her, Deligiana introduced herself to King. King, my name is Deligiana. I'm 29 years old and unmarried. King nodded when he heard the woman in front of him introduce herself. He still had basic courtesy, but why did she suddenly introduce herself? King felt a little confused. I want to be your wife in the future, is that okay? Deligiana's next words made King a little confused. Her cold expression almost broke his defense. What the hell? He immediately had doubts about who he was. Where was he? No. This woman wouldn't want to confuse him and take the opportunity to attack him. In just a moment, King's mind stabilized again. His voice was a little solemn and cold. Why? Hearing King's question, Deligiana's eyes lit up and she began to chatter. What about his appetite can compete with hers? What about him never blinking when he looked into her eyes? What about his courage to kill 2 pirate groups with his momentum that impressed her? What is it that he killed a giant sea king with one move and made her admire him? What is it that he tempered his spirit with hunger and made her admire him? He said a lot of things. King was a little confused. The first 2 were easier to understand, but what was the latter? Did he really do those things? Looking at Deligiana's confident look, he almost thought that he had done those things. Could it be that someone was trying to trick him? He used all kinds of unfounded and incredible deeds to madly lure others to challenge him for fame. How vicious! King couldn't help but think of it at this time. So he asked Deligiana. Deligiana, where did you hear what you said later? Hearing King's question, Deligiana couldn't help but raise her arm that could break boulders. She covered her face with a shy look. King actually called her name directly. So shy. Did he agree to her proposal? Looking at Deligiana whose face seemed to be bubbling in front of him, King swallowed unconsciously. Is this woman serious? He looked at her arms that could run horses. They are really not in the same league. This time he wants to withdraw his preface. It's not lucky at all. After Deligiana bubbled for a while, she answered King's question. Many of your deeds have been spread out. This is what Leopard Claw Ethan said himself. You don't have to hide. Even if you hide, you still look so dazzling. It's that guy. The guy who called him boss? But King has no time to care about it at this time. The mushy words of the person in front of him made him unconsciously have goosebumps. If possible, he wants to end the duel now. Let's fight. At this time, King said directly in a cold tone. Hearing King's words, Dialgiana also began to come back to her senses. I give up. She shouted loudly. As she admitted defeat, she also began to walk down the stage. She had a shy expression before she left. Seeing her shy look, King controlled his breathing. No. King felt that he could not control his wild power. Sure enough, women would only affect the speed at which he worked for his boss. The third round of the big test, the second match, King won. As the messenger shouted loudly. The navy below was in an uproar again, and then began to imagine. Sure enough, that man was too powerful. So that everyone didn't dare to fight him and just admitted defeat? On the test stage, Zhang Guo looked at the man on the stage in silence. What's going on? It's so difficult to see him show his strength. Either abide or admit defeat. Will he have to admit defeat again in the next game? He looked at Megadu standing outside the rest area not far away. Looking at his eyes full of fighting spirit, Zhang Guo nodded. 0 flowers requested. Megadu, nicknamed Iron Knight, is a warrior recommended by a member country in the New World. He usually wears steel armor and uses a knight's gun as his weapon. He is proficient in 2-color domineering, especially in armed color. His strength is completely comparable to that of the veteran vice admirals of the navy. Look at him now, full of fighting spirit eyes, such a person will never surrender no matter what. Zhang Guo was relieved at this time. King should take action this time. However, if it is still the same as before, then Garp can only take action. Zhang Guo thought leisurely. As time passed, the rest time passed quickly. The final of this big test is about to begin. The final will be between 2 sides. One side is Megadu, known as the Iron Knight, and the other side is the nickname spread by Ethan, the strongest king in history. Although the so-called strongest in history seems a bit exaggerated. After all, a person has no record, and suddenly appears and is called the strongest in history. There will always be doubts or many doubts. It's just that after King appeared, no one dared to question him in front of him. Now, in this final, looking at the Iron Knight Megadu with a full fighting spirit, all the navy under the ring became excited. Finally, we can see King take action this time. The previous few times we wanted to see either abide or surrender. Although this proves that the man is so powerful that no one can compete with him, we have never seen him take action in the entire test. It is a pity. Many people think so. And some people think that King's strength is exaggerated. But they have no evidence to prove that King's strength is exaggerated. Looking at most of the navy blindly convinced. Some hawkish generals feel dissatisfied. Strength that cannot be seen or understood cannot convince everyone. This time, let them see King's true strength. The final of the test begins now. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect free votes and flowers. Chapter 96 The Legendary Emperor Engine, the power to destroy the world. With the order of the messenger, the first final of the world's conscription begins. The fully armed Iron Knight Megadu also smiled. Then he said to the man in front of him. King, I heard that you are the strongest in history. This nickname looks good with your appearance. Let me see if the strength you have shown is worthy of this title. Hearing what the man in steel armor said, King felt a little confused. When did he get such a title? It's not that guy who gave it to me again. The figure who called him boss flashed in King's mind. He looked at the man in front of him with a face full of fighting spirit, and he was also a little helpless. What a trouble! It's because of these unfounded titles that it's so troublesome. Even now, King still doesn't want to do it directly. The guy in front of him is holding such a big steel gun, which looks very sharp at a glance. It must be very painful if you are stabbed by such a big steel gun. He looked at the guy in front of him, hesitated in his heart, and said solemnly on the outside. Are you ready to be my enemy? At this time, King decided to try to make the guy in front of him retreat. After all, it would be a waste if he didn't try. It would be a good thing if the guy in front of him surrendered. After all, he was blessed by luck. This kind of thing is possible. He really made it to the finals in this competition. It feels a bit dreamy. Ha ha ha. King, are you looking down on me? I'm not one of those scared guys. Hearing King's persuasion to surrender, Megadu laughed instead. He casually swung the steel gun in his hand towards the ground, and the wind splashed everywhere, and his fighting spirit became stronger. Even if I lose, I have to see your strength first. I'm coming. Megiddo said as he rushed towards King. A powerful armed color domineering aura was directly wrapped around his steel gun. Domineering gun attack. When Megiddo started to charge towards King, King felt that the whole world seemed to be silent, the whole world seemed to be still. He could clearly see the man in front of him moving slowly. This feeling, this dangerous feeling. Ah! It's been a long time. Bang! 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 The roar of the heart was beating, and the restrictions were gradually removed. What is this? The mecha in front of King only felt that his senses were stretched. He sensed it. Boom! A strong aura enveloped him. It was this man. A huge human-shaped shadow resembling King, with dark red eyes. He seemed to see the shadow behind King looking down at him from above. Like a god. What is this? So strong. So scary. This is a competition. Does this man really want to kill him? Is it because his provocation angered him? What to do? How what to do? He didn't want to die after just one fight. Boom. Time passed. A huge shock wave shot directly towards the building on the side of the ring. It directly pierced a 1-meter wide hole in the building. That was Megiddo's move, the Tyrant Spear Impact. At this time, Megiddo deflected the steel gun from the target. He had cold sweat on his back, but he didn't care about that. He shouted loudly. I give up. As these words rang out, the roaring heartbeat of the man in front of him was gradually weakening. Megiddo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His life was saved. And King was also relieved when he saw the man who gave up. Just at the last moment, his Emperor engine was about to start. If he hadn't felt that the guy in front of him suddenly had no fighting spirit, coupled with his intuition. That's why he stopped at the critical moment. Seeing Megiddo surrender voluntarily, King was secretly happy. Fortunately, this big move was not wasted. If he could avoid using it, he would not want to use it. The power accumulated for more than 10 days was used up directly and had to be accumulated again. In order to accumulate, he ate a lot every day, and the meal time was not short. If he didn't eat, he would be starving to death. He heard from his boss that he would not have to eat so much every day when the energy was full. In this way, he could have time to relax when eating. This is definitely good news for King. Megiddo's surrender also began to cause waves among the navy. But compared to Megiddo's surrender, they were more concerned about the thunderous heartbeat just now. Was that the legendary Emperor engine? It was so oppressive, I felt my heartbeat speed up. According to Leopard Claw Ethan, when the Emperor engine beats to the highest, King is the most serious, and he will use the power to destroy the world. Really? Is it that scary? But it was really scary just now. Isn't Whitebeard also known as a man with the power to destroy the world? If he can, King can definitely do it. At this time, some navy began to call it zero. The Emperor engine mentioned by the navy was exactly what Ethan said. I don't know if it was a coincidence or luck, Ethan named King's heartbeat, and the name was the Emperor engine. The Emperor is self-evident, and the majesty is like that of an emperor. The engine is taken from a word Ethan knows. This world also has high technology, although it is not popular. But as a wandering bounty hunter, Ethan has seen some of it. It just so happens that I think the term engine is quite applicable, so I used it. On the other side, Sengoku on the assessment platform watched Megiddo surrender directly on the ring. He couldn't help but sigh. But he couldn't say anything directly. The roar of the heart just now really made people feel a little palpitating. Is this King's ability? The ability of a fast heartbeat? Or is it a special physical skill? Sengoku didn't know these. But he looked at Garp next to him, who was looking around with his eyes open and sleepy. The sound of King's heartbeat just now obviously startled Garp and woke him up from his sleep. Garp! Wake up and get ready to go down. Garp woke up immediately after hearing what Sengoku said next to him. Ha ha ha! Are you going to let me go down to protect the newcomer? Leave this matter to me. Hearing Garp's words, other generals and even Marshal Kong who was sitting next to him did not object. Because they also wanted to know King's depth. As time went by, the winner of the final was also confirmed to be King. Almost all the navy in the audience cheered for him. King also smiled in his heart when he saw the cheering 1.3 navy in the audience. Great! Finally, food and accommodation are provided. He eats so much every day these days, it is really troublesome to feed himself. It can be expected that he must have been using his ultimate skills and saving them when living in the wild. This cycle repeats. Is the money he earns really enough for himself? This was King's previous worry and suspicion, and now he has the protection of the navy under the world government, which is said to be the world's largest force. He definitely doesn't have to fight all the time. He can rest and enjoy better. Now, I announce that the top 4 players in the big test will receive guidance from the Navy hero Garp. Now, please rest for the top 4 players in this big test. Vice Admiral Garp's guidance will start in 10 minutes. With the announcement of Zhang Guo on the test platform, the whole venue began to make a commotion. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, please give free tickets and flowers. Chapter 97. Only King can control it, let me teach you well. Did I hear it right? Is Vice Admiral Garp going to play? Ha ha ha. I heard it right. How can Admiral Sengoku be joking when he speaks himself? That's great. If Vice Admiral Garp plays, we can see Lord King take action. No matter how strong Lord King is, he can't face Vice Admiral Garp. Has to make a move. The strongest man in history will face the hero of the navy. I am really looking forward to it. With the announcement of Sengoku, the navy in the entire venue began to talk about it. So far, they have never really seen King really make a move. They are really curious. And some hawkish navy also began to get excited. Now that Garp is out, it is in line with their wishes. That is the hero of the navy, Garp, who has all kinds of legendary experiences. Even the Navy King Roger has to run away when he meets Vice Admiral Garp. With his move, King's strength can be seen at a glance. Although the momentum is terrible. But they still can't be completely convinced if they don't see him make a move. When the venue was noisy, standing on the stage with joy in his heart, 03King felt a little speechless. Why is it endless? You are still coming after passing the finals? But looking at the excitement of the entire venue, King also I can only accept it. Is the advice of Vice Admiral Garp so valuable? So many Navy officers are so excited. The rank of Vice Admiral is only second to that of Admiral and Admiral. This person should be very strong. King was thinking leisurely at this time. Normally, King was too aloof and no one dared to talk to him. And he just lay down all the way. He didn't even learn about the information of other players, let alone the specific information of the Navy. Except for eating, he stayed in the dormitory prepared by the Navy. Playing with Xiaohu, looking at the sea, basking in the sun, reading newspapers, sleeping and resting. The interesting newspapers every day became his main source of information. Mare told him a little about the distribution of the main forces in the world, and he didn't know anything about the details. Navy hero Garp? Just right, let me see the distance between us and the top strong men. Mekadu, who had already walked off the field, also had a gleam in his eyes when he heard the announcement of the examiner Zhang Guo. At this time, he had completely recovered from the state of palpitations. Although the fight with King was thrilling this time, it was not a real fight after all. He still had plenty of physical strength, and he wanted to really confirm the distance between him and the top strong men. It was impossible to fight with King. That guy was too dangerous. I always felt that I would be killed if I fought him. Now that the Navy hero Garp came out, it was exactly what Mekado wanted, and he began to set his sights on Garp. This time it was just a guide, and the Navy hero Garp shouldn't embarrass him. And with that man fighting side by side, maybe we can win. Mekado looked at the man on the ring with a complicated look. Because Sengoku has announced the rules. It's 4 against 1. As the face of the Navy hero Garp can easily defeat the 4 recruits with his casual guidance. Under normal circumstances, this is the case. But Megadu, who has really faced that man, has an inexplicable confidence in him. Confidence that even the Navy hero will not lose to that man. As an enemy, he is terrible, but as a companion, he will feel at ease. Mekado is already looking forward to the next battle side by side. On the other side, there is a waiting area for players next to the rest area. That is where the eliminated players wait. At this time, on a seat in the waiting area, after hearing the rules announced by Zhang Guo, Dialgiana also stood up suddenly. She looked at King in her field of vision, and began to punch with both hands. She was excited that she would be able to fight side by side with King later. Looking at Dialgiana swinging her fat arms that could easily smash boulders. The other players in the waiting area twitched their mouths. This woman is too fierce. Ordinary people can't resist it at all. Sure enough, only a strong man like King can control such a fierce woman. As Zhang Guo announced the rules, the whole venue began to wait for the players to rest. As time passed, day. A leisurely tall figure slowly walked into the Naval Academy and walked towards the assessment table. Am I catching up? He looked at the Navy who had not dispersed around the ring, and said to himself slowly. It was the Navy monster Vice Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. Ha ha ha. Is Borsellino here? Just in time. You can see my heroic figure later. Garp looked at Borsellino, who stepped into the test table and found a seat to sit down. He laughed and said. Is Mr. Garp going to play? I remember that there seems to be no such item in the big test. Hearing Garp's words, Kizaru asked casually. The general next to him immediately explained the origin to him. It's really scary. Are all the newcomers now monsters? Hearing that the Iron Knight Megadu, who was rated as an elite vice admiral, surrendered because of King's majesty, Kizaru was a little surprised. These days, he was commissioned by Marshal Kong to capture a pirate who escaped from the Impel Down prison. He has never returned to the Navy headquarters. He only knew a little about King through the intelligence of his adjutant. He should be a newcomer with great potential. But he didn't expect that he was already so strong. It's really interesting. Kizaru didn't think too much. When Old Man Garp came out, he would know his strength. He turned his eyes to Kong, who was sitting not far from Sengoku. Marshal Kong, I have completed this mission, but it's too much to order a wounded person like this. Korra, who was not far away, heard Kizaru's hint and nodded helplessly. Thank you for your hard work. Borsellino. You should rest up in the headquarters for the next week. After hearing Kong's reply, Kizaru stretched lazily and finally had a rest. Time passed. Soon 10 minutes began to pass. King, Megadu, Deligana, and a man named Jock appeared. Jock is also one of the 4 heroes. Originally, Jock was not among the top 4, because he unfortunately met Megadu in the second round of the big test, and was defeated in the end, and was finally judged as the 5th. But the reason why he is on the stage now? The reason is also very simple. The player who played against Megadu in the 3rd round can't get up now. He luckily entered the 3rd round, but the gap with Megadu was too big, and Megadu was also eager to fight because he was about to enter the finals, and he didn't care about the severity of his attack. He was beaten down directly, and he hasn't recovered yet. So this treatment can only be given to the 5th place, which is Jock, one of the 4 heroes. As the 4 players appeared on the stage, Garp also jumped onto the stage with interest. Boys! Come here. Let me teach you well. Garp said so leisurely. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, ask for free tickets and flowers. Chapter 98 The Terrible Uncle, let me see. Watching Garp's appearance, all the Navy in the audience cheered. As a naval hero, Garp's reputation in the Navy is terrifyingly high. Even many of the new soldiers who joined the Navy in the Great Recruitment have heard of the name of the Navy Garp. Now, seeing that he is going to take action personally, they naturally began to get excited. On the ring, Megadu, Deligana, and Jock are all around King. King stands in the C position facing Garp on the opposite side. At this time, the ring is silent. Megadu and the others all cast their eyes on King. And King is a little embarrassed at this time. Why haven't they come up yet? Are they waiting for him to come up? But he can't come up now. Without strength and speed, he just rushes up like an ordinary person and beats the opposite navy? Wouldn't that make people laugh to death? After a while, Jock feels that King has no intention of moving at all. He starts to walk forward. Yes, the ace will always appear last, so let him try the strength of the naval hero first. Jock slowly drew out the big sword from his waist. Jock, a famous swordsman in the New World of the Grand Line, was named the Waterfall Swordsman because he had cut off a waterfall. The reason why he joined the Navy was just to go through the Navy's channels. It would be more convenient to fight with swordsmen and strong men from all over the world. Even if you need to fight pirates, you can use it to test your swordsmanship. This large-scale conscription can get a high-level military rank as quickly as possible. You don't have to start from the bottom of the Navy, avoid various constraints, and directly get a rank with a lot of power. This is indeed more attractive to Jock, otherwise, he might not choose to join the Navy. Dolo Jock, the heir of the Mizukiri school, please teach me, Vice Admiral Garp. At this time, Jock was wearing a dark green gown, holding a big sword called Cold Light, and said politely to Garp. Hearing the words of Jock, who came to him first, Garp couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. No need to be so polite, come on. Jock nodded. Then he ran towards Garp with a knife in his special steps, and the whole person seemed to turn into a residual light. In just a moment, he arrived in front of Garp. Then, a cold light suddenly appeared, and the chill ran straight to Garp's neck. Swish! Good swordsmanship! Garp said while casually moving to the side of Jock. Flaw! While Garp was talking, Jock did not stop, but had already retracted the blade. Water cutting flow cut. A dazzling sword light then turned into a slash and condensed on the blade to slash directly at Garp at a close distance. Its speed was so fast that others could not see it clearly. Dang! Under Jock's eyes with his pupils slightly shrunken, his blade was directly blocked. I saw Garp holding Jock's blade tightly with one hand wrapped in domineering aura. Jock, you are still lacking in strength. You need to practice hard. This is my suggestion. Garp's words reached Jock's ears. Without waiting for Jock to react, Garp grabbed Jock's head with one hand. Boom! Dust rose. A small pit appeared on the ground of the ring. Jock almost lost consciousness. Then well, go. This is not over yet. Garp grabbed his head and threw him into the rest area outside the ring. Boom! The rest area was smashed with various noises. Garp's target is King, the reason why the top 4 are together this time. It's just that Sengoku doesn't want King to think that they are targeting him. But for Garp, these little guys can be eliminated with just a few pointers. What he is most interested in now is King, the man. Defeat, defeat, so fast. He was killed instantly, the gap is so big. This time the waterfall swordsman Jock is ranked 3rd among the 4 heroes, his strength is not underestimated even by the Vice Admirals. Who do you think Vice Admiral Garp is? He is a man who can chase Roger, it is normal to have a big gap. With Jock's defeat, the Navy members under the ring began to discuss. Jock's strength has been undisputed all the way. He is worthy of the title of one of the 4 great heroes. But now facing the Navy hero Garp, it is obviously too much effort. Jock lost, so fast. Daligana, who was standing next to King on the ring, was also a little surprised. Born in a small island village, she has not seen much of the world, and she has relatively few contacts with the outside world. But after she came here, she has heard that the strength of their 4 great heroes is not inferior to that of ordinary Navy Vice Admirals. But even so, they were killed instantly by the uncle in front of them. What a terrible uncle! Daligana cast her eyes on King, and her somewhat panicked heart calmed down. She believes in King's power. Shall we go together next? It's hard to defeat this uncle alone. Seeing Daligana cast her eyes on him, King began to think in his heart. King didn't know if he could beat the guy in front of him after activating his power. But this Vice Admiral named Garp looked very excited. It seems that there is no way to end it peacefully. The Emperor engine must be used. You guys go ahead. I can't use it on the stage. He needs the other party to attack first before he can start. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing for the other party to keep looking at him. Now that these people have been sent away, the other party will attack him. And King has also seen the competition between Daligana and Megado before. It feels that the destructive power they show should not be as good as the last time he activated the Emperor engine. This time, the power accumulated by the Emperor engine is higher than last time. Although he doesn't know how strong it is. But this ring is only 30 meters. To be honest, it may not be enough for him to use it. It will be troublesome if it affects them. I listen to you. Daligana nodded after hearing King's words. King still had a blank expression on his face. Megado also heard King's words. He understood. King's words were true. Maybe they were just a burden. If they really stood here, they would be affected by him. This man has such unimaginable power. Let's go. Megado said to Daligana. Then he walked towards Garp. Daligana also took a last look at King and followed him. Soon, both of them were defeated. Garp gave them some pointers and then knocked them all out of the ring. He looked at King with his hands on his chest, motionless and full of aura. He couldn't help laughing. King, come on. Let me see your strength. P.S. New book is launched, Please collect, please give free tickets and flowers. Chapter 99. The Emperor engine is turned on, leaving no way for the seniors. Looking at Garp raising his palm and saying so. King was also silent for a while. Under the ring, the Navy saw that only Garp and King were left on the ring, and the atmosphere became intense. This man can finally make a move. It's not easy to wait for so long to see it. Mysterious people often make people want to explore. In the assessment platform, Zhang Guo looked at the two people on the stage and nodded. Someone in today's big assessment actually passed the finals without even making a move and won the championship. It's a bit of a fantasy. Although it's quite reasonable from the process. But he still felt a little uneasy without seeing King really make a move. Now, with Garp on the stage, he can finally see it. Is this man King? It's really powerful if you look at it this way. Now that I compare it this way, why do I feel that his aura is stronger than that of old man Garp? It's really strange. At this time, Kizaru Borsellino looked at King on the stage and began to sigh. Then he picked up a teacup and drank tea leisurely. But his heart was a little heavy. Now that King has joined, it is very likely that 510 will compete with them for the position of Admiral. There is still one vacant Admiral position now, and this guy looks so strong. If King gets the rank of Admiral before the next Admiral is replaced, then there will most likely be only 2 positions for the next Admiral. Then the competition between him and Sakazuki Kyuzan will be fierce. Even if there is no Admiral King who has not filled this position, then he is very likely to compete with them for the position of the next 3 Admirals. It's quite troublesome to say this. Sakazuki and Kyuzan are trying very hard now. Kizaru felt that his chances of winning were much lower, and he was really tired. At this time, he couldn't help but sigh. On the ring, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As time passed, the field became a little awkward. Especially Garp, he felt like a fool, he was so passionate but the other party was indifferent. This guy's personality is really cold. King, you are really cold. Why don't you attack me? Seeing that King had no intention of attacking at all, Garp asked curiously. I never take the initiative. At this time, the man in front of him finally reacted and said this lightly. Ha ha ha. King, you are really arrogant. So interesting. Garp was also a little teasing. Not taking the initiative, this kind of temperament means that King is at least not the kind of person who relies on force to do whatever he wants. Since you won't make a move, let me do it first. Be careful, my fist is very hard. Garp said directly. Then without waiting for King to reply, Garp rushed towards King. With armament haki still wrapped around his hand, King's aura should not be underestimated. And there are many rumors about him. Although he doesn't know whether they are true or not, Garp still takes it a little seriously. On King's side, after Garp made a move, the familiar feeling finally came again. The world seemed silent. Bang! 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 The roar of the heart suddenly rose, and the restrictions began to be removed. The prelude to opening the power began to appear. King also began to straighten his back at this time. Is his power finally coming back? When King began to remove the restrictions, Garp also felt something unusual. What is this? The rumored Emperor engine? The ability of the heart to beat quickly? What a strange feeling. At this time, Garp could already feel King's aura rising. The powerful aura seemed to fill the void, condensing into an illusion. If a person with weak mental will faces King at this time, he will be easily confused. Bang! This time King did not hesitate. The fighting spirit of the Navy in front of him was so high that it was terrifying. It did not subside at all, but became more and more intense. If he did not start the Emperor engine, he would be beaten to death by the opponent with his current small body. Boom! Boom! The air seemed to be exploding, and the shock wave spread violently to the surroundings. The stone wheel of the entire arena was also lifted directly, flying with the shock wave and the strong wind. What a terrible shock wave! Retreat quickly! The rear admirals under the arena shouted loudly to the surrounding navy. The navy under the arena did not resist. They retreated directly with the strong wind. It was also fortunate that the navy of the headquarters of the navy was quite strong. And Garp and his men had not really started. Otherwise, they might fly out directly. Soon, the navy retreated 20 meters away before they felt that the impact was not so great. On the ring, as the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone began to see the scene clearly. Only Vice Admiral Garp and King stood opposite each other. The ring between them was directly broken by a line of several centimeters. Around them, it was a mess, because the bricks and gravel were blown away. It seemed that the ring had sunk in part and became bald and irregular. Sure enough, this man was as strong as a monster. He was able to catch Vice Admiral Garp's fist without losing. At this time, the navy in the distance saw this scene and became more convinced of King's powerful strength. The rumors about King spread by Leopard Claw Ethan also became more credible. Test platform. At this time, the ceiling of the test platform was not far from the ring, and the wind was too strong. It was directly blown away. The entire test platform was directly exposed to the open air. He can actually compete with Old Man Garp, what a monster. The newcomers nowadays don't give us seniors a chance to live. Looking at the two people on the stage, Kizaru picked up the teacup that he had just protected under the shock wave and drank it again. Sora and Sengoku on the assessment stage also became serious. This time they saw it clearly. The man fought Garp with a solid punch. Sure enough, this man's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Ha ha ha. What a powerful strength and domineering. Garp on the stage was full of fighting spirit at this time. The power and domineering displayed by King just now were impeccable. If I have to say it, it should be that the physical skills are a little less interesting. Is it because he rarely fights with others? And King's heartbeat has begun to return to normal at this time. The restrictions have been lifted now. Unless there are special circumstances, the heart roar caused by the Emperor engine will not appear in this battle. And the special circumstances are when the Emperor engine is overloaded to supply power. Currently, King has such an ability. P.S. New book is launched, please collect it. Hide, ask for free tickets and flowers. Chapter 100, you will learn after a few more hits, and finally be decent. At this time, King felt the incomparable power of his body. Really, incomparable power. He felt as if he could crush mountains and break the earth. In terms of basic attributes. Currently, King's basic attributes have all soared to the limit of the S range. With the armed color that was forcibly raised to S level. To be honest, his feeling is not an illusion. It's just a matter of how high the mountain is and how far the earth is. King cast his eyes on Garp in front of him. Looking at his excited face, King felt a little confused. Such a powerful force was blocked by the navy in front of him. He seems to be the vice admiral of the navy. There are admirals and marshals above the navy, although I heard that the admiral and the marshal are of the same combat power. But are the vice admirals of the navy so powerful? Are those big pirates in the New World so scary? Why do I suddenly feel that being a navy is so dangerous? At this time, King did not have the observation haki, so he could not accurately perceive the strength of those high-ranking navy officers. His intuition did not have the function of directly exploring other people's strength. It just felt a little weird. Come on. I heard that when your heart beats to the highest, it will have the power to destroy the world. Let me see if you really have such power. Garp's words suddenly made King's face darken. At this time, he was speechless. Could it be that guy again? He has been spreading rumors to him. He still has the nerve to call him boss. The boss who has been cheated all the time? King clenched his fist. As if holding the world, the powerful armament haki entangled in his hand. When he fought with the boss before, he learned the entanglement and external release techniques of armament haki through the boss's guidance. These two techniques were not difficult for him to learn at that time. It's just that internal crushing is not so easy. Now with the spiritual attribute reaching the current level, he feels that the control of haki is even stronger. Maybe it won't be so hard to learn again. With unrivaled power, King rushed towards Garp, and Garp was ready to go. Waving his power that could train his fists with mountains, powerful armed color domineering burst out. Boom! A deafening sound began to sound. The shock wave began to spread to the surroundings. The wind was howling, and the gravel was undulating. The two seemed to turn into two streams of light and began to fight in various positions on the ring. The smoke and dust were flying, and the navy in the distance could no longer catch their figures. All they could hear was the deafening sound spreading like waves. Around the two people fighting, the atmosphere seemed to be trembling, and the stream of light was refracted like flowing water. And the violent shock wave, accompanied by the strong wind, attacked the navy watching the battle in the distance. Many people couldn't help but use their arms to block the wind, sand, and stones, and even huge rocks flew over. So powerful, it's just the aftermath, it's still a bit unbearable from such a distance. Vice Admiral Garp is worthy of being a hero of the Navy, and Lord King is also very powerful. The Navy only felt their hearts trembling. The powerful power fluctuations shook people's heartstrings. Time gradually passed in the duel between the two. As the two fought fiercely for a while, Garp jumped up directly and laughed in the air. Ha ha ha! King, you have very good power, and your balanced body has no dead angles at all. It's amazing. Come on. Try this trick of mine. Garp raised his fist directly and waved his fist that shook the sky. He flew directly towards King below from a high position. What is this? Domineering entangled? Feeling Garp's fist mixed with the power that shocked the soul, King couldn't help but think of the boss's words at this time. King, when your Emperor engine has accumulated for more than 10 days, if you meet someone who can use Conqueror Haki, you don't have to hide, just resist and feel it with your heart. You will learn it after a few more hits. Is this the person who can use Conqueror Haki? Come on. King's armament Haki is wrapped around his arms. Boom. Boom. The 30-meter arena was directly broken into two halves with King as the center, and then both ends tilted towards the air. The violent shock wave swept out to the surroundings. The temporary buildings such as the assessment platform, rest area, and waiting area were directly broken apart because they were too close and flew away with the strong wind. The Navy of the entire Navy headquarters could clearly feel that the island seemed to be trembling. Garp is really messing around. At this time, Sengoku looked at the mess around with a dark face. Testing his strength is not to let him fight with all his strength. Is he planning to demolish the Navy headquarters? How terrifying! The entire ring tilted up. Zero seeking flowers. What an inhuman force! This is the power of Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp is indeed powerful, but his opponent is the boss King will not lose. At this time, at the edge of the ruins of the original waiting area, the contestants of the big test looked at the ring from afar. They were shocked by Garp's strength, but there was one person who was different. He firmly believed that King would not lose. It was the record holder Leopard Claw Ethan, who was nicknamed King by some Navy officers. In the ring, in the depths of the broken ruins, King stood up, and he was not injured. After all, Garp only used the domineering color domineering entanglement, not the 3-in-1 full power mode. That's all. With the basic attributes of all S limits and the protection of armed color domineering, it is still difficult to hurt King. King slightly accumulated power in the depths of the ruins. Bang! The whole person burst out towards the top of his head. The fist wrapped with armed color domineering was swung out. All the stones blocking the top of the head were knocked away. Just in a flash, he leaped out of the ruins and came outside. When he saw Garp waiting leisurely in the ruins outside, he kicked the half of the ring next to him that was tilted very high. Boom! The half of the ring that was more than 10 meters thick smashed back to the ground and stopped tilting, and then he landed on it. Garp's eyes lit up when he saw his action. He also jumped into the air and did the same action. Boom! The whole ring was like two pieces of rags put together on the ground. And as the two rings fell back to the ground, all the Navy's vision was finally unobstructed. They began to clearly see the two people standing facing each other on the two broken rings. Seeing the two powerful monsters looking at each other as if nothing had happened, with the background of the surrounding ruins and the broken ring, they only felt a heavy feeling coming towards them. What a passionate guy! Mr. Garp looks very interested. Kizaru sat on a chair and watched the duel between the two people in the distance. There were building debris all around him. It felt a bit out of place with the intact chair under him. He didn't save the teacup from the shock wave just now. But at least the chair was saved. This was his last dignity and it would not be destroyed at will. P.S. New book is launched, please collect, please give me free tickets and flower knives.